Yakum Emergency Unit, Indonesia. Please. So thank you, speakers and panelists. So this session for 90 minutes, it's in two segments. The first segment will be 45 minutes and the second segment will be another 45 minutes. The first segment will focus on adaptation and second segment will focus on mitigation. As you know that we have yesterday, Chiri and Matthew rightly mentioned, there are two major concerns that we have, climate change and aging. So that's what we are going to discuss. So we have a scenario where climate is aging, we have to reverse it. And we have a scenario where aging, which we need to facilitate happen more resiliently, more dignifiedly. So these are the two tasks before us. And one is mitigating the climate change and adapting to the impacts of climate change, especially by the older people. So we have gone through a lot of statistics in the last 2 days about the concerns of aging and how when we are talking about older people, especially in the scenario of climate change in the next few decades, we're not talking about just the older people. We are talking about 60% of the population of the world. They are going to, and we are all going to live in the scenario of climate change. So that is the significance of this session. And another important thing is that in many countries, older people have a very high level civic engagements. And therefore, that must be recognized and that must be included and that must be taken into consideration in conscious policy thinking. And there are many studies that have shown that the households headed by the older adults often have 20 to 30% lower carbon emissions. So this is another important fact that we need to recognize in the scheme of things that of climate change, why older people should not be left out. So I'll keep it there, and then I will let speakers to talk more in terms of how we can realize the inclusion of older people in climate change policy and practice. So we have two speakers. Let me introduce them briefly. We have Rajendra Kumar, who is a senior program coordinator at Gravis in Rajasthan state of India. And he leads climate change adaptation, natural resource management, and community mobilization efforts of the organization. And he has a 35 plus years experience, although he doesn't look like that. Experience of expertise in community development and dryland farming. And we have a second speaker who is Ms. Emily Beredico, who is an executive director at Coalition of Services of the Elderly, COS, it's short form. Miss Emily is a registered social worker in the Philippines. And she joined COS in the year 2000. And with her hard work, dedication, and merit, she moved to become an executive director appointed by her board unanimously in 2015. And we also have two distinguished panelists. Thank you so much for agreeing to be here and guiding us in this session. Ms. Bandana Sikoi, she is a commissioner of Survey Meter Indonesia. She has 25 years of experience in managing large-scale surveys in Indonesia with RAND. We have seen some of those statistics here yesterday. She has co-authored studies and books on changing and living standards in Indonesia. And the surveys that she has supervised have included more than 83% of Indonesian population and contains over 30,000 individuals living in 13 of the 27 provinces of Indonesia. So this is a very, very significant work and the data collection. And we have another distinguished panelist, Ms. Sari Mutia Timur. Sorry if I am pronouncing wrongly, madam. Deputy Director, ECUM Emergency Unit, Indonesia. She has been a director for more than 11 years, focusing on disaster response, community resilience, and climate change adaptation. She has specialized in supporting vulnerable groups, including people with disabilities and older people. And there are many things, wonderful things she has been doing. But one thing I would like to really point out that is very, very significant is that she supervises and manages, facilitates a older people park that enables older adults to learn, exercise, express themselves, and engage in activities like training, sports, and religion, fostering empowerment and well-being. This is the kind of scenario we all want to age. Thank you, madam. That's wonderful work. So with that, I will stop here, and I would like to invite Mr. Rajendra Kumar to share his experiences and practices.
Good morning. Yeah. So I am here to present older people-led climate change adaptation in the Thar Desert, India. Next slide, please. Why do matter the desert? Next slide, please. Okay. This is can back. Yeah, next. So why do matter the desert? Why desert matter? So desert constitute 1/3 of the world's land mass. Yeah. Yeah. So about 1/6 of the global population lives in desert. Deserts are very important in terms of biodiversity conservation, very significantly impacted by the droughts, and as a result of a lot of older people live in very vulnerable poverty here. Despite that, deserts continue to be neglected. The Indian desert is very unique, one of the smallest desert geographically, the most densely populated desert ecosystem in the world where we live. We receive less than 150 millimeter rainfall annually and very drought prone. Very limited resources for the livelihood. Main source are agriculture and animal husbandry. Particularly older people impacted very continuously droughts in this region. Climate change is aggravated the drought in Thar. I represent Gravis here. Gravis is a non-governmental organization in India. We worked on the integrated community development with focus on older people. We are proud Gravis is a member of HelpAge Global Network. We work on water security, agriculture, health, education, and community mobilization. In India, particularly focus on arid region of the India. We take a Gandhian approach to community development through inclusive approach and community participation. No one left behind, but all rising, the last one first. We covered a population over 2 million people in Thar. We have a model, Gravis model, OP-led climate change adaptation in Thar Desert, India. The vision of the model is to facilitate and sustain community-level climate action with the leadership of the older people. The model has 4 components here, which are: first one is the community mobilization and capacity building, with creation and formation of the older people-led CBOs, like Older People Association, intergeneration learning groups, older people self-help groups. And we organize trainings and capacity building and strengthening such community-based organizations. Number 2 component is water security. We promote rainwater harvesting technologies, very feudal technology, which led by the older people. The training and capacity building on water conservation, we provide those CBOs and community. Third component is food and water security is very essential for the Thar community. So we demonstrate dryland farming systems. You see the right side, the picture, where is the older people stand in their farm field. There is a farming dike, we called in Khadin in Thar. They just harvest the rain in their farm field. On the contour basis, these structures allow to moisture retention in their farm field without any irrigation, and they harvest the good crop and food grain and multiple crops in same field, because of those technologies they are using. Second one you are seeing in the picture, the lady, is the arid horticulture unit, which provide the nutrition security of the older people, which is very essential for the community who live in the Thar desert in scarcity of the water and climate. Here is another intervention to support the animal husbandry, because the backbone of the Thar people is the animal husbandry. They live with them and they serve with them to the fodder availability through these intervention. Fourth one, documentation and advocacy. We compilation of our learnings through publication and studies and disseminate through the media and the hard copies, where is the community level as well as the national and international level. And advocacy campaign we organize to such model, we can disseminate in other areas. We just key messages and impacted our work. Gravis OP-led model has impacted the lives of the over 2 million people, including about 250,000 older people. Nearly 250,000 OPs are water secure through over 6,000 water storage structures we create in the Thar Desert. About 150,000 OPs have greater food and nutritional security now. Over 200,000 OPs and their families' incomes have been enhanced by $6 to $18 per month. This is very good for them. The intervention are very cost-effective, low maintenance, and sustain and long-lasting. The interventions very environment-friendly and enhance the biodiversity of the Thar. Older people can lead and replicate such a model in arid zone around the world. Such model we disseminate through the Gravis as a knowledge partner in East African countries like Malawi and Kenya. Is a very, very, serve the community people, migrate nearby Tanzania and Uganda. Now they are establishing their dairy farm and they are continuing their income. So this model is very good to such locations. There is the arid zones in the world. Thank you very much. You give this opportunity to talk to you. Any comments and questions, we welcome. Thank you very much.
Yes, good morning, everyone. Can you please play my presentation? Okay, so the project promoting climate adaptive and disaster resilient communities in the Philippines, the role of older persons associations, highlights the key roles OPAs played in building community resilience. What is? Sorry, how to? Sorry. How to go to the next slide? Sorry. Sorry. Okay. So my presentation is divided into 4 parts. Yeah. Then it includes the project background or context, key project interventions, project outcomes, lessons for policy and practice. For the background and context, the project was implemented in Agusan del Sur. It is one of the provinces in Mindanao, southern part of the Philippines, that is frequently hit by typhoons, floods, and earthquakes, and faces challenges in addressing the specific needs of older persons and other groups at risk. The project aimed to ensure older people's needs were met by maximizing their capacities, especially in disaster preparedness. There are local disaster response teams exist at the community level, but their capacity is limited. So the project aimed to address the vulnerabilities, enhance the resilience, and improve disaster risk reduction management to ensure it is inclusive and sustainable. Actually, the project was already completed, and it was implemented for 3.5 years and covered 30 barangays across 5 municipalities in Agusan del Sur province. To add on the context, there are approximately 50,000 older persons residing in that province. Many of them live in rural and underserved communities. These individuals makes a significant portion of the vulnerable population in disaster-prone areas. Older persons in these areas are particularly vulnerable due to range of factors like pre-existing health conditions, lack of access to health care, economic hardship, and in addition, many older individuals, especially women, are caregivers themselves, further amplifying their need for support. So engaging an older person in this project is essential for several reasons. First, they possess, of course, valuable knowledge and experience about their communities. We know that, which can contribute to more effective disaster risk reduction and climate change strategies. Second, including them in planning, of course, will ensure that their specific needs are adequately addressed. And lastly, older persons' involvement fosters a more inclusive, resilient community where everyone's strengths and contribution are recognized and utilized. For the project interventions, we have some listed here. First is the community risk assessment, wherein the community together with the older persons associations, identified community capacities and vulnerabilities, development of the barangay disaster reduction and management and contingency plans for preparedness, prevention, mitigation, and response, including flood management, enhancement of the community-based early warning systems, training and equipping community emergency response teams, and small-scale mitigation adaptation activities like tree planting and floating houses. So later on, I will be discussing more on the floating houses. Then strengthening of the older persons associations with age-friendly livelihoods and community healthcare services. So this, as I mentioned earlier, this is some of the mitigation or adaptation activities. The construction of the floating houses. So as part of the adaptation practices, floating houses were constructed in, actually it is only a small community with 358 households with a total population of only 2,352, including 138 older persons. So the population of older persons in that community is quite small. Then these houses are made of light materials, and they use bamboo and empty containers, as you see in the picture, the color blue, that's the container, they use as floaters. However, only 40% of that households use floaters, while 5% have elevated their houses. So to avoid the floods. Then the majority, still 55%, live in standard houses due to high cost of maintaining the floaters. So it require evacuation to they evacuate to some of the government facilities there, like health centers and schools during the flood season. For the project outcomes, I've listed some here. So the community emergency response team is now better prepared for timely evacuation during typhoons and floods. And the community awareness of typhoon and flood risks has improved, leading to better coordination with the community emergency response team during evacuations. And the role of older persons in disaster risk reduction and climate change is recognized with their representation in BDRRMC to influence policies and programs. And the older persons associations have become more united and stronger in their advocacy. So for some of the lessons from the project that can be maximized for policy or program development and enhancing existing practices, it includes like the older persons, actually when the project was implemented, the older persons were primarily motivated by the livelihood project, viewing it as a central role of the project, despite being, it is only one of the components. So we realized that addressing basic needs is crucial for building community resilience. Local officials must recognize older persons as active contributors to programs and services, not just beneficiaries. Then So older person must acknowledge their power within, power to, and power with to advocate for themselves. Then inclusion must go beyond representation and translate into tangible programs to address their real concerns. The policy should foster intergenerational collaboration to enhance community resilience. This is my last slide. To conclude my presentation, older persons' inclusion in climate change and disaster resilience policies is crucial, especially in the Philippines, as they bring valuable knowledge, experience, and leadership that enhance community preparedness. Their active participation ensures that resilience strategies are more inclusive to address the specific vulnerabilities of all age groups, so it's intergeneration, and fostering stronger, more cohesive community responses to disasters. Thank you.
Thank you, both presenters. You're very disciplined. You kept your time, unlike me. Thank you so much. So if you see the both presentation, what you see is that too little water, too much water. These issues are always there, but climate change has exacerbated them. And in both cases, you see the older people in the front line being vulnerable and also being champions in managing them and adapting to them. So this is a very interesting contrast that we have seen from India and the Philippines. For the policy, both tell very loudly and clearly that older people inclusion, intergenerational approach, and inclusion of older people should move beyond representation to active consultation, active ownership. This is what we have to take from these interesting case studies from India and Philippines. So now, after this adaptation session, there will be a mitigation session that will be moderated by our very own Eduardo. And then we will have 2 more speakers there. And Eduardo, I would like to ask you, would you like to have panelists' remarks after your session or now? Okay, great. So now I have the honor to invite our respected panelists, especially starting with Dr. Bondana Sikoy. Give about 5 minutes of remarks. And please keep your questions noted so that we'll have a discussion on them later.
Good morning, my colleagues. I would like to thank, first of all, the organizing committee for inviting me to be the panelist in this session. Actually, if I'm standing here, I would say that I don't have much experience in the climate change activities, but I would like to also share my experience in other activities which can be also a springhold for the climate change involvement of elderly in the climate change activities. And we have seen this, we have heard this morning the 2 presenters that has demonstrated a successful mobilization of older people for climate action. In the case of Gravis, the initiative has been successfully to facilitate and sustain community level climate action in the leadership of the older people. And training capacity and capacity building has been the center of approach. In the Philippines, and is in the role of older people in building disaster reliance through community risk assessment, disaster reduction preparedness, and strengthening older people, its friendly livelihood, and community health care services. In our cases, the intersectionality of aging and climate changes is particularly a new concern. However, we have experience mobilizing older people and their care provider to provide in community-based care, which has been intentionally organized through intergenerational cooperation. And allow me to explain how the 3 intergenerational cooperation from the generation of grandchildren to grandparents has flourished in the early phase of a long-term care initiation. The adult generation plays crucial roles as a cadre to assist both active older people in developing their skills and those who are in the state of dependency on housebound. Cadres, primarily women in their 30s and 40s, play a crucial role in the providing home care visits to older members in need. They can also be trained as the case manager to assess the health status and the action plan to be taken in response to the older needs. And together with the younger group involvement in this support. They were also specifically trained by nurses and community-based health center to help gather with the health check status and accompany, talk to, and even helping with the daily task of older people living alone and dependent older people during their home visit. In this context, the involvement of a younger group in this sport is crucial for ensuring the sustainability of the program. But some homework is still left. We reflect from the development of the initial community care system that the primary obstacle may be the lack of resources to ensure stability, sustainability. Cadre have problem to access the availability financial resources, and the closest one is the village fund, which is planned in the annual village meeting. We expected the power imbalances. We experienced the power imbalances in the community due to the exclusion of older people and the representativeness in social dialogue and decision-making process. In consequence, the meeting will be likely not address the older people individual need. The other reflections is the gender gaps in older men's participation in the community care. Most participants in community care are women who are not normally subjected to the care responsibility in taking care of family and community members, including doing domestic and reproductive work, while also attending community events voluntarily. The lack participation among older men in community care is very undeniable in our experience, and they tend to avoid community events and places. The community-based support for older people that we have been developed throughout the years is the critical standpoints to be considered in the emergency shock during the climate-related disasters. Community-based care can also empower active and productive older people by enabling them to participate in health checks and health posts. Their encounters and community care meetings, older people will stay alive, active, interact with each other, and gradually raise their agency. In this unintended outcome, community care not only focuses on older people in need, but also encourages and raises awareness about older people's active participation in the community. This is the social capital to amplify the role of older people in community and climate actions. What we really want to advocate in this forum is to address the role of community care for older people to increase the resilience of the climate-related risks. First, community-based care has potential to assess the vulnerability and how older adults are more at risk of heat stress, pollution-related respiratory problems, or other chronic conditions that will be exacerbated by climate change. The assessment process is crucial to plan the intervention toward the older people needs. And second, community-based care can also provide a community engagement to raise awareness and knowledge among older people to assess and prepare for their climate-related risks in their environment and early warning system. This actually can be adjusted to the localized disaster risk based on various ecological conditions and climate-related events like drought, landslide, floods, etc. Third, given the ongoing development of the cadre and case manager system, it is crucial to ensure that healthcare or evacuation center facility have a tailored emergency preparedness in place. These include items such as medical equipment, alternative power sources, wheelchairs, and other essentials that prioritize the need of older people and dependent family members. Those three address points are necessary to see the potentials of community care system to climate adaptation and mitigation efforts ensuring that older people can be more resilient to the impact of climate change. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bondana. Now may I invite Dr. Sari Mutia Timu.
Yeah, so thank you for the opportunity given to me, and so I can learn from your presentation and from all of you. So for me, what is interesting from the both presentation, there is a risk identification and early warning system. This is very important. And there has been involvement from older people and ensuring they are important actor, not only just an object, because older people have their important capital such as their experience. And there are capacity building initiative and ensuring that the program also sustainable by thinking about livelihood, because this is important support for sustainability, because program participant can get direct benefit, can having economic benefit. And it was mentioned from both both presentation, the intervention not only on agriculture sector or DRR sector, but also health, education, and environmental protection. Because welfare also require other concern, not only health, but also spiritual, emotional, occupational, financial, and social. Of course, not all must be done alone, but we should collaborate with other parties. Yeah, it is very needed. It's crucial. And there is advocacy effort as well. And besides, there is effort to involve different generations, which is very crucial as well. And based on my organization experience, in developing resilience through intergenerational group, we use 4 steps. First step is to provide strong organizational foundation to strengthen group on organizational and leadership skill through training and involved in public role. Second step, the group need to have real sustainable development activity through campaign and resilient initiative in local level. Sometimes we provide small fund for stimulus only, so the group can practice what they have learned from training. We call it community resilient fund in order to run resilient activities. And third step, to make the group stronger, more sustainable, and does not work alone, the group must build connectivity and network with other actors who can support them or relevant stakeholders, such as government, other organization, academician, and also private sector. The fourth step, after the group strong, the intergenerational group strong, they are ready to involve and influence in the decision-making process and public policy, at least in village level or sub-district level, and then up that in district level. If we get support, sometimes we also involve project participant in regional or global meeting. They can present their own problems, challenges, and solutions, and also learn from other countries. So we are just only facilitate and become an interpreter. For example, we involve them in MCDRR meeting or GPDRR meeting. We call those 4 steps are diamonds approach. And what we usually do is also risk identification and people-centered early warning system. So the empirical experience will be included in risk assessment in order to provide sufficient basis for decision making and prioritization of DRR action plan. Early warning also will be improved to be accessible for all, including innovation for identifying, understanding, and communicating risks to ensure community is well aware what action that need to be taken. And then reduction underlying risks. This include measures in environmental management, poverty reduction, protection of critical facilities, networking at partnership, and also building social cohesion to ensure a safety net in case of disaster. In order to reduce the underlying risk factor, especially for older people and people with disabilities, they will be provided with a resilient fund in order to run a resilient activity, which has aimed to reduce vulnerability and disaster risk based on community risk assessment and priority action, but having economic benefit in non-disaster situations, such as income activities linked to preparedness, for example, small store which serve as logistic supply during disaster, revolving cattle breeding as saving, rental or carpentry or house repairment tools, so that can be utilized as an emergency kit, and then income activities with environmental co-benefit, such as waste bank, ecosystem-based farming, and organic farming, and then income activities coherent with natural resource management, which is accessible for most at-risk groups, such as water cooperative and climate adaptive farming. And building preparedness and response is important. Provide capacity building for most at-risk group to be able to become first responder in disaster situation and mobilize community resilient effort. Community is not only prepared to deal with common disaster, but also new hazard that may occur in the future. Local dialogue also important, so the group communities identify their priorities and negotiate it with local authorities to improve access and control over resources and services. And regular reflective meeting to identify challenges, good practice, and what need to be done differently for better result. So it also important not to forget, provide adequate accommodation so that older people and people with disabilities can be involved in discussion on meeting. For example, provide transportation or transport costs, sign language interpreter, and also using simple language and information. If necessary, using local language. Also provide alternative arrangement. In disaster, we always provide alternative arrangement. So when the solution fails to run during disaster, there is still other option. For example, in our program, we using mixed irrigation for agriculture in drought area, use internet access, but a manual way also prepare for backup when there is no internet access. And also always involve and collaborate with government as a duty bearer, and align the action plan made by community with government program so that they are more sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sari and Dr. Bondana, for adding additional perspectives and experiences. We have seen that it is not just what we do, it is also how we do. That's what came out very clearly through governance approaches and community-based care approaches. Thank you so much for that. So please keep taking your questions on the notebooks, and then I will hand over the session to Mr. Eduardo so that we will move to the mitigation session. We'll have very exciting speakers over there. Then we'll have questions and then discussion. So Eduardo, please. Yeah. So the previous speakers and myself, we are welcome to leave the chair.
Thank you, Hari. Thank you for allowing us to observe these excellent experiences and comments on how older people can be engaged in adaptation. As you know, climate change population aging has only one option. You adapt or you have a very difficult future society. So climate change has two options that have to go simultaneously. You adapt and you mitigate the continuous deterioration of climate. In population aging, you just adapt. So we have seen one aspect of climate change now. We saw adaptation. Yes, how older people can get engaged in adaptation. And when we talk about older people, we are talking about, in this region, 600 million people today, 1.3 billion in 2050. And we're talking of a large segment of the population that will be productive, living longer than, as we said, than any generation before. So can you move quickly, please? Next one. I move it, no? Sorry. Okay, go back. Okay, so when we saw this, we started thinking of how can older people get engaged in climate action, not only as preparing for extreme weather events, not only, being resilient, working with the communities to overcome floods and droughts and all that, but how can older people be really active in climate mitigation? And climate mitigation means one thing, basically, means reduction of CO2 in the atmosphere, yes? So is there any possible connection? We started exploring that a couple of years ago. And then we discussed maybe older people have a different pattern of consumption than other generations. So we carried out some studies on how older people who are beyond 60, for example, have different ways of using energy, of using transport, of using air conditionings, of food consumption, and all that. And we saw that there are indeed some differences in generations, but it's not too much the difference that can be done. We don't have any conclusive studies about that. Did we say, can older people, I mean, most of you, or many of you pay pensions, pension systems, have a contribution to the national insurance schemes in your countries, or pension systems. And those pension systems, mind you, are one of the main sources of funding for fossil fuel industries. So how can we foster a movement of older people that can really connect, become a force to demand their pension systems, not to fund the fossil fuel industries that are destroying the planet? That's a possibility that maybe is for the future. Another possibility is every country, and I think you know, has to develop now yearly national defined contributions to climate change, climate mitigation, climate adaptation. So maybe older people organizations in a country can really inquire before those national NDCs are presented to the annual meetings of COPs, how these processes take place, what is the country proposing, and what can they do better, and how can they engage older people. In some countries in Europe, for example, some older people established legal action. Some older ladies did a very forceful legal action against fossil fuel industries, because fossil fuel industries are destroying the planet. There is no question about that. And then we started exploring 2-3 years ago something called carbon sequestration from the atmosphere and engaging that at community levels. And that's what we want to talk today. And for that, we have, I'll ask our panelists, our presenters, Mr. Sawang from FOPDEF, please, if you can come forward, and Mr. Werner Kosman, who will explain about carbon credits, to please come forward. So let me briefly summarize on this, just what is the situation. This is a representation of what is the weather, and I speak with some passion because I am vehemently believing that we should not leave a world that is unlivable for future generations. So we have now a situation that is represented like that. Emissions are filling the top. Yeah, water levels are coming up and up and up. We are now at the level of nearly 1.5 degrees, which was what the limit set by Paris Agreement. 2 degrees is already almost a catastrophe. 2.5, 3 degrees of increase is certainly dooming humankind. No? So if we close the tap, we reduce the emissions, the CO2 will remain in the atmosphere. It is still there. So we need to do something else. We need to open the tap. We need to remove the CO2 from the atmosphere because the emissions will continue, will be reduced. We can reduce, but there will be always emissions coming from human activity. So if emissions don't go to zero, we need to avoid the bathtub being full, and we have to reduce it. We have to open the tap. I hope this just representation is clear. This is what we're talking about, reducing CO2 in the atmosphere. Now, how do you reduce CO2 in the atmosphere? There are many methods. Direct air capture, huge plants in Iceland, extremely costly, is almost unviable. Ocean fertilization, very costly, doable. Afforestation and reforestation, that's what is happening nowadays. But that's carbon removal on not permanent situations. So the cycle does not allow you'll see later. Yeah? And the last one is carbon capture and storage, and we do it by biochar. Carbon capture and storage is a method that through called pyrolysis, where you can burn in oxygen-starved environments, you burn biomass, organic matter, and then you obtain something called biochar that is simply processed and buried underground. That's what we are talking about, biochar, and that's what we are going to explain quickly in this session. So Mr. Quinn, who is a maverick in communities and climate change action, is in the other session of age-friendly cities. So he just presents this with a video. Can we run the video, please?
To help us understand why biochar is so important, we need to go back to the carbon cycle. CO2 is in the atmosphere. Vegetation, when it grows, captures the CO2, but when it rots, eaten, used, or burnt, it releases the CO2 back into the atmosphere, as well as other harmful greenhouse gases and air pollution. This problem with the vegetation in the carbon cycle is its short-term carbon storage capacity. However, if we add biochar to the carbon cycle, this problem will be reduced. Converting vegetation into biochar will release around 20% of the carbon back into the atmosphere, but will store the remaining 80% in the biochar. Biochar can safely store carbon for hundreds and thousands of years. Biochar can help remove CO2 from the atmosphere in 3 ways. First, converting biomass to biochar can store 80% of the carbon in the biochar permanently. Second, using biochar as soil enhancer can improve the soil health, which will capture and store more carbon. Do you know more carbon is stored in the soil than all the carbon in the vegetation and atmosphere combined? Third, And lastly, using biochar can also greatly increase plant growth, which will capture and store even more CO2. There are many ways to make biochar. However, the one that we are promoting are by far the fastest and the easiest methods to learn, set up, and do. It requires the lowest investment, does not require expensive infrastructure like roads, electricity, building, or running water. Our biochar kit is very mobile. You can easily carry it to where it is needed. It is flexible and easy to scale up. You can start from small household scale, costing less than a few dollars, and up to large industrial size, costing millions. It's designed for poor household and community. Besides removing CO2 and reducing air pollution, biochar can also bring many other benefits, such as improving food and income security, converting degraded land into productive land, and create employment for a large number of people to grow, gather the biomass, and make biochar and biochar product. This is a $1,000 biochar production setup. It can make 2 to 3 tons of biochar per day. Do you know making 1 ton of biochar is equal to removing 3 tons of CO2 from the atmosphere, which is not bad for just $1,000 investment. Therefore, among the few carbon negative options, biochar is the only one that allows anyone from anywhere to do. Now, I would like to share with you what we are doing to support older people and their older people association in 5 countries, namely India, Bangladesh, Cambodia, Thailand, and Vietnam on biochar awareness, production, and usage.
ภาวะของโลกปัจจุบันที่ร้อนขึ้นเกิดจากการปล่อยคาร์บอนของมนุษย์เพราะว่าถ่านไบโอชาร์จะเป็นตัวที่จะช่วยดูดซับคาร์บอนในอากาศ
বায়োচার পরিবেশ এবং জলবায়ু পরিবর্তনের জন্য খুবই ভালো এটা আমার মতন নারীর জন্য খুব উপকারী আমি রান্নার কাজে বায়োচার ব্যবহার করি কারণ ওজে জ্বলে বেশি তাপ ধোয়া ছাড়া রান্না করা যায় এটা আমার সময় ও খরচ বাঁচায়
Làm than sinh học rất dễ và nhanh, không tốn nhiều kinh phí. Than sinh học có lợi cho môi trường, vật nuôi và cải thiện đất bạc màu. Tôi mong rằng tổ chức 2, người cao tuổi các cấp, chính quyền các cấp nhân rộng mô hình này trên toàn quốc.
Yes, our world is facing population aging and climate change challenges at the same time. However, if older people and their older people associations are included and invested, they can be a big part of the solution to our population aging and climate change challenges.
Thank you, Quinn, which is in another room. But what we want to convey is that doing biochar is simple, can be done by the communities. It's not a very hard work, can be done by older people associations and older peoples. But it is peanuts, nothing, if we do it in few communities. How can we think of scaling this up bigger, scaling it up to sequester 1 gigaton of CO2? Doable. Don't laugh at me. It is doable. And that's what we want to convey this idea, this initiative to you. And if you see, can you continue with the presentation? Put back. Can you continue with the presentation, please? Maybe I forgot to say please. Okay. So if we go next one. Yeah, so when we think of this project as scaling this up and making a difference in the world, we have to think of several things. First, the production of biochar. It's relatively simple. There are technologies that are being developed that are low cost. They are being done in many countries in the world. The second is how to develop community engagement, and Mr. Sawang will explain a bit how it is done. But in Asia, there are at the moment over 800,000 older people associations, 500,000 of them in China, maybe 350, 400,000 in rural areas. So how can we use that potential? How can we put that potential in action in something that is apparently so simple but so meaningful in sequestering CO2? That's the question that we have. No, Mr. Sawang will explain the small pilot that we have had in 4 countries. How do we get the sufficient biomass? That's another problem. Biomass is the organic matter that you burn, and there are many sources that will be explained by the next presenters. How do we get the certification? Because we are aiming at a win-win situation. We sequester CO2, but communities get money for it. And that's called the carbon credit market that is growing. But to access to that, you need certification. And then Mr. Kosman will explain how the carbon credit market is evolving. And then we need the entrepreneurial capacity to manage this. How do you connect with seed funds, with training for communities? How do you develop the technology? How do you connect with the certification entities? So that's what we want to convey, this idea. There is this idea, is a nascent idea. Biochar is being already produced in different parts of the world. They are accessing carbon credits, and this is a potential win-win-win for communities. So next presentation will be a brief talk from Mr. Sawang, just to tell you that 3 tons of biomass produce 1 ton of biochar, and 80% of that is carbon, and the equivalent in CO2 sequestration is 2.8 tons of CO2 per day. So if a community manages to get 1,000 tons of sequestration at current level of market prices at current prices of carbon credit, we would get $100,000. But that's just a figure to stimulate our thinking. The benefits are there. You can see. And the next speaker is Mr. Sawang. He will explain whether communities can engage, what was the experience in Thailand, and the pilots that we did with bamboo growing. This might sound a bit like, something of a science fiction, but it's real, it's doable, and we believe in it. Mr. Sawang.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much, Eduardo. And thank you for the video that I showed you recently. That will reduce my time. Yes. Yeah, FOPDEP, or Foundation for Older Person Development, is the non-governmental organization based in Chiang Mai, northern Thailand. And next, okay, I can put it here. Okay, what I'm talking about is the age involvement in biochar production. I don't have to talk about the theory or the why biochar and how useful it is. So the video show you quite precisely and very detailed, as well as Eduardo presentation. Next, please. Can you change here? Okay. Now I'm come to talk about the raw materials for making biochar. and the involvement of older people club. As Eduardo mentioned earlier, that in Thailand there are more than 30,000 older people clubs, or OPA if you like. So we empower community to do this. We don't do by ourselves, but we empower the community to work on this. So in the photo here, it show you up the next. Oh. Which one? Okay. Okay, the raw materials for making biochar is the branches of trees. Like in the, this is just only the one example, very small, maybe less than 10% of the process of biochar. But in northern Thailand, the longan tree fell off and the branches left over, so they use this to make as the raw material of biochar. And the straws from corn, rice, and rice husk, because in Thailand, the corn and rice are the main crops of the people. And the next one is bamboo. Bamboo is very important because it grows by itself, or you can grow it in your land if you have, and it grows fast. So bamboo is very important materials for this and other biomass. Next, please. And from this, it's not only the material that I mentioned, even fruit like a coconut or other fruit can be also the material to make the make biochar. The output of that, it could come in solid piece that you can make it like a charcoal for cooking. But in the rural area where most of the people, they still use charcoal and firewood. And it also come in the powder. So we can have that like to convert it into fertilizer. Okay. Is that to make a fertilizer is the way how to bring carbon into the earth. Next, please. Yeah, and then when you get the biochar as the fertilizer, you can use that for the organic farm. So organic farm is very popular I think in this region because it is safe. This is a kind of in line with the safety food. So this is why they use the products of biochar as the fertilizer. I missed one. Can you go back to the first one? Back again? Back again, please. Yes, this one. You can see the stove there. And there's more, the black. This is the point. No, this changed. Okay. The black on the side of the trunk is a condenser. When you boil it, the condenser can produce solution or secretion of that. It will show it here. Yeah, this is the solution that is the excretion from the biochar burning. You see, this is the form. And the man on the left here is the head of the older people club in that area. So he explained the process of the how to make biochar. So that's the, thank you very much. So.
Thank you, Kunsawan. Now, Professor Werner Kosman will talk about how to do certification, and how is the carbon market evolving globally? And you can.
Can you use this one?
I think so. Hello?
It's working. Yes, okay, fine. Yes, good morning, everybody. My name is Werner Kosman. I'm from Chiang Mai as well as Eduardo. I'm working in a company dealing with carbon certification, carbon credit, and also biochar. And I'm glad to be here to share with you a little bit on the carbon credit market issue, which can help, as Eduardo already mentioned, to enhance the scaling up of carbon removal by using biochar, at the same time also to bring more income to the rural area and especially to the elder people. I'm actually not an expert on aging population. I'm old already, but not in this field actually. But I think the carbon credit can add value to biochar and by this also to communities and elder people. So let's look into the biochar carbon credit market. We have heard already from Eduardo that it's very much needed to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, otherwise we will not be able to survive. We are lacking behind the Paris Agreement goals actually quite substantially. So for the next, how many years? 6, 7 years still to go until 2030, we really have to raise up our activities in reducing and mitigating carbon emissions. One way is the reduction of carbon emission, and the other way is the removal of carbon emissions. Reduction is still the primary goal to reduce, because as also Eduardo says, the energy sector, which is about 70% of our carbon emission globally, fossil fuel, need to be coming down to zero and has to be replaced by renewable energies. This is a big effort, but doable, and we have to support this. The other one is carbon removal. Carbon removal actually is since, I would say, since 3-4 years. Let me just go and, okay. Carbon removal actually is an issue since about 4 or 5 years when companies, but also countries, declared that they are going to be net zero. Net zero on carbon emission means there is nothing actually left. You're carbon neutral, and, but there is still residual carbon, which is difficult to mitigate. So you need to compensate this. And this compensation has to be done with carbon removal. Good. I would like to first introduce you into the carbon market a little bit. Carbon market is a market as any other market. It's directed by supply and demand, and it has a commodity. The commodity in this case is the certificate, the carbon certificate, which has been removed or reduced from the atmosphere. This carbon certificate actually represents 1 ton of carbon of CO2 emission equivalents. This equivalent is important because we are not talking only about CO2 emissions, but also other emissions, for example, NO2 or nitrate oxide and methane, for example. No? So this is all balanced to carbon to CO2 equivalents. It is one tradable carbon credit equals to 1 ton of carbon dioxide, as I said, equivalent amount of different greenhouse gas emissions. The carbon market actually is a financing instrument. The carbon market helps to bring money into the society, basically, to reduce and remove carbon emissions. So it is another instrument beside many other instruments which we know to finance mitigation. We have two markets, basically. One is the voluntary market, the other one is the compliance market. The voluntary market is basically done among the private sector, companies. It's not very much regulated, and it's free, it's voluntarily. You don't have to do it, but you can do it. Many big companies now doing it, especially in the tech sector, Microsoft and so on. They're all going with compensation of their emissions, and they're buying carbon credits for this. Then we have the compliance market, which is the market mostly on government level. It has a clear regulation. There is a system, a trading system behind it, and companies are legally bound to reduce carbon emission. And if they cannot fulfill their targets, they have to buy credits to compensate. I think this slide already we had before. Eduardo showed it that basically we have different kind of technologies which remove carbon. The most important one still, and this is about 99% of the removal, is done by forestation, reforestation, and also by soil carbon sequestration. But these technologies or these methods are not very stable in terms of permanence. So that means a forest or a tree, you can say more than 100 years, it has been decomposed already, or maybe before it has been cut already. So it's not very robust, not very strong in terms of removal. The same applies to carbon sequestration. But then biochar, bioenergy with carbon capture like BECCS and DACS. DACS actually is the most modern technology, as it captures carbon from the atmosphere by big fans sucking the air and then chemically dividing it in different streams, and the CO2 is going to be sequestered mainly in deep, what you call this, wells in the earth, and there it's been captured for hundreds, for thousands of years. Enhanced weathering is another one. Then we have also in the ocean, actually, capturing systems and storage systems, ocean alkalinity enhancement and blue carbon management. Complicated, not yet very much developed. This actually should show you that where we are with our biochar in the market at the moment. How is biochar doing in the carbon market? So you can see from June or May 2022, not that long ago, actually, the biochar market evolved, became active. Why? Because the IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel of Climate Change, actually acknowledged the permanence of carbon removal by biochar. So that means it is accepted in the market as a technology to really remove carbon emission. So that was around in May 2022. Since then, the market has really developed, and now we can see it has, this refers not only to biochar, sorry, this is also the carbon dioxide removal, so all the others are involved in this. It says that 2.7 million US dollar have been spent on CO2 removal since 2019, but the big amount was in the last 2 years, actually. If we look in this next slide, we can see that who has delivered CO2 removal credits mostly is biochar, actually. Still at a low level, but at the moment biochar is the one technology which has delivered most of the carbon removal. And I think this is encouraging. This should show you that the market is active, that it can absorb biochar carbon removal credits, and they will be sold. Here a little bit on the pricing. You see this ocean alkalinity, direct ocean removal, surface mineralization. These are all so-called novel removal technologies, still in the process of being developed, not yet fully applied, still in a kind of a research stage. Very expensive still, because it's not yet scaled up. But still being sold on the market. But you can see that the biochar, that is the last one, or the second last one, if we look at the price of about 150, is quite low. And with a low price, it becomes competitive in the market. That means it goes well in the market, and we could see this before. It has been delivered quite a bit. So there are sellers very much interested in this biochar carbon removal because the price is quite low. So to develop a credit, actually you need a standard for this. To certify a product, you always need to have a standard, a label behind it. At the moment, for biochar carbon credits standards, we have 5, let's say, main standards globally. It's Puro. It's actually the first one who has been developed. It's a European, I think it's even a German standard. And it's mainly designed for industrial biochar production. We have VCS, which stands for Voluntary Carbon Standard. It's also called VERA, mainly in the US. CSI, and this is a very interesting standard, I think also for us here, because it's a standard which addresses the carbon removal issue at community level. And I think with this standard, CSI, it stands for Carbon Standard International. They are based in, I'm not sure, in Switzerland, I think. We could also go with community carbon removal and also include the elderly people. CAR and reverse are mainly in the US and not so well known. So here, this is my second last slide, and I would just like to show you the steps involved and who are the key stakeholders. I refer to the CSI standard. The CSI standard, as I said, can be applied at community level, at farm level, or individual level, actually. And it involves, well, 7 major steps. You have to register a project first. This can be done, for example, with a community or with an NGO. It can be done by a company who would like to invest, so they can register this project. Then they have to go through a capacity building process to become a sink manager. That means he is able to manage the carbon removal until it is back in the soil. Then the sink manager actually is then able to train the biochar producers. This could be the elder people, for example, to be trained in how to make the biochar. and so that they can start producing biochar. So the number 4 process point is very important. It's the monitoring. Everything actually at the end depends on the monitoring, how accurate it has been done, how transparently it has been done, and you have to follow the process indicators. So this is being supervised then by the artisan sink manager, but it has to be done by the local community. I have to say that this monitoring nowadays is being done digitally, so they're using digital devices, an app on your mobile phone to carry out the monitoring. Then it has to be certified. Once you have an amount of carbon which you would like to get certified, you have to have a third-party auditor to come and do the certification. Once it is certified, it will go to be transferred to your registry, and there it's being kept as a credit, as a certified carbon credit. This process actually looks simple, but actually it's quite difficult to do, and you need good expertise, good support from outside also, especially in the communities, to carry out this. But it is doable, it can be done, and yes, I would encourage very much the communities and also the older people to go for it. And I think we have a good example in Thailand already, who has started the registration and also the certification of biochar carbon credits, and perhaps we can discuss it further after my presentation and see how we can also enhance and stimulate this process in other regions. This is a very interesting manual for biochar carbon removal. I can recommend it. Anyone who is interested in this process, please download it. It's free of charge. You can download it from the internet, and it gives you all further information. I think that's it from my side, and perhaps we can further discuss it also with the audience. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Werner. So, in short, what time is it? Can anybody tell me the time? Yeah, we're 5 minutes over. But let me summarize. We have a huge number of older people associations, community-based organizations that are able and willing to be part of this initiative. On the other hand, we have a carbon credit market that is growing and that is a potential source of income for communities. We can merge these older people associations, these community-based organizations, with this technology that is relatively easy, that is good for the environment, good for the communities, good for the soil, good for the agriculture, good for everyone. And we have been discussing what is bad with biochar. There is actually nothing. The only thing is that we need the entrepreneurial capacity to pull all these parts together. And this is something new, but we need to start. Confucius said, if you want to climb that mountain, you have to start with the first step. We have done 1, 2, 3, 4 steps, but we're still a long way, but we can do it. So this is the idea that we wanted to convey today of how older people can get, in practical terms, engaged in mitigation, active and productive older people. I don't know, Jessica, I don't think we have time for questions. Maybe some burning things. If not, there is a stand there in the exhibition part where, solely on biochar, and you have some figures, some estimates of costs, some estimates of income that can further dwell into this idea. And if not, I think, Harry, we feel... okay, one comment over here. May we have one short comment? give you the microphone. Maybe you can come, please, come forward.
Terima kasih, thank you. My name is Sumantoro Rajiman. Everybody call me Uncle Sam. I'm activist from a Rotary Club and also activist in Active Ordinary Care for Indonesia, Lantip Indonesia. Just formed 10 years ago with all the formal officials in government become getting old like me. And he have an idea to form the NGO to look after the ordinary people who especially cannot be independent. I'm really appreciate that today we get invitation from Bappenas and learning from what we have now. My point here come to this important meeting, and I've been spoke with Pak Maliki yesterday, that we try to put back the Komnas Lansia, mean the National Commission for the Ordinary in Indonesia, to be back on the street. Because 3 years ago, the commission had been banned during COVID because governments really need the money. I'm really learned a lot the past 2 days, and especially with all data that we all like or dislike, we be getting old every day. And looking all the data that you presented yesterday, all the old people in Indonesia, the productivity is only 0.3%. It's very sad. Comparing with India, almost 1.5%. That if we all Indonesian people, especially have been firm in government, is not really talking serious, we have the liability. It's not potential to boost the economic, but we carry the problem. I really appreciate with the invitation that everybody here from Indonesian NGO and all this, please hand ours together. I've been spoke with Pak Maliki yesterday and also from BKPN. We can work together to put back the Komnas Lansia Indonesia or Active Ordinary Care for Indonesia to be back on the track. Thank you. Terima kasih, Pak. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much. So I think we must finish now. My friend from Fiji. I'll give you the microphone. I think it is here. We are taking time from the coffee break, mind you.
Thank you for the very impressive presentations. I believe when it comes to climate change, this is something that the Pacific hold dear to their heart. And with all the initiatives that we discussed here, with all the experts that we have in the panel, for the Pacific, we see this as a means to right some of the wrongs and the decision that we made a few years back that is now affecting us. Just to be clear that most of the Pacific islands, they are victims of these circumstances and the situations that we have now. So I've seen the discussion on biochar and looking at the raw materials. If we are not have strict monitoring and control, there could be environmental hazards as well, because they already have limited trees in the Pacific. And in terms of carbon trading, maybe if we can get some analysis on the funding that is going towards the Pacific, so that we can see how this benefits us as Asia Pacific and not just Asia alone. And in terms of ocean fertilization, the Pacific mainly depends on the sea for their survival. So hopefully we are making some sensible decision in doing this. Because if you're coming to Fiji, some of our communities, during high tides, they are not doing anything because their whole compound is covered with seawater. So the children and the adults are indoors. Even the older people have to work for 2 or 3 hours to go to their farms because of the soil salinity, and they are not able to grow their food beside their houses. So we are adding on to their suffering. And in terms of voluntary carbon markets, I believe there are still some work that needs to be done. And hopefully, we see how we can progress together when it comes to climate change. Because we see that Asia is a bit in front and the Pacific is somewhere at the back. So it's how we bridge the gap and see that everybody benefits in what it is that we are talking about. Vinaka.
Thank you very much. I think very clear. And I think we finish this session now with just from the help page side, we are going to share this initiative and seek more ideas within the network in Asia Pacific on how to move in an entrepreneurial way. And we are going to try to persuade, work with our friends of the China National Committee of Aging, for example, to seek engagement in this project. Thailand is another one, Bangladesh, India, several countries can start up with this initiative. Thank you very much, and then we hope that you have gotten some new ideas, even there at raw stage, and let's have a coffee break and continue with our sessions. Thank you very much.
welcome to the session on effective strategies for building long-term care systems in Asia and Pacific. My name is Wendy Walker, and I am the director in the Human and Social Development Sector Group at the Asian Development Bank and your moderator today. So we've heard a lot yesterday. We've heard a lot yesterday and today about the need to develop long-term care systems and services to help support and improve the quality of life for older persons and their families, relieve the burdens on health systems, and address gaps in access to social and health services. This session is going to explore the trends and challenges in developing comprehensive long-term care and support systems by looking at how countries in the region are moving forward, what challenges they're facing, and what successes they're achieving. On this slide, you'll see a quick overview of what we can consider to be basic building blocks of long-term care systems. Some of the key areas include governance and leadership, financing, service delivery, workforce, and information systems. I show it as it might be helpful as a basic framework for thinking through the examples that you'll be listening to over the course of the next hour. So we have a very wide range of speakers today and perspectives who will discuss approaches to strategic planning, governance and coordination, financing, and adequate workforce for long-term care and support. These topics will be examined as key system elements which need to be addressed in order to ensure that accessible, affordable, quality, and sustainable care and support services are reaching those who most need them. So with that very quick introduction and framing of the session, I'd like to introduce our first speaker today. It is Madam Wan Pin. She's the Deputy Director at the Department of Program Development in the International Affairs of the China National Committee on Aging, the CNCA. She's going to begin with a 10-minute presentation. We have another presentation also from Indonesia, but the speaker hasn't arrived quite yet. As soon as she does, we'll add her to the program. So Wan Ping is currently the Deputy Director at CNCA, and she has worked in the Information Office of the Secretariat for more than 10 years, organizing and participating in a number of publicity projects which have helped to promote the awareness of respecting older persons in the society as a whole. She has paid attention to the liaison and cooperation among ministries and commissions, and this is a key function of the CNCA, related to aging and older persons and the future development of the aging industry. She is also currently responsible for the collection and development of data related to aging. So Wan Pin, I invite you to the podium to give your presentation and tell us and help to situate us with the Chinese system. Thank you.
I don't have the PPT. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the conference organizers for providing us with this opportunity to exchange and learn from each other. I would like to introduce the development of community-based elderly care services in China. By the end of 2023, China's population aged 60 and above reached 297 million, accounting for 21.1% of the total. The population aged 65 and above reached 270 million, accounting for 15.4% of the total. China has entered a moderately aged society with a large elderly population, rapid aging, and a sharp increase in the demand for elderly care services. In July 2024, the third plenary session of the 12th CPC Central Committee made significant decisions and arrangements for actively addressing the challenges posed by population aging. The decision explicitly proposed to foster community-based elderly care service institutions. In recent years, China has explored in this regard. A series of policies and measures have been introduced from the central to local governments, and remarkable results have been achieved. Firstly, strengthening policy support. The government issued 11 policy documents on elderly care services, and various departments issued 90 policies, most of which deployed the development of home-based community elderly care services. Since 2016, China has selected 203 regions to carry out pilot projects for community-based elderly care services. Since 2021, China has allocated 4.5 billion yuan to support projects for improving community-based elderly care services. Secondly, enhancing community services for the elderly. China is actively promoting the development of community-based elderly care service institutions which operate on a chain basis with standardized management and is close to the community. By the end of 2022, China has 347 million community-based elderly care service institutions and facilities, with 3.111 million elderly care beds. Thirdly, upgrading the function of the primary medical and healthcare service network in providing services for older persons. Elderly-friendly service positions or windows have been opened in primary medical institutions. Green channels and barrier-free facilities have been set up for the elderly. More than 80% of community health service centers and township hospitals can provide long-term prescription services for 12 weeks. Firstly, organizing and guiding the participation of older persons in community governance services and mature elderly care services. China now has 19.1 million real-name registered elderly volunteers and more than 62 million elderly volunteer service organizations. Community service models such as neighborhood pairing, family and friend support, 10 banks, Metro Aid Society of Old Age Services, and Metro Aid Country Yard of Old Services are under exploration. Firstly, strengthening the construction of old age care services personnel, build career development pathways, construct a career development system for elderly care, and solve the problem of insufficient supply of elderly care service professionals. Scientific and reasonable plans for the development of the elderly care profession shall be formulated. Income increase so as to enhance the attractiveness of the elderly care profession. Sixthly, community-based cultural, sports, and educational services for older persons. Various parts of China have supported streets and communities in actively providing places for cultural and sports activities for older persons. The National Open University has set up more than 40 million learning points for education for older persons at the grassroots level. Actively addressing population aging is a long-term and arduous task. As the developing country with the largest elderly population in the world, China is looking forward to working with other countries in the world to jointly meet the challenges of population aging and create a better future for mankind. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Wan Ping. That was a rapid overview of what has been an incredibly complex and also very evolving system development, quickly being run through the policy process and then actually trying to make changes to practice on the ground. So you gave us a good understanding of first the need, the urgent need for these services, and then some of the key policies that have been taking place, particularly since 2016, and looking through probably much driven by the different 5-year plans, how that is then transferred down to local level policy, and then what is actually happening in terms of practice across both the health and social care areas for home and community-based services. So highlighting the role of the primary medical and healthcare network, the development of elderly care services, the organization of older people actually on the ground and the services for them, and then the key issues around workforce and career development for people working within the sector. And finally, that broader space in terms of healthy aging, activities and sports, etc. If I caught that correctly, that was really fast, but it shows how comprehensively the changes and the evolution of the system is beginning to emerge, really for this strong focus that the Chinese government has on the development of home and community-based services. So thank you. I don't think that our, oh sorry, please give your applause to Wan Pin. I don't think that our presenter from Indonesia, the Indonesia deep dive, has shown up yet. Okay. Okay, so we'll add her presentation towards the end. And in the meantime, I'd like to introduce these very experienced people up here on the panel. It's a wonderful panel Caitlin put together for sharing a number of different perspectives on developing home and community-based services on the ground and in the region. So the first person I'd like to introduce, I'll just introduce each one of you first and then we can get into the conversation, is Shintaro Nakamura. He is the Senior Advisor on Social Security at the Japan International Cooperation Agency, or many of you probably know it as JICA. He has been serving as the JICA Senior Advisor on Social Security since 2010, and he's been involved in a huge number of JICA projects on aging, social welfare, social insurance, and UHC, including the project on long-term care services for older adults in Thailand that many of you heard about yesterday, and the project on developing social security experts in Indonesia, and the projects on community care in Chile and Mexico. He also leads JICA's Knowledge Co-Creation Program on policies and practices in aging societies, creating age-inclusive community, which is organized annually, inviting officials of low and middle-income countries. And I think many people in the region have hopefully had a chance to join what is an excellent program that JICA has. The second person then is Caitlin Littleton. Caitlin is the portfolio lead for healthy aging at Help Age International. She's worked there for the past 13 years and has focused first on the Asia-Pacific region and now globally leads Help Age's work on health and care and support. She also leads Help Age's Global Healthy Aging portfolio, which works with network members and stakeholders at all levels on advocacy, policy support, and programs in 3 areas of UHC, Fit for an Aging World, care and support, and community-based approaches to healthy aging. The last person on the panel is probably also well known to many of you, and if not, you should know her. Her name is Janice Chia, and she is the founder and managing director of Aging Asia Singapore. This is an organization that really helps us to keep a good pulse on the future of what's going to happen here. So Janice is the founder of Aging Asia, and influenced by the changing needs of her elders, Janice was inspired to start Aging Asia to drive and nurture opportunities in the development of innovation and solutions that address the evolving needs of the rising aging population in the region. She's accumulated a vast experience through many visits and the wide range of networking and events that she and her organization put together. And Janice has also launched several industry initiatives, including something called Aspire 55 Singapore, which is Asia's first virtual retirement village, and it's a well-being community that offers a combination of social, health, and care services, but also enables the members to continue to live in their existing homes. So you can see the different perspectives of Mr. Nakamura from JICA, Caitlin from Help Age, Wan Pin from the government, and Janice from private sector. So now that that's laid out, let me try to start right away with Mr. Nakamura. JICA has played a very instrumental role in the technical partnership with many governments in the region on strengthening long-term care systems. I just referred to the big pivotal one in Thailand. It's often said that finance and workforce are the two system building blocks that are the most challenging to address. So reflecting on both the experience in Japan that you have and also from your work in the region, would you agree that these are the two most critical building blocks that really need to be addressed? And then what lessons are there in the ways in which governments have accelerated the implementation of long-term care systems and services?
Thank you very much, Wendy, for your great question. And I totally agree with your points that the financing and the workforce is the most difficult part of creating a new long-term care system. So I'd like to respond to your question in two parts. The first part is about comparing the Japanese experience and the Thai experiences in terms of the 2 points. So I compare both countries in their differences and their commonalities. And the second part of my response is about the key challenges and the ways to overcome these challenges. So let me start the first point. So when I compare the experiences in Japan and Thailand, their policy choices are different. Because their context, policy context, or their context on whatever is different. For example, as for the workforce, Japan promoted the private partnership with the private sector, including their for-profit enterprises, when we created the long-term care insurance program in the year 2000. So, and on the other hand, Thailand promoted their partnership with community health volunteers. And the background of these policy choices, in Japan, we had a long history of their partnership with private enterprises, and both for-profit and non-profit. For the health services, from the start of the universal health coverage, the private health service provider played a major role in that. And also from the 1980s, the Japanese government actively promoted the outsourcing of long-term care services to the private sectors. And in Thailand, they have the 40-year history of their community village health volunteer program. So they trained them as a caregiver, and then they trained the nurses of the district hospitals as a care manager. So this is what happened in Japan and Thailand in terms of their workforce. And for the financing, Japanese government chose the insurance-based system because Japan already had the social health insurance and also pension insurance. So they have already the administrative capacity to collect the premiums and paying the service fees or whatever. On the other hand, in Thailand, they created the long-term care program as a part of their universal health coverage system, which is their tax-based system to cover 3/4 of their total population, and so it was again the natural choice of their policy choice. So their policy choices were different, but they have many things in common. They are in approaching in creating a new system. And I think these commonalities are very relevant to key challenges of the other countries, which is now promoting to create a new system of long-term care, and also it has some implications to the ways to overcome the key challenges. So, as a second part of my response, I would like to highlight 3 points. One is to reframe or to redefine the LTC, long-term care. In other words, actually, both governments defined the long-term care as a social issue, not an issue of families only. So, I think everybody here agrees that the long-term care is a social issue, right? But the general public doesn't necessarily agree on that. The other day, I visited Mexico, where the JICA is doing a project, and they organized the training for their family caregivers. And I talked with the people, their family caregivers who completed that training. And they said to me that before participating in that training, they were so isolated. They felt so isolated. So they just continue caring for their old parents or spouses, and without any acknowledgement or any recognition from the outside. But after joining that training, they felt that they were finally recognized or acknowledged by the society. They are supported. So their physical burden, of course, is very heavy, but emotional or mental, the burden of family caregivers are so huge. So I think the situation is more or less the same in the countries in this region as well. So in Japan, it was like a situation of 40 years ago or 30 years ago that we had a kind of same situation. So what Japanese government did during that time was that they have the national dialogue initiated by the Ministry of the Health and Welfare. And that discussion, that national dialogue, not only the ministry people, but also the top-level politicians, both the ruling party and the opposition party, joined that dialogue. And it paved the way to the creation of the new long-term care system, which is the long-term care insurance. And on the ground at the same time, during the same time, the opinion leaders, they shared their situation of the family caregivers. Most of them were women, and they appealed. Their opinion leaders appealed for their new system or for their long-term care system, their social response to their long-term care. And in Thailand, in 2009, the National Health Assembly passed the resolution for creating a new long-term care system. The National Health Assembly in Thailand is a kind of forum of national dialogue on the issue of healthcare. So they organize a kind of national dialogue to change the perception of the general public. And second point is that let's leverage the existing systems to create a new system. So, as I said before, Japan, they utilize their already existing social insurance, the administrative structure, and also their capacity, and also their partnership with the private sector. And in Thailand, they utilize their village health volunteers as a human resources, and also for the financing scheme, they utilize the universal health care scheme. And the third point of the key challenge is the sustainability and responsiveness to the changing environment. So what the Japanese government and Thai government did was to incorporate some mechanism to ensure that. So, for example, in Japan, the municipal government is required to make their plan on the long-term care for the older adults in every 3 years. And so every 3 years, they look at the situation of older adults and their family caregivers, and then estimate their demand for the social care and also the long-term medical care, and then create their kind of plan. And based on that plan, their premium level is revised, most probably premium level raised to meet that necessary cost. And also in Thailand, the Ministry of Public Health, they incorporate the local government's initiative on their long-term care into their ministry's key performance index. So that ensures the sustainability of their local government's endeavor to extend their long-term care program. So these are the sharing from me. And let me add one point. I would like to propose to look at the bigger picture, which means that now Japan is promoting a community-based integrated care, which encompasses not only formal services, but also the informal care. And in the context of that community-based integrated care, the private enterprises are very important actors. And in some areas in Japan, the local supermarket provide a shuttle service for the older adults, or maybe it can be their customer can be the younger generation. But the supermarket do that kind of system, their services, so that older adults can come to their local supermarket and buy and enjoy shopping. And so for their older adults, in many cases, they have a difficulty in going out for shopping. And this is a kind of solution for that. And also, for their supermarket, they can attract their customers. So it is kind of the win-win situation. And so we can look at that kind of the bigger picture to overcome the challenges. So that's all for me. Thank you Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Markamura. That was a wonderful, quick run-through, two really important examples from the region of Japan and Thailand, very different from each other. But I think you made it very clear that both systems built off of their assets and capabilities, the systems that they had, the administrative capacities, and the workforce that they had to be able to begin to expand and strengthen their systems. And secondly, that approaching the creation of the long-term care system also meant redefining what long-term care meant for both governments, and this very critical issue about reaching out and having a national dialogue. I think maybe in the questions we can come to that, because it's really about a kind of social contract about what is it that one expects, and what is really the role of government, the role of private sector, the role of NGOs and civil society, and the role of the family. And getting that clear helps the strategic planning a great deal. Finally, this really important message about sustainability, and especially about sustainability being about more than just the specific programs, but really if you want to achieve community-based care, You truly need to think about the entire community and all the roles, such as the supermarkets. Yeah? Okay. Now I'll switch, thank you, that was an excellent overview. Now I'm going to switch over to Wang Pin, just to be able to discuss a little bit more many of the key issues that you raised in your overview. So over the last 15 years or so, China has been working very hard on developing its integrated long-term care system. It's come with some very clear strategic planning, lots of big ideas at the national level, lots of time and effort needed to filter it down to the ground. So could you share with our audience how China has, over the series of the 5-year development plans, that's really your strategic planning and the development planning process, social and economic development plans, move forward in developing the long-term care system, both in policy and implementation. What has been the focus in each one of those recent 5-year plans, and how have they added on to each other as the system has developed? What are the priorities? Also, finally, what are some of the big priorities going forward in this next 14th 5-year plan?
Thank you. The 13th 5-year plan for the development of national aging undertakings and the old age service system explicitly proposed to explore the establishment of a long-term care insurance system. Commercial insurance companies are encouraged to develop marketable long-term care insurance products and services to meet the diversified and multi-level long-term care needs of the elderly. The 14th 5-year plan for the development of national aging undertakings and old age service system further specified that a long-term care insurance system should be standardly established. The system will focus on addressing the basic care needs of people with severe incapacity. As Chinese population is aging, the long-term care insurance system is gradually moving from localized pilots to national promotion. In 2016, the government issued one policy document, and in this document, we launched a pilot of the long-term care insurance system in 15 cities. And in 2020, the government issued another policy document focusing on the establishment of independent insurance and ensuring the long-term sustainability of the system, and expanding the pilot program to 49 cities, from 15 to 49. By the end of 2023, data shows the number of insured persons had reached 180 million, with a cumulative total of 2.36 million dependent beneficiaries and a cumulative total of 72 billion yuan expenditure from the long-term care insurance fund. In the future, we will do the following things. First, the establishment of a long-term insurance system should be accelerated. The second is to strengthen the seamless connection between the long-term care insurance system and the old age care service system. Thirdly, a comprehensive assessment system for the abilities of the elderly is to be established. Firstly, the reform of old age finance is to be steadily carried out.
That's all.
Okay, thank you very much. I think you're really outlining one of the most biggest pieces of the sustainability puzzle, the financing that has been being worked on. First is a pilot, the long-term care insurance pilot, starting very small in a number of cities, gradually expanding, gradually building up its coverage and also expenditure capacity. So that's a really big move in developing the overall system and actually linking and making it helping it to better link to both the health and the social care systems in the country. So now, Janice, I'll move over to you. Oh, wait, sorry, Caitlin, I'll move over to you. Caitlin, coming from an NGO, working itself through partnerships, it's always stated that successful long-term care systems and services are built on partnership. A partnership between national and local governments, the private sector, community, families, and CSOs. What do you see as the key roles that civil society can play in developing or strengthening long-term care systems? And do you see any especially important examples of that in the region?
Thanks, Wendy. Yeah, I was looking out at the audience to see who's here. And when the spotlights were on, it was really difficult. But I can see here that we have colleagues from Philippines and Fiji and Korea and Indonesia and Tonga and some from other regions as well. So I think I'm getting some waves. India, yes, okay. I like this. We have some UK in the back. So anyway, I was just thinking about which examples to share, because I think that what you've set up here with this conversation and who we have on the panel shows you sort of need to draw on everyone. And I think it kind of depends on the maturity of the long-term care system. So I would say that civil society is very diverse. You have like think tanks and research institutes, and you have who are technical experts leading on development of standards and advising governments. But you also have community-based organizations that are made up of members of the community who might not have a lot of technical knowledge, but have obviously the on-the-ground grassroots engagement and knowledge and experience of what the community, who is in the community, what they need. And then you have everything in between. And so when I think about that question, I think, you can look at some of the established long-term care systems in the country, in this region, like Singapore and Korea, where I think what happens is at the beginning you have families providing care and support, and when there are gaps, either because of not having family, or because family has moved, or because the complexity of the care required is more than a family can maintain, or there's other burdens going on that makes it difficult. It's often civil society, like faith-based organizations and NGOs and community-based organizations that are the first people trying to provide services in the community. And we heard in another presentation this week, I think it was maybe in a couple actually, the Indonesia side event was speaking about this, that one of the things that you see is that the acceptability of external service provision maybe happens first at that level. And we have seen that. I remember a study that was done in Vietnam that looked at communities that had intergenerational self-help clubs with volunteer-based provision. The acceptability of somebody coming to provide service was much higher. So I think there's a piece there. And I think that the other thing that you can see is exchange between countries coming from civil society who are meeting in networks or others and saying, okay, this is happening in this country, and that might be something useful here. So I was thinking of a pilot that HelpAge India did many years ago and has taken forward. But they were looking at what was being done in another country in terms of volunteer-based caregiving. And then they worked with the All Institute India of Medical Sciences and worked at that high technical level to identify how to adapt to the country, to the context, and then working with partners, elder self-help groups and senior citizens groups, and also the community-based organizations, to see how can we actually spread these models of care. And I think one story that's interesting about this is HelpAge Korea's story. because many of you would know that Korea has now got long-term care insurance and a mix of private, for-profit and non-for-profit providers. But at the beginning, that wasn't the case, and I think it was Mr. Cho's father, who's the founder of Help Age Korea, was on a study visit in the UK and came back and had this idea of volunteer-based care. And then they developed that in Korea, and eventually there were 700 civil society providers of care before the long-term care insurance became something that people were thinking, okay, we should do this. And then Republic of Korea and ASEAN partnered on a 10-year volunteer-based home care project in all of the ASEAN countries. Of course, Singapore was also farther ahead. But in some places, like in Myanmar and in Philippines, you know, there was an idea of, okay, how could we take this forward? And in Vietnam, as I mentioned, you've seen that with the intergenerational self-help clubs being the largest provider of care services in Vietnam at the moment. So that's kind of those initial phases. But then once there's traction and the government, and with some support sometimes from, you know, development banks and international development partners like JICA, coming in and sharing experience, when the government decides to invest and develop, then the civil society can play different roles as well within that. Sometimes it's to be advocating for ensuring that older people themselves and the caregivers are included in the decision-making processes. They are also kind of sometimes calling out where there are gaps. You know, maybe there's something that's not being spoken about, like elder abuse in long-term care settings, or maybe there's a specific care service need that is not being considered because of stigmatization, either of disability, some types of disability, or age. And I think they often are the ones saying, this isn't okay. There are people falling through the gaps. We need to ensure that they're at the table. And then I think, you know, as I said, there's the Research Institute. So that's not a complete picture, but I think that there's sort of a role for civil society in many different ways, and that when you get to the stage where the government is investing and taking it forward, and you're looking at who is providing care, you start to see a mix of private and for-profit and non-profit providers with public funding or public provision. And I think there can be a role there, so I was interested to hear the Agency of Integrated Care Singapore showing a chart of how much of the care is currently provided by for-profit, non-for-profit, and public provision, and where the sources of financing are. But I would say to anyone here that is from a country that doesn't yet have a system that is kind of got a lot of coverage, that reaching out to, as you said also, village health volunteers, figuring out where the cadre are, is a good place of starting. But keep in mind the question about equity and equality. So make sure that you're, you know, I think a lot of the established systems have built off of unpaid, unrecognized labor from women and girls, especially those who are lower income quintiles. And I think that, you know, when you're developing your system, it would be zooming out, as you said. You want to zoom out and think about the whole of society, the impacts of who is providing care and who's receiving it. So I guess there's another whole set of civil society that are speaking about labor rights and women's work, but I think we can be part of that as well.
Great, thank you, Caitlin. That was a wonderful overview of really the various roles that civil society can take, and also the importance of the different types of investments that governments and others need to make in them to make them more effective. I think you raised, you know, you can draw on the capacity of civil society differently in different types of systems, that you really need to draw on the full range of capacities, both as experts but also as service provision and providers and range of other things, advocacy. The importance of the networks for sharing, of the civil society networks for sharing experience. This is something that this region has a few that are really very strong, like HelpAge, like the Alliance for Asia, and others. But we really need to we really need to support them to be able to do that type of exchange, and also piloting and coming with new ideas. That they can be fertilized and developed and adapt. And this is really important as the systems grow and adapt. And that finally, as the government develops its systems, the roles of civil society can also change. And to that, I would also add as kind of monitoring mechanisms as well. So now, Janice, over to you in private sector. Private sector is playing an even larger role in developing long-term care systems and innovating new solutions, whether they be in terms of service models, use of technology, or expanding care. What do you see across the region in terms of the opportunities and challenges of private sector engagement in care services development and delivery? Where do you see innovation? What are you seeing coming around the corner in the future?
Thank you. I think first of all, the private sector plays an important role in many different industries and to drive economies. And the aging sector for the private sector could be uncharted territory. And in uncharted territories, one of the most important challenges to note is data. Should the private sector have to access their own data when engaging in innovation for the aging population, or would there be more opportunities where governments can come into play to share the data collected, whether it's the demographic data, the people living around, what is the data that the government already has that can be shared? And I think that comes down to conversations and more open dialogues between governments and private sector, and part of the national aging strategy for different countries to say, we, as part of our strategy, want to engage private sector to develop in innovations for the aging population, and we're willing to see where are the gaps there. And for example, if data is a gap, we will look at opening up some of the data points to share. Second, also I'd like to highlight for private sector is many private sector companies have always looked at different market opportunities, and children used to be one of the biggest market opportunities, and now it's moved to the older adult population. And as we can see from the advertising going around the world now, we are seeing more and more imagery of older persons inside there, and I think that's going to form a domino effect for the private sector to wake up to the opportunities. I say wake up because I think private sector is still a little bit slow, and because it's new and because it's difficult, sometimes they just want to go after the low-hanging fruit first, which is all the other age groups. And the aging profile is different because a person after the age of, I don't want to say 50, but 60, 70, 80, 90, but at different ages, it's not like the children market where we can say that certain ages you have certain development goals. But for older people, someone at age 60 could be more frail than somebody at age 95. And, so you can't really have very easily classified products across different age groups. And that's the challenges. And because of these uncharted territories and data and knowledge that has to be gathered, it helps a lot if there's more open sharing, even amongst the NGOs, governments, with the private sector, to look at all the research that's been done and all the positive case studies that's been done, or understanding the preferences of older people in each country. And actually from this event here, I've learned so much from the sharing. And I think more private sector companies could benefit from it. And immediately I thought of going back to share what I've learned from the insights of this event already, and just being part of the conversation here. So, and I think Aging Asia first started because we wanted private sector to be more involved in the conversations within government NGOs. And the other player that needs to be involved in the conversations is the media, because the way the media is depicting the aging population and the opportunities out there is affecting how companies think about the market sentiment. The way politicians speak in the media about different opportunities in the market affects how older people and companies think about the aging sector. So these all have impact. And regarding the private sector and the opportunities also, recently in Singapore, there was a huge article about aging taxi drivers in Singapore. And they are worried that with the advancement of driverless cars and new technologies and services like Grab, what is the role of the taxi drivers in future? And I think that already brings rise to a forum discussion where what is the evolution for that, and what is the role that these companies could play, perhaps, in creating that 1 kilometer village to make communities more accessible. The drivers could become a different service where they would be ferrying seniors during the off-peak hours to activities. I think there's a lot of innovations available for private sector to participate, and one thing we hope to draw from platforms like this today is how can we connect the dots and make sure that we have the correct repositories of data and knowledge that can be shared, and then creating more dialogues in future that has the government engaging with private sector. I think also from the government's perspective, long-term care systems, as they evolve, they can also help in terms of pricing strategies and form an advisory role on the pricing strategies. When we look at hospitals, for example, you know clearly what are the price of the surgeries and the treatments and the consulting hours. Everybody is clear how much it costs. But for aging services, sometimes we're not so clear how much it costs. And sometimes the manpower required to deliver aging services are not so simply put. We can't just use technology to cover everything that aging services covers. And aging services is not just on care services. A lot is going to move towards social services, because it's really about how a person lives, play, work in that community. What are the services they need to continue working? What are the services they need to continue their social engagement? And these services don't have to be all medical services, as you've mentioned. And then the new economy for the silver economy is going to go around travel services, it's going to go along our wellness services, health longevity services. And I think these are different trends ahead that the private sector can help to contribute and even give ideas and innovations to more government dialogues and systems. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Well, what a whole other set of ideas to put on the table as well. I like the idea of the sharing of data between government and private sector to be able to help them to better target and develop services and functions within the overall system. And that you also link that to the development of these national strategies on aging, which is really the policy development that is leading the way forward and making the opportunities. So bringing in private sector into those discussions is also important. The private sector, the need for them to look at all of the opportunities, not just about the care services, but also about the larger market. And I mean, you said so many other things, but I think one final thing is really the important role that private sector can also play in terms of an advisory role or being a part of pricing committees or something to be able to push that information back and forth, and then thereby maybe help also to bring in some of the thinking more in terms of affordability, capacity, expansion of and coverage of a wider range of people as well by some of the private sector, which would help to fill some of the important gaps which have been developing quite remarkably in this region also by the engagement of private sector going for the really high market first. Okay, I think that we've just received our last speaker. Very happy to have you here. Let me introduce you quickly and then also give you about 10 minutes at the podium to make your presentation. We've just seen walk right on the stage Ms. Vencia Sitahang. She holds a Doctor of Philosophy in Management and Business from the Management and Science University, another Master in Epidemiology from FKM University of Indonesia, and a dental degree from the University of North Sumatra. But she's held various key roles in the field of health, including Director of Health for the Productive Age and Elderly since 2024. I think I would like to invite you to the podium to make your presentation, and I understand it will be a bit of a deep dive on the system in Indonesia.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I will present some presentation.
You have slides, you can stand there. I think you're going to speak in Indonesian or English? In Bahasa. So just a minute then. Can we quickly make sure that people have the translation, including us?
Okay, good afternoon.
Just
Yeah,
2 minutes
okay.
so people can get the translation.
But I think the presentation will be in English. Oh, tidak ada yang bahasa Inggris kah? Ya, oke.
Okay, I understand that the slides are in English, so maybe we'll start and everybody can continue getting their headsets in the back, but you should be able to understand at least the beginning of this with the slides in English.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us in this room. I'm Fancia, Director of Health for the Productive Age and Elderly. I will share the health policy for the elderly in Indonesia. But I will convey it in Indonesian because you can hear that there is a translator here, I think, so that the language is more precise. And it is also our pride that Indonesian has been successfully established as the official language of the UNESCO General Conference on November 20, 2023 at UNESCO headquarters in Paris, France. Indonesia is the 10th language recognized as an official language of the UNESCO General Conference, in addition to 6 official languages of the UN. Baik, Bapak Ibu sekalian yang kami hormati, terima kasih. Slide-nya boleh berjalan. Ya, kami akan menyampaikan hal seperti ini. Tadi sebenarnya, apakah ini slide yang terakhir? Tadi slide-nya informasinya sudah ditranslate ke bahasa Inggris, begitu. Is this the latest version? I heard the presentation already changed to the English, but I speak in bahasa gitu. Oke. Mungkin Bapak Ibu sekalian bisa mendengarkan dengan translator ya, dengan alat translate. Bapak Ibu sekalian, bahwa berdasarkan data dari Biro Pusat Statistik yang ada di Indonesia tahun 2023, bahwa saat ini Indonesia telah memasuki struktur proporsi penduduk yang menua, dan di mana proporsi lansia Indonesia itu ada di atas 10%. Di atas 10% dari total jumlah penduduk. Persisnya itu adalah 11,75% tahun 2023, dan prediksinya diperkirakan pada tahun 2045 ini akan menjadi hampir 20%. Dan saat ini terdapat 8 provinsi paling tidak Indonesia yang memiliki proporsi lansianya di atas 10%. ada Yogyakarta, Jawa Timur, Jawa Tengah, Bali. Nah, Bali ini is a province that has a proportion of elderly people above 10% proporsinya dan above national proportion. Kemudian Sulawesi Utara, Sulawesi Selatan dan juga Jawa Barat dan juga Lampung. Bapak Ibu sekalian, seiring dengan proses penuaan ini, slide berikutnya, tentu terjadi penurunan daripada fungsi tubuh pada lansia dan peningkatan risiko penyakit. Itu sudah kita pahami bersama, dan hal ini tentunya akan menyebabkan menurunnya tingkat kemandirian pada lansia dan yang akan meningkatkan kebutuhan akan perawatan jangka panjang. Dan data riset kesehatan dasar yang dilakukan tahun 2018 terdapat 74,3% lansia di Indonesia memang yang masih bisa mandiri gitu ya. Bahkan 50% di antara mereka masih bekerja. Dan tapi ada 22% lansia yang sudah dengan tingkat ketergantungan ringan dan 3,7% lansianya ada ketergantungan sedang, berat dan juga sudah masuk ke total. Yang tentunya dengan meningkatnya jumlah lansia yang mempunyai permasalahan kesehatan akan menjadi beban daripada jaminan kesehatan nasional kita. Dan tadi kita lihat yang sudah ketergantungan sedang, berat dan total ini tentu membutuhkan perawatan jangka panjang. Saat ini JKN kita, lansia di JKN itu mendapatkan proporsi hampir 24% daripada total jaminan kesehatan nasional. Nah, slide berikutnya kita lihat ada undang-undang. Indonesia sudah punya namanya Undang-Undang Nomor 8 tahun 2016. Di sana ada ragam daripada penyandang disabilitas. Tapi kita lihat definisi daripada penyandang disabilitas ini adalah setiap orang yang mengalami keterbatasan fisik, intelektual, mental dan juga sensorik dalam jangka waktu lama yang dalam berinteraksi dengan lingkungan dapat mengalami hambatan dan juga kesulitan untuk berpartisipasi secara penuh dan dengan efektif dengan warga negara lainnya berdasarkan dari kesamaan hak. Nah, 4 ragam ini tentu kita sama, barangkali ini juga adopsi dari global, ada fisik, intelektual, mental, kemudian sensorik dan juga ada yang ganda. Itu kemudian kita lihat lagi slide berikutnya adalah bagaimana strategi dan kebijakan di negara di Indonesia dengan permasalahan-permasalahan yang ada, dengan kondisi lansia yang nantinya akan menjadi banyak penurunan fungsi, kemudian akan menjadi ketergantungannya meningkat dan sebagainya. Apa kebutuhan yang harus kita penuhi sebagai pemerintah? Tentu kita juga sejalan dengan strategi global dan juga strategi dari regional dan juga ASEAN. Nah, bahkan saat ini ada kebijakan yang terbaru yang mengakomodir untuk kebutuhan lansia yang sudah diatur di dalam undang-undang. Undang-undang tentu yang paling aturan yang paling tinggi ya. Nomor 17 tahun 2023 tentang kesehatan. Ini sangat baru sekali. Keluarnya di Agustus kemarin, dan ini adalah omnibus law yang memang kita fokus pada bagaimana kita memerankan keluarga. Jadi fokus daripada undang-undang ini kemarin adalah bagaimana peran keluarga itu ditingkatkan, peran masyarakat itu ditingkatkan, kemudian peran lintas sektor itu juga ditingkatkan. Lalu tujuannya tentunya adalah untuk memberikan hak asasi manusia. Itu kekhasan daripada Undang-Undang 17 yang berbeda dari undang-undang sebelumnya di tahun-tahun sebelumnya. Kemudian diturunkan pada peraturan pemerintah nomor 28 sebagai terjemahan daripada Undang-Undang 17 tadi, yang tentunya juga akan diturunkan dengan untuk standar-standar pelayanannya. Jadi implementasinya seperti apa di lapangan akan diturunkan dalam peraturan Menteri Kesehatan. Dan saat ini memang ini kami juga baru mendiskusikan, makanya mohon maaf tadi naik ke atas juga agak terlambat karena memang ini ditunggu dan akan, karena pemerintah pemerintah Indonesia sebentar lagi ada perubahan pemerintahan baru, jadi semua aturan-aturan yang ada itu harus sudah selesai sekarang gitu ya. Hitungan hari, tinggal hitungan hari pemerintah akan berganti, tapi kita semua berharap akan berjalan dengan baik. Kemudian ada juga peraturan Menteri Kesehatan nomor 6 tentang standar teknis pemenuhan standar pelayanan minimal yang harus dilakukan oleh sebuah wilayah, kabupaten, kota, dan puskesmas. Ini tentang lansianya seperti apa. Di sana sudah diatur bahwa setiap orang yang berusia di atas 60 tahun harus diberikan pelayanan. Dan targetnya harus 100%. Ini sudah menjadi bagian daripada kinerja, penilaian kinerja sebuah wilayah, kabupaten atau kota di satu provinsi. Kemudian juga sudah ada juknis integrasi pelayanan kesehatan primer sebagai implementasi dari transformasi sistem kesehatan yang sedang dilakukan di Indonesia saat ini. Dan ada juga peraturan presiden, nah itu ini naik lagi ke atas, nomor 88 tentang strategi nasional kelanjut usiaan, di mana pada strategi yang kedua ini sangat jelas dinyatakan, diamanatkan untuk peningkatan derajat kesehatan dan kualitas hidup lansia dengan 4 indikator yang bisa mengukur secara akuntabel adalah meningkatnya status gizi dan pola hidup yang sehat, kemudian memperluas pelayanan kesehatan bagi lansia, menurunkan angka kesakitan lansia, memperluas cakupan perawatan jangka panjang bagi lansia. Nah, ini mudah-mudahan apa yang kita diskusikan di hari ini bisa sangat related gitu ya. Nah, berikutnya adalah program dari kesehatan lansia yang ada di Kementerian Kesehatan dari strategi dan kebijakan yang sudah diatur di dalam aturan-aturan ini. Nah, ya, ini adalah programnya, bahwa tujuannya tentunya adalah meningkatkan kualitas hidup daripada lansia tersebut, agar apa yang kita harapkan bahwa lansia itu harus sehat, harus mandiri, harus aktif, dan juga harus produktif atau smart, kita sampaikan, kita istilahkan itu, dan juga berdaya guna, jangan jadi beban gitu ya, bahkan bagi keluarga dan juga masyarakat, tentunya dengan pendekatan siklus hidup. Jadi kita tidak mengurusin yang namanya setelah seseorang itu menjadi lansia, tapi bagaimana kita urusnya mulai dari bahkan jauh mundur, mulai dari calon pengantin. Semua masyarakat yang ada di Indonesia harus mendapatkan pelayanan sesuai dengan usianya. Jadi pendekatannya adalah siklus hidup. Seperti yang kita sudah sepakati juga di deklarasi, saya lupa, deklarasi yang adalah topiknya adalah people center. Kemudian tentunya tanpa menghilangkan, tanpa meninggalkan ketika lansia tersebut sudah sakit misalnya. Nah, tapi kalau dia belum sakit tentunya diberikan upaya-upaya promotif, preventif, kemudian kalau yang sakit tadi tentunya sampai kepada kuratif, rehabilitatif, bahkan paliatif dengan pelayanan yang santun. Apa bahasa Inggrisnya santun? Santun lansia di puskesmas. Nah, pelayanan geriatri juga dilakukan di rumah sakit ketika karena puskesmas itu ada kompetensinya, ada batas kompetensinya. Ketika itu di luar kompetensi dari puskesmas tentunya harus dilakukan rujukan ke tingkat yang lebih tinggi, yaitu rumah sakit. Kemudian kita tadi sudah mendiskusikan juga perawatan jangka panjang bagi lansia yang membutuhkan, serta lansia pada situasi bencana. Bagaimana juga kita mengutamakan, mendahulukan pertolongan pada lansia ketika ada situasi bencana atau situasi krisis kesehatan dengan memberikan pelayanan minimum untuk kesehatan lansia. Itu sudah ada paketnya dan ada subklasternya ya, subklasternya untuk lansia dari klaster kesehatan. Nah, semua lansia dalam kondisi apapun diberikan pelayanan yang sesuai kebutuhan lansia, juga bagi lansia dengan penyakit yang terminal. Terminal diberikan pelayanan hingga akhir hayat lansia tetap bermartabat. Kami hadir di sini dari Indonesia tentunya dengan para guru besar dan juga para praktisi akademia yang ada di ruangan ini yang sudah punya pengalaman banyak hal. Di akademia juga ada Prof. Budi di belakang, itu juga sudah banyak memberikan dan juga melaksanakan, mempraktekkan berbagai hal bagaimana menuju lansia yang bermartabat ini. Nah selanjutnya apa yang dilakukan untuk melakukan selanjutnya ada instrumen untuk screening sederhana yang digunakan ketika lansia, digunakan setiap pada lansia yang datang untuk pelayanan kesehatan. Itu dinamai dengan Skilas. Skilas ini, boleh lanjut slide-nya. Skilas ini tentunya merupakan screening awal dari ICOP yang memang ini sudah sangat sejalan, yang jika ditemukan penurunan kapasitas intrinsik pada lansia akan dilakukan pengkajian atau penilaian penuh oleh tenaga kesehatan di puskesmas. Ada 6 kapasitas intrinsik yang dinilai, yaitu penurunan kognitif, gangguan mobilitas, dan juga malnutrisi. Kemudian gangguan penglihatan, gangguan pendengaran, dan juga gejala depresi yang tentunya kalau ada harus dilakukan tindakan lanjut daripada hasil screening tersebut. Nah, screening dilakukan dan juga intervensi daripada hasil screening itu harus dilakukan. Apakah itu akan berupa rujukan, apakah itu berupa konseling dan juga pelayanan. Kemudian slide berikutnya adalah berbagai pedoman-pedoman atau petunjuk-petunjuk teknis yang memang sudah kami bangun bersama seluruh organisasi profesi, para guru besar dan juga para akademisi, penerima manfaat, juga dengan swasta, juga dengan mitra yang berkait dengan lansia, kemudian juga tentunya dengan petugas-petugas puskesmas yang ada. Untuk pedoman ini, karena tadi undang-undang mengatakan mendahulukan bagaimana peran dari keluarga. Tentu keluarga sebagai caregiver informal itu harus diberi pengetahuan, diberikan pendidikan atau literasi untuk mereka bisa melakukan pendampingan pada lansia, apalagi kalau lansianya adalah harus mendapatkan perawatan jangka panjang yang punya dependensi yang tinggi gitu ya. Kemudian karena tadi survei kan mengatakan juga bahwa 72,8% bahwa lansia itu sebenarnya pengennya dirawat oleh keluarga sendiri. Dan pada kenyataannya memang di Indonesia ternyata caregiver itu sebagai pendamping lansia itu di Indonesia adalah keluarga. Ada 62,9%. Jadi memang sangat perlu memberikan pemahaman yang utuh terkait pendampingan ini kepada keluarga, apalagi kalau pendampingnya adalah yang bukan keluarga sendiri. Jadi ini juga sudah diberikan secara online, masif online course, open courses itu untuk semua orang bisa mengakses. Semua orang bisa mengakses dengan mudah, dengan sesuai dengan waktunya masing-masing. Nah ini mungkin slide berikutnya, mungkin ini 2 terakhir. Implementasi dari transformasi sistem kesehatan yang salah satunya adalah pilar transformasi pelayanan primer, bahwa implementasi dari transformasi pelayanan primer adalah integrasi layanan kesehatan di primer tersebut, integrasi kesehatan fisik dan mentalnya, integrasi programnya, dan integrasi juga SDM-nya, sumber daya manusianya. Dan untuk mewujudkan itu semua, struktur layanan kesehatan primernya harus ditata ulang dulu, di mana puskesmas itu ada di tingkat kecamatan, puskesmas pembantu ada di level kelurahan atau desa, kemudian ada posyandu, pos pelayanan terpadu itu ada di level RW atau RT. Ini istilah di Indonesia ya. Kemudian kenapa? Agar semua masyarakat Indonesia termasuk lansia bisa terlayani semuanya, karena fasilitasnya sudah mendekatkan ke sasarannya, ke masyarakat, ke rumah, ke keluarga. Karena di desa, di RT, di RW ada namanya kader yang sudah punya kompetensi untuk melakukan kunjungan rumah, dan mereka sudah diberikan pemahaman kompetensi, 25 kompetensi di dalamnya, termasuk untuk melakukan kunjungan rumah dengan melaksanakan screening pada waktu kunjungan rumah, kemudian memantau minum obat dan sebagainya tentunya. Nah, pelayanan lansia ini bisa dilakukan di semua jenjang layanan yang tadi kami sampaikan. ke posyandu, kemudian berjenjang ke pustu, puskesmas pembantu, kemudian berjenjang sampai ke puskesmas, dan referralnya itu tentu akan berjenjang. Ketika tidak bisa dilayani di posyandu, tentunya harus dirujuk ke puskesmas pembantu, kemudian nanti dirujuk kepada puskesmas, dan ketika bukan kompetensi dari puskesmas, nanti akan dilakukan rujukan ke rumah sakit. Nah, berikutnya adalah di dalam integrasi slide-nya, integrasi ini nanti akan dilakukan piloting. Nah, ini piloting yang memang ada adjustment waktu sebenarnya ya. Jadi tolong jangan dilihat waktunya ya. Ini karena dari plan-nya memang sudah mundur karena ada sesuatu yang memang harus kita sesuaikan. Jadi di dalam integrasi layanan tadi primer itu kita akan lakukan piloting dulu. Walau saat ini sudah berjalan sebagaimana separated dan masih belum terstandar dengan baik gitu, tapi tahun ini akan kita piloting, kemudian akan kita scale up di tahun mendatang. Dan saat ini juga sedang dilakukan kajian bagaimana mengintegrasikan layanan lansia ini juga dengan layanan lansia terintegrasi yang sedang dibangun oleh host hari ini adalah dengan Bappenas, yang besok kita juga akan turun ke lapangan untuk melakukan kunjungan lapangan ya. Nanti bagaimana integrasinya ini, integrasi layanan primer untuk lansia dengan juga integrasi layanan lansia terintegrasi dengan yang Bappenas. Nah, harapannya kita ini bisa berhasil sehingga pelayanan lansia di Indonesia tentunya akan semakin baik dan terintegrasi, pelayanannya mudah didapatkan, waktunya pelayanan tidak makan waktu yang lama, seorang lansia tidak menunggu lama untuk pelayanan dan tentunya berkualitas dan semua lansia bisa terlayani. Ini slide kami yang terakhir. Dan sebagai kesimpulan tentunya bahwa peningkatan jumlah lansia mempunyai potensi masalah kesehatan. Di antaranya adanya penurunan tingkat kemandirian, kebutuhan pendampingan lansia atau caregiver, masalah pembiayaan dan juga untuk kesehatan lansia dan perawatan jangka panjang bagi lansia yang membutuhkan PJP. Kemudian pentingnya dukungan dari semua pihak, lintas program, lintas sektor terkait dengan dalam meningkatkan kesehatan lansia dan disabilitas. Kemudian lansia tentu perlu didorong untuk memiliki jaminan kesehatan yang tentunya kita harapkan bahwa lansia bukan menjadi beban, tapi mereka juga ikut dalam pembangunan di kesehatan dan mereka bisa produktif dan juga bisa berdaya dan juga produktif. Mungkin itu yang kami sampaikan, sharing kepada Bapak Ibu sekalian. Terima kasih. Saya kembalikan ke moderator.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vencia. That was a rapid move, a deep dive through the transformation taking place here, but especially from the perspective of the health sector and the transformation of the primary care system and the role that it can play in supporting the integration of services. And again, she raised the issue of building off of the capabilities and assets of the existing system with a strong focus on the life cycle approach and a strong focus also on expanded capacity building. So we're just a few minutes from the end, but I wanted to really have time to open up to the audience in case you have any questions. We could take 2 or 3 quick questions for the presenters. You have here really the full spectrum to be thinking about in the development of long-term care services. I think there's some people in the audience to help to take around the microphones. Any hands out there? It's the gentleman in the middle, right there. Are there any other hands I missed? Okay. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. This is Mohammad Sarwar Hussain from Bangladesh. I am acting as a Joint Secretary, Ministry of Social Welfare. you know, as a Ministry of Social Welfare, we have to deal with such type of things. But in Bangladesh, if we compare, here the approach is somehow different. Because for the disabled, there is another program in Bangladesh. But last presenter present that disabled and other should be come over there, then it should be scrutinized and they will refer to the concerned sector or concerned department who is very disabled or something like that. But our very heading means that we should approach for a group who need long-term care, not medical care. Just so, I think this is a mixed approach. There should have some person who has disability, even some other problem who need very, very medical care also. But our focus here just who need long-term care, not for medical purpose. So in Bangladesh, we have disability for another department. They have given medical care, their medical assistant device or something like that. Anyway, thank you very much for your presentation, but it should be clear-cut, a difference and a very, very concrete decision, whether we should go for the person who need long-term care only, not medical or other helps. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, over there. Excuse me.
Thank you. And nice to hear about the integration and also with the primary healthcare, strengthening primary healthcare. What I would suggest is, it's from our personal experience from our city, that long-term care has got very good connection with primary healthcare too. Because early you detect issues in primary healthcare, the cost is also less. Health economics works well. Because for example, you detect a diabetic retinopathy right early, maybe a year or two prior to the symptoms that come in. Before a person comes with blurred vision, you try to understand there is a retinopathy going on, then your health economics also works. So it's more cheaper to have good technology, AI-based technology in the primary healthcare, and it's much, much cheaper than we expect. Because the healthcare, the HR cost is also less when it comes to AI-based thing. So we have to seriously think about bringing in technology to grassroots, technology to the primary healthcare, and not limiting, getting the best of the technology in the tertiary healthcare, which actually proves good. So it's only a food for thought. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's an important statement on the role of technology.
Yeah.
There's one more question.
Yes. Imtiaz from Helpage India. So as Kathleen mentioned, we've kind of piloted few of the experiments on volunteer-based home care. In India, we're trying to scale it up.
Sorry, could you speak a little closer to the mic?
Yeah, is it audible? Yeah. So as Kathleen mentioned, we've done a few experiments in home care in India, and we've taken it forward to other locations. It's an ongoing experience and experiment that is happening. Some good policy level traction is also there in terms of it figuring in the National Action Plan for Senior Citizen by Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment. There's a bit of traction in the National Program for Healthcare of Elderly. But my broader question is, CSO will continue to work in LTC, do these experiments and data-driven and evidence-based approach, and try to present those. Governments will formulate policies and try to expand it. But there is this genre of silver economy and private player who are coming into the elderly care sector because there is a growing market and need for market-driven services to be provided to the elderly, those who can afford it. So my question to all the panelists is, how do they, from their experience, see the issue of equity and equality coming up in such a care, and what could government and other stakeholders do to ensure that? Because market-driven economy is again open to demand, supply, and profitability game. How do we make a sense out of it so that going ahead, long-term care is equitable and also equal for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Caitlin, you're nodding your head like you could hear well, so.
Well, I think for Imtiaz's question, it might be Nakamura that would be a great person to respond, but he was asking about, with all these private, for-profit and non-for-profit providers, how do you actually do anything to ensure quality across and between them? And I think there's probably something to say about that from, am I right that you would, do you have a comment on quality and how you ensure quality across?
Yeah. Oh, okay. Thank you very much for asking about ensuring the quality. In case of Japan, under the long-term care insurance, the quality of the services are mainly ensured through the pricing and payment terms. So there are certain, so pricing and the payment terms are made by the government, the central government. So they can, they set their appropriate prices so that they are private, including for-profit and not-for-profit entities can operate continuously. And also, if the service providers would provide services with more higher qualified staff, maybe the pricing would be a little bit higher than the other services. So that kind of the mechanism is set in long-term care insurance in Japan.
Thank you. While quality is an important question, I was also very interested to understand equality and equity in terms of the services getting to lower socioeconomic group, those who may not be able to afford it. Where does it all lie? Because if the prices increases, it becomes very difficult for low socioeconomic people to afford it. Well, quality is also one of the things that to be discussed on the table.
Okay, so let me respond to the question of the equality. In Japan, we have a kind of the public system to cover all living in Japan, aged 65 and over, regardless of their income level. So basically, their users have to pay the 10% of their set price. But there are some mechanism to reduce their cost for their people with lower income, and also if you are under the public assistance system, they don't have to pay the user fee. And in terms of the equity, there are several levels of the premium. So if your income is low, you pay the lower level of the premium, and if your income is high, you pay the higher amount of the premiums. So.
Thank you very much. So we've come to the end of our time. I'm sorry, I still see a few questions, but maybe you can come and ask the presenters afterwards. This session has tried to present the deep dives of a couple of countries which are rapidly transforming and very quickly developing their long-term care systems, but also their national strategies and approaches going forward, and you can see the kind of evolution that's happening. And then I think we also heard a great deal about the range of core stakeholders and the importance of considering them as a part of the ecosystem. And finally, some of the key comments that Mr. Nakamura made about building from the available assets and capabilities. But I think that last question brought to consideration some of the other very important points to consider, which is ensuring quality of services and also affordability and addressing issues of inequity. So thank you very much for joining this. A big round of applause for all of the presenters. And close of the session.
Thank you so much to all of the panelists and also the moderator for the session. Ladies and gentlemen, before you proceed to the Tanjung Benoa room for the lunch, which are already provided there are some important notes for all of you, especially for those who are already bringing or taking the interpreter receiver. So ladies and gentlemen, as a gentle reminder, please do not bring the interpreter receiver outside from this room. You may return it back to the counter located behind you or nearby the interpreter booth. So once again, the receiver for the interpreting services or translation services are not allowed to bring outside from this ballroom. Ladies and gentlemen, to all of you who already registered for the field visit, please scan the QR code that we will display on the screen in order to check the information related to our field visit. For your information, the field visit will take place tomorrow and there will be 3 different options for the location. So once again, for all of the participants who are already registered themselves, once again, please do scan the QR code that we will display on the LED screen. It is in order to get the information regarding such as whether you are already registered, which locations you are registered at, and also including the seating arrangements for the shuttle bus to proceed to the field visit. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, a gentle reminder, please do scan the QR code. Please enjoy the lunch which are already provided at Tanjung Benoa Ballroom located at the first floor of this Bali Nusa Dua Convention Center, and we'll be right back to this ballroom for the closing sessions of the APRC sharply at around 2 p.m. local time. Thank you and enjoy your lunch.
You had a heavy rope.
To really go into depth and hear and discuss between like Mr. Hussein's question about does health system play a role in the long-term care system or not? Is it only about social? And but some of us were able to have that conversation, and I really appreciate ADB creating that space. So, and very nice to meet you. It sounds like it was an interesting meeting and the new regulations and shift of government. Yeah, and you're kind of new to this role, that the director of the productive and aging. Yeah, muat di atas ya? Oh, buat sesi gini closing. Udah sesi closing VIP itu dah. Orang hotel. Orang berat. Orang hotel. Takutnya udah tunggu-tunggu nggak datang-datang udah duluan jam. Dalam masih lama. Masih lama. Gila. Setrong, padahal belum makan loh mereka. Apa kabar kalau udah makan tuh si Asti? Apa kabar Mbak Put? Iya, Cok Abi. Oh, masa? Iya. Enggak, injem, nanti make. Cok Abi, nggak dikasih nyawa, nggak pakai aja, Kak. Mantap semuanya ngangkat-ngangkat belum makan. set up dia.
Sebelah sini Pak Man, biar kelihatan nih Pak. Di Wiki.
Jangan lagi dia ke sini.
Lewat sana.
Sana aja kedua.
Di sana aja.
Satu aja.
Panteng geser gambar lemah.
Ya, kamu benar Pak.
Terus agak main kan, jadi panteng Bapak ketutupan sarang Wiki.
Iya.
Kan kena dia nggak harus kena. Mungkin ambil Pak.
Enggak, sekarang kan dipergunakan nih.
Mau diturun Wiki, mau turun.
Oh turun. Bentar turun ya.
Lampu di pelajaran dulu, diajarin Pak. Nggak kelihatan ini. Bentar aja.
Yang ini dulu, yang panjang dulu sambungnya. Biar nyampe. Nyampe.
Nanti yang ngatur malah gitu.
Nggak apa-apa, santai. Santai.
Mana Pak? Di sini Pak ya?
Ya, sulingnya gini. Kalau bisa ke bawah.
Bisa Pak, bisa.
Ya. Nanti dia sini duduk. Nanti ini kan ikan akan bilang nih. Ya, itu dia.
Oke Pak.
Ya. Sulingnya di sini. Tiga mic cukup ya? Iya. Ya. Ini di sini satu.
Ini. Mas Budi, tolong bilangin ke dia. Dari 17. Nah, ini buat dia. Coba Mas. Cek, 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 cek. Ini yang grupnya gendang nih. Cek, cek. Cek, 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 cek.
Pak lihat. Ya, gongnya. Gong.
Udah? condenser. Ya, dah minggir. Pegang gong suling. Gimana ini, Mbak? Ya. Pak, tolongin, Pak. Kasihan, Pak. Tapi boleh kan pegang-pegang ini? Ya, udah dibeliin soalnya.
Halo. Di MC di Nusa Dua Kenapa? Jadinya gimana di tangan sapinya dipasang berarti? Oh, diperbaiki gitu. Oh. Iya.
risiko tinggi lah kalau misalnya akses darah gitu-gitu kan. Jadi kalau perlu darah. Kapan tuh nih? Down dah dia pasti lagi ya. Kemarin nggak rawat inap ya. Ya boleh. Kalau pas emang available. Nggak ada nemenin atau datang gitu? Kan Kak Linda kan mau bawa yang satunya lagi. Siapa namanya si dia itu? Nggak ada, ya ampun, tega kan. Iya sih. Iya, heeh. Ya ampun. Kenapa gitu? Banyak, enggak, banyak. Belum mulai, kan lagi break orang makan siang, aku udah makan. Nah, kunis kok out ben ya macelep. Terus punggung. Kaki. Ya. Terus? Ih, dasar mentang-mentang dia anak cowok ya, biar dia bisa lepas tanggung jawab. Ya. Terus? Iya. Iya, benar. Terus? Ya masuk akal lah. Terus? Nggak terima. Ya, malah tersinggung. Iya, menjelaskan lah, karena dia merasa tersindir lah intinya sebenarnya. Linda ini. Oh. Iya. Ya. Ih. Iya sih, kalian. Iya. Iya sih. Pengen rasanya aku mau bilang gini ya, kalian itu terus ribut kayak gitu, udah nggak mau ngurusin, keluarin duitmu kan gitu ya. Pengen aku rasa kalian lo, mama lo, orang tua lo punya anak banyak, buat apa kalau kagak ada yang mau keluarin duit daripada terus menjadi masalah. Terus masalahnya adalah kayak berat ngurusin daripada yang ngurus ini selalu mengeluh dan jadinya kemana-mana. Ya udahlah, keluarin duit itu kalian semua patungan 300.000, punya anak 5. Terus? Ya. Tahu kenapa dia marah? Karena dia merasa kelencang pedidi dan dede ya sing teke-teke. Guys, dah. Baik. Ya, macam-macam jelek-jelek lah bunyi ni. Kayak orang nggak berpendidikan sama sekali. Iya. Istri-istri kalian kemana? Kan ibaratnya gitu ya Kak. Udah Kak Linda, Fitri juga sama kan yang di itu. Iya. Sekarang ya terus. Itu udah makanya udah banyak bacot, kagak keluar duit, gemesin kau. Padahal itu udah makanya kok misalnya untuk ngeluarin uang aja juga berat, dan kamu ngeluarin uang juga kan udah urunan anaknya mau banyak berapa sih gitu, misalnya bacot aja kayak pengen ngoceh, pengen marah loh jadinya. Tapi kan ibaratnya kecil udah disekolahin, sampai besar
malah nyalahin ya. Ya ampun. Dia susah amat ya emang sebenarnya si Bang Dani itu ya. Enggak, itu susah-susah gitu. Karena ini kan cuma satu toh. Oh, dua, tapi udah gede. Iya, makanya heran deh aku. Dia lo anak cewek Fitri ya, dia anak kandung atau anak kakaknya dia udah keluar, apalagi anaknya Fitri segitu hidup deh. Kalau kayak gitu ya menurutku kenapa nggak dijual aja rumah di sana, suruh mereka bagi. Iya kan? Apa? Ya. Iya pasti. Iya. Pasti direbutin. Makanya kan kalau aku mikir, mendingan itu dijual buat dia yang merawat mama ya kan, itu rumah kan yang beli dia sama suaminya kan gitu ya. Ya kan? Sekarang kita jual ini gua mau beli yang kecil aja daripada lu berat ya kan. Biayanya buat bayar susternya mama, perawatannya mama gitu maksudnya. Nggak ada yang berani ngomong. Iya, nggak ada yang berani ngomong. Aduh, ya susah sih.
Good afternoon, everyone. The event is about to start. Please be seated. Thank you.
Dipakai buat ngerawat mama, gue bayar suster, kita sewain rumah kontrakan, ini duitnya buat bayar suster, buat makanin suster, dan lalala, daripada bertengkar mulu, yang sebenarnya sumber dari pertengkaran ini adalah ya itu beratnya untuk merawat mama ini gitu loh, baik dari segi finansial dan juga waktu. Ya udahlah gitu. Kalau udah ada suster yang jaga kan, ya udah anak-anak yang lain kan cuma datang tinggal sebentar gitu aja kan. Aduh. Iya, itu dah makanya heran ya. Kan iya bisa dibilang, toh ini rumah yang beli kan mama dulu yang beli sama suaminya. Jadi ya biarin deh mama menikmati daripada anaknya lempar-lemparan dan saling ngerasa berat kayak begini ya kan. Itu dah. Aduh. Heran. Gemes dengernya, Leh. Iya. Makanya apalagi yang kayak aku bilang tuh, oh dia dan ini dia walaupun tinggal di sana tapi ada perbaikan, ada apa, dia ngerasa berat karena dia mungkin ngerasa, nah itu deh, karena dia mungkin ngerasa nggak rela juga, karena dia mikir, oh kalau gue perbaiki nih rumah belum tentu gue yang nempatin, belum tentu gue yang dapetin semuanya ya kan, ada perasaan-perasaan seperti itu. Ya udahlah, jual aja. Iya, toh lu juga yang tinggal di situ. Iya. Itu deh makanya lu juga kan.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the launch of the Indonesian Longitudinal Aging Survey 2023 report. Indonesia Longitudinal Aging Survey, or ILAS in short, is the first longitudinal aging survey in Indonesia, and it's a collaborative work among Ministry of National Development Planning, Asian Development Bank, Surimeter, and also Demographic Institute at the University of Indonesia. My name is Okta, your host today, and I will extend my warm welcome to you all for taking the time to attend this event. I would also like to welcome Ibu Tirta Sutejo, Director of Poverty Alleviation and Community Empowerment from the Ministry of National Development Planning, Bapak Dinar Dana Karisma, Senior Policy Planner, Coordinator for Social Assistance from the Ministry of National Development Planning, Ibu Dr. Nilu Gede Sukardiasi, Director of Development of Vulnerable and Elderly Family from the National Population and Family Planning Agency, Aiko Kikawa, Senior Economist from the ADB, and also Dong Hyun Park, Economic Advisor from ADB, Bapak Cecep Sukriya Sumantri, Director of Surimeter, and also Bapak I Dewa Gede Karmawisana, Director of Demographic Institute of the Faculty of Economic and Business, University of Indonesia. Now for the first agenda, we will have opening remarks from Ibu Tirta Sutejo, Director of Poverty Alleviation and Community Empowerment, Ministry of National Development Planning. Ibu Tirta, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, ladies and gentlemen. I'm honored here to deliver today's opening remarks, and after this we will also discuss the findings of the Indonesian longitudinal aging survey with so many dedicated professionals, policymakers, and academicians gathered here today. We are proud to be working closely with ADB, Surveymeter Indonesia, and Lembaga Demografi, University of Indonesia, to conduct this important study on Indonesia's older population. Indonesian Longitudinal Aging Survey, or ILAS in short, is an initiative to provide comprehensive data on the condition of the older demographics. ILAS is a crucial milestone in our country's ongoing effort to mainstream older people welfare and deepen our knowledge on the dynamics of population aging and its consequences. The key findings of this survey has allowed us to evaluate and assess the policy objectives, including in the finalization of the medium-term National Development Plan 2025 to 2029, as well as the target indicators of Presidential Regulation of number 9088 of 2021 on the National Strategy for Aging. Today, we invite policymakers, scholars, development partners, and government officials to understand our findings and its policy implication. We encourage all stakeholders to make active use of the ILAS data to inform programs and policies on older people. A data-driven and evidence-based development planning should be our custom in the field of older people's welfare. Thank you, and I look forward to the insightful discussion this afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Ibu Tirta, for the opening remarks. Next agenda, we will play a short video about ILAS for you to watch. Please enjoy. Thank you, Ilas team, for preparing this short movie. I hope you all have a glimpse idea of what Ilas is and the dedication they put in to collect the high quality data. Next, we will have Pak I Dewa Gede Karmawisana, the Director of Demographic Institute of Faculty of Economic and Business, University of Indonesia, to present key findings and policy recommendation from ILAS 2023. Pak Dewa, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ms. Okta, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very much for having us here. And it is a pleasure for us to have you all here and witnessing the release and launching of our latest survey, what we call as the Indonesia Longitudinal Aging Survey, or ILAS 2023. And before I start, I would ask permission from our colleague from SurveyMeter just to honor our lead investigator, our director of this survey, the late Ms. Niwayan Suryastini. She's already passed away several months ago, in the middle of our activities. Sorry, I just got a goosebump in my face, and mohon izin ya Bu Bondan. So, Bu Wayan, or Niwayan Suryastini, is our director or the leader of this survey. So we are really honored and praise her leadership and her guidance into these activities. So without further ado, again, we would like to launch this survey. We call it ILAS. This study is critical in understanding the aging population in Indonesia and offering evidence to help shape policies that improve their well-being and quality of life. So let's dive into the insight of this survey. Next, please. The presentation. Next. So let's look at the demographic breakdown. Next, please. The ILAS divides respondents into two main groups: the pre-olders, those aged 45 to 59, and the older group, those who are aged 60 and above. And one notable findings in our survey is that most of both groups live in urban areas, so it's following the Indonesian trend on urbanization. However, there is a significant education gap among them. This has long-term implications for both economic security and access to services, one that's very important for us to develop the relevant policy in the very near futures. We also need to be aware of the rising trend of older individuals living alone, which could signal greater social vulnerability in the futures. So these breakdowns already able to provide us with a glimpse about these situations. Next, please. Now let's take a look about the health and long-term care needs. Next. Health and long-term care needs, of course, are major concerns as we age. First, the ILAS also examined the prevalence of doctor diagnosis hypertension and compare to blood pressure reading during the field work. So the study actually conducting direct measure by our enumerators with a professional one. And in these studies, we found that men in the older age group have a higher rate of undiagnosed hypertension. Next, please. In terms of risky behavior, especially the smoking habits, because in Indonesia, the smoking prevalence is quite high, the ILAS also revealed that most of the male respondents are active smokers. Again, this study provides more details about this kind of phenomena. Next, please. Related to the health screening, there is a perception among older people that screening are not necessary and access issues such as transportation and financial barriers also play a role hindering the preference to do the health screening among the older people. So again, this is one of the insights that might be interested to follow further about how to increase the understanding and the need to do the health screening among the older people. Next, based on the information related to the respondents underwent health screenings in the last year, so the survey actually asked about the last 12 months experience among the respondents, whether they do the health screening or not. And the ILAS shows that approximately 70% of older people have received a doctor diagnosis for at least one illness. Women in general have a higher prevalence of the top 3 diagnosis disease compared to men. So the top 3 diagnoses here, they are ulcer or other gastrointestinal disorder, hypertension, and cholesterol. Next, please. The ILAS also gathered information about pain reporting and found out that dementia or Alzheimer, stroke, and osteoporosis are the top 3 illnesses causing limitations in respondents' daily activities. As you mentioned, if you see in the slide, we collect varieties of illness reported by the respondents, but again, the 3 top illness that has related to the functional limitation as dementia or Alzheimer, stroke, and osteoporosis. Again, this is very important and interesting to dig further for the analysis and related to the policy. Next, please. In terms of diagnosis illness and financial limitation, the ILAS reveals that among pre-older men who are diagnosed with dementia or Alzheimer's disease have no limitation in daily activities reported among the respondents. And we can see here that there are variations across gender as well as across age group between pre-olders and older groups in relation to these 3 types of illness. Next, please. Now, regarding the mental health and cognitive health, ILAS also gathering this kind of information quite fast and varies. The ILAS found that depression symptoms are more common in pre-older people and older women. Symptoms of depression are more prevalent in women, especially in the older group. Cognitive impairment also increases with age. Men in their late 40s are more likely to face cognitive issues than women, but by age 60 and above, women report more cognitive difficulties. Next, please. Now, ILAS also reveals information about nutritional status. Now, if we compare with the Indonesian National Strategy for Aging, the aim is to achieve a reduction in the prevalence of malnutrition to 40% by 2024. On the other hand, the ILAS study found that 44.5% of older people suffer from malnutrition, a rate that still exceeds the goals outlined in the national strategy. A double burden of malnutrition is evident in older Indonesians, while 15.5% are underweight. Obesity rates are also concerning, especially in the pre-older group, where nearly 30% are obese. Interestingly, men tend to be underweight, while women are more likely to be obese. Next, please. Now, ILAS also collecting data or information about activities of daily living or IDL, as well as instrumental activities of daily living or IADL. One way to measure the quality of life in older adults is through their ability to perform ADLs, around 82% of those aged 60 and above can perform ADLs independently, but as people age, more assistance is needed. The percentage of women who need help with daily activities is higher than those for men. Next, please. So this is the IADL's result. The independence in daily activities is vital for maintaining dignity and quality of life as we age. So the results from this survey showing off that supporting older adults with functional limitations is crucial. Next, please. Now let's move on the aged care services. The ILAS reveals that 11.6% of older people require long-term care services, and that this proportion increases with age. Next, please. The ILAS gather information about respondents' perspective towards spatial housing or complexes with age-friendly services. Overall, 82% of respondents aged 45 and older supported the concept of having such spatial housing or complexes. However, only a small number of respondents were ready or willing to live in spatial housing or complexes for older people. Thank you. So regarding the older people's caregivers, the ILAS study found that 7.8% of older people do not have a caregiver, and only some of 2.7% of those in need of long-term care do not have a caregiver. The profile of older people's caregivers shows that almost all caregivers provided their services without receiving payment and spend an average of 3 to 4 hours per day of routine caregiving. Now, let's move to the topic about our current situation, technology, apps, and in relation to the financial inclusion. The older people's futures will be surrounded by technology. So ILAS collected information about this. The ILAS found that the percentage of people under 60 who can operate digital devices is greater than that of current older people. The survey also reveals that digital literacy among current older people is very low and that the silver divide needs to be bridged. In terms of financial literacy, the access rate to digital payments and finance among older people very low. The proportion of pre-older people who have used smartphone and or the internet for financial transaction in the past year is higher at 16% than the older people. Older men already get used to use debit or ATM card for purchases, payments, or transfer 2 times higher than the older woman group. Now let's reveal several key findings on economics and employment aspect of older people. One key finding is that income sources shift as people age. For older adults, personal income and government transfer become crucial. However, transfer from children still making up a significant portion of their income, especially for those above 65. This graph shows how reliant older Indonesians are on the family support, highlights the need for sustainable financial solution for aging population. As we can be seen here, the blue graph at the bottom of the graph actually the contribution of transfer from children, and it starts to increase by the time they reach 65 years and above. However, the source of income coming from their own and the government transfer start to getting lower and lower. Next, please. The ILAS provide clear evidence that government and private transfer are still essential in reducing the gap between income and consumption for older people. This graph trying to compare the income and the expenditure pattern among the older group in our sample here. Now let's move on to the employment. Employment rates decline significantly with age. Around 69% of people between 45 and 49 are still working. But this drops sharply as we look at older age group. By age 80 and above, the employment rate is minimal. The decline is particularly worrisome as many older adults rely on informal labor because they lack pension benefits. The gender gap is also stark. More men are employed than women, and rural areas have higher employment rate than urban areas. This underlines the need for more inclusive employment policies and social safety nets for older adults. So for the next step, to wrap up things, the ILAS findings provide critical evidence for improving the lives of older Indonesians. And moving forward, our next steps include producing and disseminating the Indonesian version of this report, conducting policy-relevant research, and creating a data sharing platform. So all of you can download our report in this link, and we will provide the data for open public by early next year. So please follow up our website as well as our news very soon to be able to utilize together the raw data from ILAS. So we also plan to explore the second wave of ILAS, which will help us track changes over time and ensure that our policy responses are based on the latest, most dynamic and accurate data. Thank you very much for your attention and looking forward to collaborate to analyze and doing deep dive insight into ILAS report. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Dewa, for the comprehensive presentation. And the next agenda is the Q&A session. And for this session, I would like to hand over the stage to Mr. Dong-Hyun Park to moderate the sessions. Please welcome Mr. Park.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's start the panel session. First of all, we have 5 distinguished panelists. They are Mr. Dina Charisma from Bappenas, Dr. Gede Sukardiasi from National Population and Family Planning Agency, Director Sesep Sumantri from Survey Meter, Director Gede Wisana from Demography Institute of University of Indonesia, and last but certainly not least, my ADB colleague, Ms. Aiko Kikawa from ADB. So let's start the proceedings. First of all, I'd like to ask all the 5 panelists to come up, please. Okay, please be seated as soon as possible. Thank you. So this first question, please maybe 2 to 3 minutes each. First question goes to all the 5 panelists. The question is this: in your view, what is the most interesting finding from the 2023 Indonesia Longitudinal Aging Survey that has important policy implications. So we will start with Mr. Dinar Karisma from Bappenas.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Dong-Hyun. Good afternoon, all. To be honest, because we've been working a lot with older people data in Indonesia, I would say that the most important thing is that we never had a survey specifically for older people in Indonesia. And this is, I would say that this is the first time Indonesia has a nationally representative survey that let us know how many older people are in need of long-term care, for example, how many of them are interested, for example, to utilize a nursing home, how many of them are facing economic insecurity. What we have now so far is the national survey that doesn't really reflect the situation of the older people, and now we do have data that guide us better in terms of providing or developing a policy that will fit better. I would say that we have a lot of policy that directed to older people, but now because of the ILAS, we would have some proximity on how big is actually the needs or the gaps between what have been provided by the government in terms of older people policy with the actual needs. And I think this is going to be very important in terms of social protection, employment opportunity, and other needs of the older people.
Thank you so much. Next up, Dr. Nilu Gede Sukartiazi, give us your views. Same question.
Thank you. Congratulations and thanks that this survey, Pak Dewa, will provide more complete that in planning seniority program. There are some input from me. Appendix 3, National Strategy for Aging, that's the description of vision indicators. Age-friendly services covering 7 dimensions. Input me, BKL is a community group consisting of elderly families which aim to improve the knowledge, attitude, behavior, and skills of elderly families to improve the quality of life and life of the elderly with main activities, dissemination, home visit, mentoring, referral, as well as recording and reporting. The material of BKL activists taught 7 dimensions of active aging for purpose the elderly remain healthy. And 2, Appendix National Strategy for Aging, Policy Direction 2.4, increasing the coverage of long-term care for older people. 2.4.2, number of participants in the older person family development, Bina Keluarga Lansia, ya Pak Dewa. Group that have implemented long-term care. Input me the number of BKL group profit by SIGA. By SIGA in 2023, that 51,614. Okay. And input me number 3, Appendix National Strategy for Aging, Policy Dimension 5.3, increasing older people's active involvement in society. Input me the number of older people participating in BKL in 2023, 201,385. That's my input to complete the survey results. That's all, and thank you.
Okay, thank you. Director Sesep Sumantri, please.
Okay. Thank you, Pak. The most striking finding from ILAS that I know is the literacy of digital among older people. That's quite still low. I was thinking that in the digital era, if the literacy is important because it will make them can become independent in some way. They will not depend on others. And then by increasing the literacy, they can access many things by using the device like cell phone or mobile phone or any other technology. They can access to communicate with other like family, relative, friend, neighbor outside the household, and I think it will reduce the stress or depression if the older people stay alone. And then the second, they can get the information that useful for them. And again, by increasing the literacy, they can get to access in many services like the health services. They can use this for register, and then they can use it for transportation to get the ticket and any other for traveling, and then they can get the supporting finance by transfer or payment when they buy something and the other needs by using the device that need to get seen it. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next is Director Dewe Karma Wisana, please.
Thank you, Mr. Jong Hyun Park. And so without diminishing the importance of other aspects, this survey actually gathering a lot of information. I would like to offer at least two interesting findings that might be need to elaborate further. First, it's related to the employment as well as the source of income among older people. As the studies found, as they are getting older, the need to participate in labor market or in employment still high among the older people here in Indonesia. So it's actually related to the information about the income sources among them. So it means that we need to carefully understanding about how these kind of employment activities engage with the older people and able to maintain their ability to actively participate in labor market. Because as shown in the other result related to the illness reported both by themselves as well as diagnosed by doctor, there is some information revealed where among these older people, there are limited functions of doing activities. So these kind of situations interested to be followed up further in order to find out how to optimize their health condition in order to optimize their participation in the labor market to ensure their source of income. The other interesting finding, in my opinion, is also like how the government will taking role in this. So Mas Dinar also will be very interested in this part, I guess, because by the time we know among them still relying on government transfer, government support in terms of finance, then we need to know which group of these older people have really rely on this and how to ensure that the government able to identify them and to provide them with the enough support or financial transfer. In addition to other support like health support or any other social support like caregiver, for example. So another important finding is about how low the caregiver activity support for these older people. But I guess I will stop now because I would like to invite the audience to dig further about the information from ILAS 2023. Thank you, Mr. Dong Yun Pak.
Okay, thank you so much, Director Wisana. Now, Ms. Aiko Kikawa from ADB. But let me just note, Ms. Kikawa was the ADB side leader of a very close, in fact, intense and highly productive collaboration between ADB and the Bappenas and Survey Meter and other Indonesian organizations, which resulted in this important and highly policy-relevant report. Aiko, please.
Okay, thank you very much. So what I find quite interesting about all the findings are interesting, and just to let you know that what we presented here, just a glimpse of about 200 pages report that we have covering all kind of information, environment surrounding older persons. I highly recommend you to download. There must be some specific section of that work relevant to your work. What interested me from this report actually is very similar to Dewa. It's about the employment. Labor force survey would tell you what is the labor employment rate of older persons. However, what it's not telling is how they are approaching work, how they're feeling about works, what is their retirement expectations. So this report highlights that. And some of the things that we find it quite interesting is that people would expect that because many people do not have social protection, many people do work in informal sectors, and that some of the works possibly are physically taxing, the kind of satisfaction that older persons are getting from work were quite high. Up to about 87% of the respondents reported that they are getting satisfaction from work. Over 90% of the people say they're happy to go to work every day. There are some dissatisfactions on the part of wage. However, overall approach to work had been quite surprisingly even high, knowing that we also ask questions about how works are taxing or physically taxing on their work. So what we can have policy implications from here. One is that if people are very much interested in enjoying to work, the government can do further to help people work longer. Because many people are working in agriculture, which is also highlighted in this report, mechanization of the agricultural work, having more opportunity for providing loans, etc. I think those are critical for older persons so that they would continue to work part-time or some limited time, but to work. And that it's also critical that for the formal side of workers who are unfortunately retiring quite early. And you would see in our employment in the employment section, there are many reports reason for employment being just falsely terminated among tertiary educated workers. The trend now is that to make the retirement age flexible so that people are not facing this big wall that they have to cross where they become formal to informal. It could be much more gradual or option, and to make the workers do not have to have this wall of being formally employed to retired. There are many ways that you can do. For example, one is to have some ways of having a human resource so that people do not have to, the companies are not encouraged to let go of older workers. It's the productivity and the wage gap that many companies do let go of older workers. Can we not make the wage and the rewarding system more flexible so that older workers have their own role to play and rewarded on the basis of their productivity. So I think this report can have many insights that has a policy implication. This is just the beginning, and we hope that the data can inform policy through the network of researchers who would use this data. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Aiko. Now we open the floor up to questions from the audience. Are there any questions or comments from the audience? Please raise your hand.
I'm Tripudi Raharjo from University of Respati, Indonesia. I'm also very interested in that kind of survey. It is longitudinal survey. Is that right, that in Indonesian called Silani? Yeah. So my question is, because this is Indonesia Longitudinal Aging Survey 2023, and then we have put this finding in our handbook for our student. My question is it still valid if this finding can be used in the universities to be one of the curriculum? If not, then how we have to do for the second edition, because we have just finished with the publication of the first edition. Thank you.
Yeah, maybe Aiko, can you go first? Okay.
Thank you very much for this very informative session in a good timing. My name is Reiko Hayashi from Japan, IPSS. So I have several organizational questions as well as contents questions. So the first thing is that I'm now reading the report, but you were talking about very high employment. But when it comes to the employment, it is very important if it is agriculture or employed, salaried one. So I wonder if you have the table which disaggregate the industry of employment, because you see the old people even work, but if they don't have pension, then they have to do something. And this kind of thing is very dependent on the industry, or especially agriculture, fishery, and so on and so forth. So the other organizational questions I have is that you used to have Silani, and which was administered based. So I wonder whether this sample survey is going to be somehow linked together with Silani in the future, so that maybe the coverage might be different and it will give more insights. And this is a longitudinal study, so survey. So what is your plan? In which year you are going to follow up all the same question? And the most important, are you going to put this data as a microdata to some open domain? Thank you.
Thank you, Reiko. Are there any further questions? Okay. There's one over there.
Thank you, terima kasih. Membaca survei ini saya sangat melegakan. May I speak in bahasa Indonesia so at least more clear to the result, because all of my friends are Indonesian. So, well, looking based on survey and explanation, we really appreciate that the response from the survey that almost 80% the senior people is working. But in actual, especially we are the people stay on the city like in Jakarta, we try to push that if you look in Singapore, for example, go to Hong Kong, and looking all the senior is working in, cleaning on the toilet and all this kind of thing. So hopefully with this survey, that I would like to, maybe goes to Kadin, goes to with all the mall association, maybe based on this survey, we can push onward that this all ordinary people, I'm sure I'm also old, but my heart's still young. So I hope that with all the survey, I would like to convey to all my friends and Kadin and HIPMI and all this kind of, look at it, Singapore can employ, I think it's with all senior people above 60, a working routine like in toilet, I think it's more, that more clean and more perfect, because just depending on the profiling. This is also my question. Okay. I'm really appreciate with all your survey, Mas, and mudah-mudahan kita bisa gunakan bersama untuk memperbaiki kehidupan para lansia kita. Terima kasih.
Okay, thank you. I'm afraid because we don't have any more time, we'll have to just very brief answer, 3-minute total, because we have an important ceremony at the end, and we have to finish by 2:30. So 3 minutes to answer the questions, please.
Yeah, thank you. There have been questions about Silani and ILAS. So Silani was started in 2019 as a microdata. So it is another survey. It's more like a census only in 7 villages in Indonesia. While ILAS is a survey data, so it is nationally representative. Silani is not because it is census and it is only covering for 7 villages. What we would like to have in the future is that bigger coverage of Silani that is connected to the social registry, but ILAS is still very important for us to ask deeper questions because Silani wouldn't have as deep question as ILAS that would provide us with a better indication of the situation of older people in Indonesia.
Dr. Dede, 1 minute. Your 1-minute answer, yeah.
Okay.
And then I go. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so quick response, Ibu, it's still valid to be used by any students actually and to analyze further. And in fact, this, as Mas Dinar mentioned, this data actually provide even more detail of the questions rather than the Silani, which is the characteristic of the data totally different. So definitely it will be very good to be utilized for the research or in study case in the class for the students. And we hope that the student also will use the raw data very soon. We will put it into the open public early next year. So this is sort of like open data you can use for analysis further. And for the employment, unfortunately, the questions in ILAS is not questioning in detail about the type of job, but we have the sector, okay. the sector, whether it's agriculture, manufacturing, or so on. So hopefully, we can dig further the data again to see the type of jobs that involve or participate by the older people. But at least we now have the early information about which sectors actually they are being dominated. And definitely we can relate these issues to the other aspects of health probably, or their skills related to these particular jobs and so on. So again, we would like to invite more.
Thank you. Aiko, please, 1 minute.
Okay, thank you. So perhaps my question is on future of the ILAS. So as we say, we are preparing to make this data available, and that also longitudinal data would only be longitudinal after second panel. So we would like to set realistic expectations on when we can do the second survey, perhaps in a more elaborate form, improvement, potentially geographical coverage even greater if there are more parties who are interested to join these initiatives. So we would continue our collaboration. And if there are any research communities interested to collaborate with us on further research, we also welcome. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. Now we come to the most important part of the panel session. Ms. Aiko will present the 2023 Indonesia Longitudinal Aging Survey, ILSA, fresh off the press, report to a representative of Bappenas. Yeah, please stand up, yeah. Okay. And please give a big round of applause to all the 5 panelists. Okay, thank you so much.
The end of the Q&A session concludes the event today. Before you go, I would like to remind you that you can download the report on the QR code that we are provided in the banner in front of these rooms. You can also download the report from the ADB websites and also Surveymeter websites. And please don't hesitate to reach out any ILAS member if you still have any inquiries or further comments about ILAS 2023. On behalf of ADB, Ministry of National Development Planning, Surveymeter, Demographic Institute of the Faculty of Economic and Business at the University of Indonesia, I would like to say thank you for your participation and also your appreciation to ILAS. Have a good day and enjoy the rest of your day in the conference and also in Bali. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we will embark on the closing session. Therefore, please kindly prepare yourself and please be seated. Join us here at the hall. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, as the proceedings of the closing session will start shortly, therefore, a gentle reminder for everyone to please kindly take your interpreter receiver, especially for those who need the translation services. And please be reminded that for the receiver for translation or interpreter is only be used in this Pechatu hall. Ladies and gentlemen, as we already have the plan for the site visit tomorrow, therefore, for those who already registered yesterday, please kindly scan the QR code to double check and also to confirm whether you have been registered and then also to which locations you are registered at, as well as the venue, as well as the seating chart in the shuttle to proceed to the site inspections or the site visit location. Thank you.
Supposed to start?
Good afternoon. We follow up with the program for today with outcomes, with the feedback, with the reflections that came out for a whole day of meetings on intergenerational discussions that was led by the Chao Foundations in a process that spanned through several months. So today is the culmination of that process, and we are very proud to listen to the reflections coming out of that presentation with led by the Chao Foundation with Ms. Susanna Harding, who will be moderating and leading this session. Do you want to call the people to sit in front of? Okay.
Oh, yeah, they actually can go up now.
Yeah, if you wish.
Yeah, so maybe, okay, thank you very much, Senor. Good afternoon, everybody. In the interest of time, maybe I can call all the panelists while I start this presenting. Yeah, so it's been a wonderful 2 days of relearning new things, reacquainting with old friends and meeting new people in this conference, which we have missed for a while. I think I've only missed one regional conference of HelpAge, and so it's good that we are able to be together in the same room and be able to further our advocacy and our engagement, not only of our other organizations, but certainly for policymakers and potential partners in the community. I come from Chao Foundation, which has taken on the leadership upon the invitation of HelpAge and Bappenas to take the lead in organizing a process whereby we wanted to bring the voices, not just of older people, but the young and the mature into this conference that is about reframing aging. So our idea was, how do we strengthen intergenerational solidarity through a dialogue and through a focus group discussion methodology that has spanned for about 2 months, held in 9 countries across Southeast Asia and South Asia. So I'd like to thank Bappenas and HelpAge International for inviting us to organize, to bring the voices of the community to this conference. We also would like to thank our partner, our main partner, the Alliance on Longevity in Asia Pacific, and I'll introduce them to you in a while. Actually, at the foundation, we started the process of reframing aging back in 2013 on the 20th anniversary of the foundation. There were 2 things when we were developing our new 5-year plan as a foundation, we realized that we've always been working on aging, and there was so much burden, so much negative around aging, and yet we are seeing, yes, there were challenges, there were issues on the ground, there were things, a lot of things that we were advocating on, but we also see a lot of opportunities, and we wanted to shift the narrative around population aging as only sort of a burden, as something that full of challenges. So we wanted to also be able to celebrate the fact that actually that is one of the greatest achievements of our generation, that we've managed to facilitate and support the people living longer than what they used to be. So we've shifted from aging to longevity, and we took on the tagline that there is actually opportunity in living longer. The second one that we were thinking then was that we realized that we have been, as a foundation, have developed models of care that supports older persons, from the most frail to those who are, we started with the most frail and those who have multiple complex health and psychosocial needs, but we wanted to also be able to take the community as part of the solution. So from a 2-dimensional, where we were only looking at how do we work with and facilitate personal efficacy through self-care, through behavior change, and also through the different services and programs that we run, as well as the advocacy that we do with different policymakers, to then pilot test a model where part of the solution, part of the model is really looking at how community development as one of the strong pillars that is required or is necessary to really build a community whereby everybody could actually experience aging in a positive, be able to age in place, and be able to see the potential that the additional 10, 15, and 20 years will give them in the community. And this is how the vision of COMSA came about. Vision of COMSA, the Committee for Successful Aging, which we started to pilot test in one of the estates or community in Singapore that has about 50,000 residents back then, is about taking a community approach, the whole community taking collective ownership of positive aging over the life course, thereby maximizing individual and community's ability to reap dividends of longevity. So this is how we have built the model and the program that we have piloted. And there are 6 principles in terms of this model, really looking at population approach, the whole population. So it's not just about the current cohorts of older people, but the rest of the residents in the community. The biopsychosocial health and well-being, the seamless integration between the health and social care system, preventive health, bringing people to the left. How can we move people to make sure that there's actually prevention initiatives, activities, even to those who are complex needs, those who are frail? There is intergenerational community bonding as one of the principles of this model, and of course, the multi-pronged, multi-stakeholder approach to the model as well. So we had 10 years of already 2013, so 2024, about 10 years, and actually we are in the process of reviewing what we have done, what has happened, what we have journeyed in the community through the COMSA model. But at some point, we also saw the opportunity during the MIPA review. We realized that actually there is also opportunity for us to start encouraging and inspiring and also facilitating that the shift from aging to longevity could also happen beyond the shores of Singapore. So with the encouragement, we managed to set up an alliance on longevity in Asia Pacific that has actually, it's an alliance, it's about learning exchange among the different organizations working and supporting older persons in the community. It's about leveraging on each other's strength and also collectively being an advocate for and behalf of older persons. So ALAP was born in August 2022. And these are the founding members. Plus, we have a few good men and women in there, individual. So actually, it's both organizations, NGOs, as well as individuals that are very passionate and has been working in the field of aging, working in the community, working with older people, and who would like to work with older people. So these are the members from the different countries. And then we became 30 years old, the foundation. Wait. We became 30 years old. And then we said, okay, how then do we move forward in terms of where do we want to go? And inspired me the other day, I had a conversation with Paul on this, and he mentioned about Caterpillar. And actually, the past 2 years, even during COVID, we started to think, every 5 years we think, okay, what could be ahead, 10, 15 years, 20 years? So we started to think, where is the next frontier for us to work in terms of how we can move forward the agenda of every older person, the past, the present, and the future, to be able to experience aging in a positive and in a different way than what we are, some of our older persons are experiencing right now. And he inspired me to look at how a caterpillar turns into a butterfly. So I borrowed this from YouTube, so I hope there's no copyright issue. Can you play the video? Sorry. And I thought, and we believe that the next frontier for us to all work within the region is really around transformation. There continues to be challenges for us. Population aging continues to be seen not so much as a burden now. There were a lot of, even here, I saw a lot of opportunities now being discussed around national transfer accounts, social pension, the different layers of that cake where you can have zero pension. So there's a lot more discussion around how we could potentially respond or address the challenges of population aging. But for us, we believe that there needs to be more than just looking at it from an individual as well as the policy or the stakeholders, but really to transform how we address and look at it. And right smack on that is, of course, based on our experience in Singapore and in COMSA model, is how do we bring the community as part of that solution, as part of that co-creation, as part of the solutioning to be able to operationalize, how do you operationalize a policy that talks about how do we build, social pension is physically unsustainable. Without bringing the community there in the conversation, the decisions, I still see here that there is lack of education, awareness about a lot of the policies. And I ask the questions, have you been to the community and have that conversation that these are the current policies? What do you think? How then do we make sense of this? What does it mean to you? How then do we kind of share the responsibility to make sure that everybody understands fully what it means? So this is where we are coming from. I think we need to really transform how and bring the community to the table. And this is where, for us as the foundation, and of course as part of ALAP, we believe that we need to invest intentionally in the intergenerational group life, so not just looking at the current, the past, the current cohorts of older people, but really bringing the future cohort of older people, looking at the intergenerational solidarity, group life of the neighborhood at the community level, and recognizing that collective efficacy is not measured just by the strength or capacities of leaders, policies, and programs or services that we bring to the community, but by the power and connectivity of its groups. This is actually from Cormac Russell, who's one of the gurus of asset-based community development in the world. So I thought that was, so what we have done the past 2 months as part of bringing the voices and trying to understand what it is, what does it mean for the community to be part of this transformation, we actually did two things, two methodology. One is we did a rapid literature review. What is the evidence out there? How is intergenerational solidarity happening? And then we run focus group discussions in the community involving different generations, the young, the mature, and the older persons. And the two key questions is how can generations live and work well together to ensure that everybody can age well, and how can each generation perceives their life course, including the quality and expectations for older age and later life. And we've managed to actually have 374 people from 9 countries come together in the community and discuss these two key questions. And then we said, how then do we bring this result and then feed it into the conference? So we organized a one-day pre-conference workshop whereby representatives from the 9 countries spent a whole day digesting and trying to understand each other, make the connections, communicate at the personal level, but also trying to, in different languages, because it's 9 countries, but at the same time trying to find where are your commonalities, where are the dreams, and how can you commit to that dream. And these are some of the photos from that, but at the same time, we also realized that it's important for us to bring the other, where we belong, the communities, so we actually also had a stakeholders group, but parallel. We didn't want the civil society organizations like us to be in the same room with the community, so we don't kind of really create a safe place for them to have a very meaningful discussion and engagement. But we brought the stakeholders into the room as well, and I've moderated the whole day sessions, where we bring in the data. What was the result of the rapid literature review? What is the result of the focus group discussions from the 9 countries? And trying to understand it from the community perspective. What does it mean? What are they telling us as a stakeholder? And what then can we do, or how can we engage with them after this conversation? So what are we transforming into? This whole process actually also was a transformative process, even for myself. I'm a policy and program developer person, and even myself, as I go through this process, there's always every day I have an aha moment. And I'm kudos to the community partners and participants who came here, because they actually inspired me and made me more reflective of what role could I do, what could I contribute to this transformation process. So we find that as policy program people, we kind of like always fall back on what does the policy people think. So when we talk about the intergenerational solidarity, we look at the UNDESA's principle or definition of intergenerational equity says that in order to have the principle of intergenerational equity holds that to promote prosperity and quality of life for all, institutions, so that means all of us here, should construct administrative acts that balance the short-term needs of today's generation with the longer-term needs of future generations. Then, because we're also researchers, we use research to advocate. So we look at what is the evidence, what is the current framework around that we could actually frame this, that could support the whole transformation. And we look at this policy tool called social quality, and it says that it actually developed by a large number of researchers and academics all over the world, and it says that social quality is the extent to which people are able to participate in social or societal relationships under conditions that enhance their well-being, capacity, and individual potential. So with these two backdrop of policy and research, but what it is from the ground up, what is transformation of a new narrative, where are we leading in terms of intergenerational equity? So after the we've had some thinking, reflections, at least from the foundation side, and this is something that we hope some of you would also be encouraged to participate at some point. We look at we're from Singapore, so we like C letters. We look at what are the requirements to be able to transform into something where there would be social cohesion in the community, everybody would be included, there will be justice for those who need, and there will be protection, social protection for everybody. And we said that perhaps this 4+CC would actually be a requirement or necessary for this to work towards a society, especially in the era where longevity is upon us already. I mean, Singapore, second fastest aging in the world, but our region is, majority are here already of older persons. So in the era of longevity, what is it that is required for us to be able to collectively transform the experiences at the community level? So we said importance, we need to have a new way of communicating with each other at the individual level and be able to understand each other long enough so that each one of us in the process will actually have the confidence to continue the conversation and also to discuss difficult issues like, why do I need to pay extra taxes now? Why are you talking about adequacy of income? And then be able to, in the process, as you continue the conversation, be able to have both personal as well as organizational connections, and then be able to then find a point where you could actually commit to something. It doesn't always have to be so many commitments, but it could start with one. One thing that you could actually do together to be able to support addressing some of these issues. And we believe that in the process, we are actually creating a new community culture whereby the whole community could be part of the solution, part of the dream, and part of the reality that people are living longer, and what would it mean for everybody to grow old in place and successfully. So with that, allow me to bring representatives from the 9 countries who are here to join me on stage. We have Ms. Nong Tru Tang, Mr. Chanyu Tepa. I need my glasses. Ms. Lina Chauhan, Ms. Kaila Maria Meneses, Ms. Shanta Lakshmi Shrestha, Ms. Sanju Tapa, who's representing Aging Nepal, and Ms. Poppy Walton, who's representing, so we have 2 from the stakeholders, from Aging Nepal, and Ms. Poppy Walton from HelpAge International. I don't have a chair, so I will have to, which is not a good thing to kind of, maybe I should just, my voice can be loud enough. Oh, there it is. Of course, there's a mic in front. Hello? Okay. We would like to hear from each one of you, and I can give you 5 minutes each, generous, to give us, you've gone through the focus group discussions, you from the community where you come from, to the one day coming together representing your community, as well as discussion you had. Is there something, a message that you can share with all of us here from this experience? You're the nearest to me, so. Not alphabetical.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today is my pleasure to be here to representative for my community from Vietnam. So we had a group discussion, very fruitful discussion on the 10th, the Tuesday, and from that we have learned a lot of experience from other countries and from our community. So the key message from me and my community is my dream is that my community is being a place where everyone can come to joy. That place doesn't label anyone, regardless of their age and background. We don't care if you are rich or poor. We don't care if you are old or young. We don't care if you are women or men. A place where people are completely open to share about their hopes, their dreams, their expectations, their difficulty, their fears in their lives, removing all the barriers and without fear of being different or without being judgment. They can confidently communicate, share with each other. They commit to support each other to move forward to a new community culture. Yeah.
Would you?
Hello, I am Kayla. I am a young women leader from the Philippines and one of the representatives from COSE, the Coalition of Services for the Elderly in the Philippines. I lived in the largest village or barangay in the Philippines called Barangay Bagong Silang. In English, it means new birth or new hope. To start with, please allow me to share you a short story that I lived in the Philippines. It's a story of a grandmother sitting in upright fetus position at the side of the bridge with the small plastic cup on her left hand. Her eyes were closed and she spoke in a low voice in between coughs. She sits in that corner, in that same corner, for 6 days a week, morning till night, and Monday is her only day off. She is 79, got married at 28, and lost sight at 50. Since then, she found it difficult to work. She doesn't have home, and she stayed at the streets with her children and grandchildren. Her husband was a construction worker in the Philippines, but passed away in the year 2001. It was the same year she started begging in the streets. It's actually 24 years in a row. And her name is Nanay or Mother Mercy. She is only one of the country's many older persons struggling with poverty. They are one of the disadvantaged sectors in the Philippine society, battling multiple burdens every single day. So in the year 2019, I'm 17 years old at the time I also met Nanay Marcy in the streets. Through her story, we believe that we need to push forward different social protections that will protect and support the likes of Nanay Mercy. So we start with that hope. COSE believed that every one of us should have a dignified aging. So together with our youth organization in the Philippines, we joined and partnered with COSE about campaigning for universal social pension, wherein we came together doing campaigns like dancing on streets of dying inside, doing campaigns like different lobbying with different legislators, doing different media conferences to further advance the campaign for USP or Universal Social Pension. And we believe that there should be an intergenerational solidarity. However, one of the barriers we have is that we usually define intergenerational with the likes of you have a younger, middle, and older ones. But through these experiences and the workshop we have conducted the other day, I realized that we actually need to create a new way of communication that will transcend through different generations. A society that doesn't see me as a young person, nor them as old persons or middle-aged persons, but to see us as a whole person, as a human beings that can actually create hopes and impacts within our communities. To see everyone as a human and not as someone who contributed from the past, present, and the future. Because through this lens, we can also change how society looks at older people. Because they are actually teachers, artists, executives, scholars, farmers, entrepreneurs, storytellers, and even leaders. They are not just people who did well in the past. And lastly, while we are building a voice that will transcend through all generations, I think there is also a challenge for older people. If you're all hearing this, please don't get mad at me. But please don't pass the torch to us. Because we believe that we can actually hold it together. Yes, we can't go back to the past, but we can learn from it. And together, build the present and the future, not just for the future generations, but to both present and future that can be lived by each and every one of us through times. To have equality of life across the years that will make us live longer, where the likes of Nanay Mercy will be given a life that is equitable, just, and inclusive. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening and namaste to everyone. I'm Santa from Nepal. First of all, I really like to feel very happy and thank for the organizer and particularly the foundation, Aging Nepal, and the HelpAge International for giving this privilege for me to represent here. Having said this, the day before yesterday, we had a very good experiential workshop to bring the community's voices and to share to you all. And from the workshop, we derive a message for really harnessing the benefit of digital era and the population dividend. So for doing so, the message here is, for doing so, we really have to create a new culture where everyone from the community, in the community, will really feel equal being, a person, an individual, a human being, regardless of age, ability, ethnicity, caste, creed, and so on. So that everyone really feel respected and everyone's self-worth will be respected and honored to really have a mutually and really have a oneness, feeling of oneness to really create a great future, bright future for everyone, where everyone will have once one dignity with entity and rights, and everyone will be working together, striving together to have a symbiotic relationship among us, so that the intergenerational solidarity will be enhanced, and not only it will empower all the generation to really reap the benefit of population dividend, the longevity, and the digital technological benefit for all of us. And so that the culture, the community culture, we will be really building a new community culture where everybody will be respected equally. So that's the message we derive from our workshop and from the community from where we came. Thank you so much.
Okay. Hello, good evening, everyone. It's me, Sanju Thapa Magar, and I represent Aging Nepal. So the question, the word intergenerational solidarity, intergenerational approach, it's really hard, it's really difficult, and it's really, it's a gaps or something like that. We are trying to trigger the points for so many years, but we have not been able to do exact what to do for intergenerational approach, because it's not a small thing. it's not like a magic to be happy in society for a kind of small activities, because we have been living in a society where there are so many differences, diversities, and there are so many groups, people on the basis of religion, caste, age, and so on. So I think meaningful participation is really important to enhance the life of all people, to live in a society where all people respected. So for meaningful participation, there must be a common interest between the people so that they can work together. There must be the common interest so that they can live together and they can identify their challenges and they can work together. There must be the connection between the people of all ages, regardless of ethnicity, caste, sex, religion. So I think the connection between human beings, connection between an individual is really important. It's not only about the theoretical things, but also in a practical life also. So we have to go from our family. So we have to start from our family, that all members are equally important. They have their own ability, they have their own limitation, but we have that strength to embrace all kind of limitations and challenges that people are having due to their though they are different. So the practice of taking older people as a different people with different interests should be changed. And the major problem is now is older people are taken as an unproductive and dependent group. There are so many ageisms and elder abuse related things in our society. So that must be eradicated, that must be reduced so that we can have a society where all people can age together. And I think connection is the major thing, so that we can build a society where people can have a better life, dignified old age. Thank you.
Sanju. Hi everyone, I'm Poppy from HelpAge. I'm here really, I think, representing my colleagues who have done a lot of work in this area, but I was really pleased to be able to attend the meeting earlier on this week. It was fascinating, and some of my main takeaways is that it seemed like consistently across all ages there was much more that united people than didn't, but the ageism, both internalized and otherwise, is kind of creating barriers that are holding us back from making kind of meaningful connections. And I think it's HelpAge's experience through many case studies that the intergenerational activities that we do and deliver are one of the best ways to tackle ageism and to bring people together. Another reflection I had yesterday was kind of the findings were so interesting from the focus group discussions, and I really liked the piece, and I'm sure other people will get to read the full report when it's out, about kind of the different ways in which generations connect, and sometimes it's kind of like a functional support. So younger people maybe help older people with something and vice versa. And I think that's fantastic, but I also think it would be great to move away from that kind of transfer of skills and or which I do think starts to unpack some of the ageist conceptions, but can also contribute it. So I'd love to see ways in which intergenerational activities are actually kind of contributing to like adjustment to the sort of social norms that we see. And I think my other perception around this generally is that we need to be quite deliberate about creating the spaces for this. If you indulge me a personal anecdote, I recently was in a scenario where I was working evenings rather than mornings, and I got to participate in a class where I was the youngest person by 40 years. And it was a fantastic experience for me, but our different age groups often inhabit different spaces, literally, and have different times. So to be deliberate about those kind of things, I think, is really important. And so, yeah, I'd like to plug the HelpAge Intergenerational Guide, which, as well as like lots of case studies about how these approaches can work in practice, includes some really great tips as well on how to deliver. And Sanju has mentioned, I think, some of the key principles there that are important for delivering around meaningful engagement, about co-creation, about participation, about understanding where the power is lying in these relationships between younger, older old people. So, but yeah, thank you so much for allowing me to be here.
Namaste everyone. This is Leena Chauhan from Gravis, India. Because mic is in my hand, I would first like to thank Susanna and her team, Sao Foundation, for bringing this research work up here and for discussing this with all of you. I mean, the other day on 10th September, we had a very beautiful pre-conference where we have experienced what we are discussing here. I mean, there were participants, delegates from different countries along with community representatives, and we all discussed the different issues all together, irrespective of our age, gender, and our ethnicities. It was wonderful, and it is, I mean, the result that we are here and taking this up, and we are sharing it with you. A lot of it has been said by my dear friends. Here I would like to share what I have learned, what my experience from the discussions that we had. So when we are discussing here this new model of creating community culture, that contains, Susanna discussed about 5 different C's, that contains fostering confidence through better communication, establishing new connections among everyone, irrespective of age, gender, race, ethnicity, religion. We have learned through over discussion, over intergenerational connection for longevity. It is important to focus upon life course approach to achieve healthy aging and longevity. So if we want to have a better future, we have to act now. We had an activity called What Dream You Have. So each one of us, we have mentioned what dream we have for a healthy community, what we think about a healthy community. So a dream to have a community that is healthy and happy can be fulfilled by working for different life stages at the same time. The goal of children's health and nutrition program, maybe climate change projects, or maybe some SRH initiatives, it should be to have, the major goal is to have, to create future community that is healthy and full of life. What we are focusing, as I have observed, as we have observed, that we are focusing now is on present, but the need is to focus on future by acting now. So here, to sum this up, I would like to quote our friend Paul's quote from the opening remark of our intergenerational pre-conference, that we have to have 3 tone in a voice, that is past, present, and the future. That's how we can put an intergenerational lens over any community-based issue. That's it from my side. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. My name is Chandyut from Thailand. First of all, I would like to thank South Foundation and our network here, and have a chance to go through the process of study and also the pre-workshop on the intergenerational solidarity and our power for social development. For myself, it's something like a separate representative from the community, the old people, active old people in the community from Thailand. And along the process that we are involved in this process, so it seems that until that we have a pre-conference on the 10th, we have found that myself is thinking about, we have a lot of what the concrete and inspire experience from all the participants. So Susanna mentioned that we are 9 countries, from Bangladesh to Vietnam. I think this is very enriched of all kind of experience and sharing and learning together. So what I've learned a lot, as what I see in my experience, it seems that we have some kind of a clear common idea in terms of to getting the new way of working approach that will be emphasized to strengthening or amplifying on the intergenerational solidarity and empowerment of society in order to address to the two global challenge issue in terms of aging society and also the climate change that we are come here to talking about. The other one, what I get, and that's, I will keep this message away home, is we also, this maybe the process that we are, will use the active participation and the process itself for multi-channel of communication and use of the idea of humanized mind in order to make connection and make relation together to build up the among different generations without negative attitude, yeah, and regard to age or sex or culture. So we have something like that. If you seem that we will open mind in order to have a dialogue, things like that. That will be a good process, what I think. Plus this, I think this inspire of this working approach will be more or less now, we, according to our topic that we would like to study, we still have really, when they get on this intergenerational solidarity for empowering society, in order to address the both issue, challenges to us, and that this one is make us to be a chance to representative part of this. I mean the people in different age and the culture to doing together and have a kind of collective action in our generation to address the and to challenge issue in our case, in our area, and as of now, at our community context, now we also already try to use this approach to integrate in our work on a inclusive community resilience on disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation action, yeah?
And taking the cue from Lina, talks about the three tones, the past, the present, and the future. Can I take the moderator privilege of identifying three people from here? Because part of the process was actually they dreamed together, as a group and as multi-generations, they actually came up with the dreams, but also what they could commit, that they can start when they go back to their communities, take into consideration the different continuing challenges of between generations, as well as the issues of older people in the community. So maybe I start with Lina, and then Lina, just in 1 minute, just the action that, you know, what you wanted to commit to.
What I wanted to commit to?
Yes, you know the one that as part of your work in the community.
Yeah, so I would like to stick what I said. I mean, what we, in the community, we are working on different issues. Gravis works for different issues like water scarcity, health, education, and agriculture, community mobilization, research. So, I mean, if we look at each issue through this intergenerational lens, I mean, we will be able to achieve, to address these
You were
issues.
talking about like how, by working with children, nutrition.
Yeah.
A very good example. You said.
Yeah. So if we want to have a, I mean, we are discussing longevity here. So we have to look at it like this: that to start a nutrition, I mean, to focus upon the health and nutrition program for children, and like we also and for family as a whole. So to establish to establish a future community, I mean, future healthy communities. I mean, so that they have a healthy age, I mean, they have a healthy longevity, maybe I can say.
Yeah, yeah. Because if they have very good nutrition in children, perhaps obesity could be not be an
Exactly.
issue at some point. Risk factors in terms of current conditions could be avoided. There could be a better health-seeking behavior among
I absolutely agree with you. Yes.
and they are the future older persons in our community.
Exactly.
Can I ask you to share your, what is it that when you were doing the commitment?
Yeah, in the Philippines, what we've saw is that there's a lack of social protection for the likes of Nanay Mercy or Mother Mercy. But the other side, there's also alarming that a lot of older persons lose hope that they can actually still a change within the community. So what we want to do is that if there is no hope, then it's incumbent for us to invent it. So you just don't, because we believe you just don't wait for the hopes. You actually create one. You actually create it. So in the Philippines, what we were gonna do is not to stop, and will continue rallying behind the struggle to have a social protection. So everyone who needs protection will be protected through the universal social pension in the Philippines.
Something that we all could learn from, how it became a multi-generation advocacy agenda as well as support from across generations. I'm looking at Emily as Kose. We will end with you to share your...
Thank you, Susanna, very much. I think when it comes to creating or building a new culture, that can be done through socialization and education. So for that, when it comes to socialization, I have an action that at the individual level, and at the institutional level, and at the policy level. So for action at the individual level, what I commit is to really set time and place to be together with all different generations, because we really need to spare time to sit together, to discuss together, to really find out, to discern the commonality, mutual, how to say that? Mutual benefit, which benefits mutually to all. So that's at the individual level. And then at the institutional level, we already have a forum, and we wanted to strengthen that forum of intergenerational more frequently, presently basically for sharing the research, evidence-based research amongst the older people. But we want to extend that further to all the generation, and that's the institutional level commitment. And the third one is to really create a new culture. We really have to have education, intergenerational, to create a new culture for strengthening intergenerational solidarity. We have to mainstream that concept and practice into the educational curriculum. So at the policy level, so at the institutional level, and at the individual level, we have committed for creating a new culture in the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You've made my life easier as a moderator by bringing forth specific recommendations, not just at the personal, but institutional and policy level. Senor, do we open one question to the floor, or? Is there any question from the floor? Reflection? Sorry? You've all been transformed. Yeah, yeah. I think yeah. If there's, because in the interest of time, I don't know if the next Paul.
So thank you. It's just a reflection. First of all, so I'm Paul Long from the South Foundation. I just want to acknowledge again the courage that this particular group took in sitting together in this space. And to be really honest with you, when we started out, we actually didn't know whether this would work. And asking them to be really frank with each other across the generations to articulate their fears, and to articulate their hopes, and to articulate, if you like, the things they liked and the things that they didn't like across the generations was not the easiest thing to do. But I think why this kind of approach, I think, is really, really important is that I think this particular forum, I hope it comes across, actually lays the groundwork for an intergenerational understanding of issues that's really life course based. Because here you have the views, the tones, as Susanna was saying, as Lina was saying, the tones from the past, the tones from the present, and the tones from the future basically merging together to give you a combined voice of the hopes, dreams, and fears and terrors that they also have about the world that they may be coming into as well. So this is why it's really important that in an intergenerational approach, it's not about one voice being thrown together with another voice, but actually what these people are articulating here, what the workshop has really articulated, is a place where somehow the human beings meet again. It's not whether you're old or young or middle-aged, it's where the human beings are allowed to meet again. And they would have had a different body of experience, a different way of looking forward into the world. So I thought it was a very powerful statement that even as we transform the world, even as we think about climate change anyway, it isn't about passing the torch on to the next generation. The next generation will find its way. It will have its own world, its own message. But what will we do in the current generation? What will the past generation do to enable that generation to find their voice in their own way, without passing judgment on them? So I think that's a really powerful thing. You know, so ageism can work both ways. So I think that was a really, really powerful statement. So I think in this particular exercise, I think what we hope, what we hope it illustrates is a method basically of building, taking forward, a reimagining, if you like, of intergenerational work, where it's not just about the activities that you precipitate in a community or in a place, but it's actually about precisely what they've been talking about. How do you intentionally conduct activities that will allow human beings to meet, and in the process of meeting, create a new form of communication that leads actually to a renewed or even a novel sense of confidence that the generations will have in each other. And then that allows actually, you know, the green shoots of connections to come up again. They will look different. The connections between the generations will not be the same as the connections within the generation. And from there, can you derive the types of commitments that you want to make to intentionally build this new type of world that is not ageist in any direction at all, but which is actually built upon a foundation of all human beings meeting one another, and that is the community culture, the essence, essentially, of a world with longevity that will be actually worth living in. At least if I understood all of their voices, over the last couple of days correctly, that is really the place that you're trying to get to. It's not asking people basically to abandon the roles, not asking you not to be a woman, not asking you not to be a man, not asking you not to be a Muslim or a Christian, or not asking you basically to not be an old person or a young person, but it's actually to say that as any kind of person, young, middle-aged or old, I have a past voice, I have a present voice, and I have a future voice. And this is important, particularly in this circle of longevity, because I think a lot of what came up in the focus groups about the way in which older voices are honored has a lot to do with the kind of tone that is based on the past. We honor you for having fought the War of Independence or whatever war it may be, for having built the country, for having looked after the children. But it's almost like it's a voice that is that of the ancestor put on the pedestal. And then the unsaid words are, please stay there. But older people still have a voice in the present and a role in the future. Similarly, middle-aged people have a voice in the present and the future, and young people have a voice in the present and the future. Everybody has a voice in the future. And that's the new place you got to get to in an intergenerational move towards a new type of community culture. I think that's basically what I would take away from this. It's a new way of programming, a new way of thinking, a new way of developing policies that we're going to need. And we're going to need everybody here working with us, I think, to do that. So,
thank you, Paul. Yeah, but just the last point, perhaps as part of the organizing team, I must thank everybody here on behalf of South Foundation, on behalf of Marian, for really taking the courage and taking the lead in terms of organizing at the community level, managing all those voices to be heard. A few of them had those kind of difficult conversations, but a way for us to move forward. I think where I would like to encourage everybody is really to, where they are doing it is learning then how, as a community, coming from the community, every one of us here are committed to work with everybody here to be able to really work towards a society where people are living longer, and all of us are living longer. It's not just the current cohorts of older people. Even a young person now is the future older person. So the idea is, how then do we enhance that connections and have be able to really create a different way of engaging and building confidence in each other. We can still have difficult conversations at some point. Some of the issues could really be a very difficult conversation, but if you come from a place where there's respect and where there is safety, as well as there is a good way for you to have the conversation, I think consensus or you agree to disagree, at least there's movement. Even just that conversation alone, that means the issue is moving. So I think I firmly believe in that, and therefore our hope is that you would take us up in our offer to be part of the solution and be part of leading the intergeneration, ensuring that every person's, the current, the past, and the future cohort of older persons actually part of the community building. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to Shao Foundation for facilitating this session. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now have a short break for coffee and tea. Please kindly enjoy the coffee and tea which are already served at the foyer area, and then please kindly return back to this Pechatu Hall for the closing session. Ladies and gentlemen, we will start the next closing session at 3:40 p.m. local time or the Bali time. So once again, we do apologize. The updated schedule for the closing session will start at 4 p.m. local time. So please enjoy your coffee and tea, which are already served at the foyer. And we'll see you again sharply at 4 p.m. local time for the closing session. Thank you.
can see the announcements at the booth of the Ministry of National Development Planning right in front of the exit door. And you can see in the monitor whether you are on the list. I think most of you will be on the list because we have, I don't think we excluded a lot of people. And there will be information as well on the time to gather here, and also the time of the shuttle will pick you up in your hotel. So please check your information in the booth of the Ministry of National Development Planning. There will also be a QR code, a barcode, which you can scan and get the information on your smartphone. Thank you. Panitia mungkin bisa ditampilkan aja barcode yang field visit. You can also scan the barcode here and check the information for the field visit tomorrow. Thank you.
bunyi nggak? Cek, 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 cek. Cek, cek.
Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, may we have your attention, please? For those who already take the coffee or tea, you can bring it inside the Pechatu Hall as we will now continue to the closing parts of our event. Once again, to all of distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, you're kindly requested to enter the Pechatu Hall. Please kindly take your seat and prepare yourself for the next arrangement of the conference. Thank you. we are preparing ourselves for the closing session of the APRC 2024. Therefore, we kindly invite you all to please take your seat, please settle back, and don't forget to use the interpreter receiver for those who need the translation services, as you may take the receiver for translation at the counter located in the Pechatu Hall at the backside of your chair. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, as we are preparing ourselves for the arrangements of the closing sessions of APRC 2024, you're kindly requested to join us here in the Pechatu Hall, and please kindly take your seat. Thank you.
Hello, we'll be starting in a few minutes once the high-level guests arrive. We're waiting for them to sum up this session. So thank you for your patience.
Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, may we have your attention, please? As we are about to start the closing session of APRC, we would like to invite you all to please kindly return back to your chair. Thank you. Once again, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, please kindly take your seat as we are about to start the closing session. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita bersama. May peace be upon us. Shalom, salam kebajikan. Om Swastiastu. Good afternoon to all of you, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the closing session of the Asia-Pacific Regional Conference on Population Aging. The journey is never ending. There's only growth, improvement, adversity, do what is right, continue to grow, and continue to live in the moment. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the closing session of the conference, and we are very delighted as this afternoon, already joining us in this ballroom, the Yayasan Among Lansia or YEL Indonesia Help Age Global Network member, Ibu Eva Sabdono, and then also the Director General of Social Rehabilitations, the Ministry of Social Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, Bapak Supomo, the Deputy Minister for Children, Women and Youth Quality Improvement, Coordinating Minister for Human Development and Culture of the Republic of Indonesia, Ibu Woro Srihastuti As, Director of the Social Development Division, ESCAP, Mr. Srinivas Tata, Asia Pacific Regional Representative, Help Age International, Mr. Eduardo Klein, Deputy Minister for Populations and Manpower, the Ministry of National Development Planning of the Republic of Indonesia, Bapak Maliki, and last but not least, of course, all of the distinguished speakers, delegates, moderators, and the participants. It is indeed a pleasure to be able to gather back to this Pechatu Hall for our closing sessions of the Asia Pacific Regional Conference on Populating Aging. Allow me please to introduce myself. My name is Dian Ariswari, and on behalf of the organizing committee, Bappenas, UNFPA, and HelpAge International, it is with great pleasure that we extend our warmest welcome to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. And for this afternoon, we're going to start the closing session by continuing the agenda, discussing regarding reframing aging, reflections on the conference. And the session itself will be moderated by Mr. Eduardo Klein, the Asia-Pacific Regional Representative of HelpAge International. Mr. Klein, the time is yours.
Thank you. Before starting, may I ask, we will have a short presentation by one of the best presenters in Asia Pacific, Mr. Stuart Hittel-Basten, and we'll have 4 comments from Professor Tribhuti. May I ask you to please come here? Philip O'Keefe, Srinivas Tata, Rohit Prasad, please take a seat. The presentation will be very short, trying to sum up the main reflections. It's not an outcome of every session. We'll do that later. We'll see the big ideas that have been gathered in this session. So, Stuart. Professor, please. In the middle. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Eduardo. No pressure there. So actually, just before I start, I just wanted to say a quick thank you. I've been involved with Eduardo and the rest of the team in organizing and arranging some of the sessions. I just want to say a big thank you to all of the session leads who've been amazing at getting these program up and running. But then also, of course, for the team, the translators, the interpreters, the sign language interpreters, all the technical team, and of course, the HelpAge team who are working so hard, Jing and Si and Oi and everybody else there. So just to say a big thank you before I get started. So my job here is to try and encapsulate everything that's happened in the last 2 days, which is not the easiest thing in the world to do. But what I'm not going to do is just describe everything that has happened, because we have a report for that, and then there's, to be honest, AI will do a better job of that than I will be able to do, right? So we will have a report which will come out in the next few weeks, which is kind of wrapping up and giving an overview of what has occurred in the conference. But of course, as you'll have seen, we've tried to cover these 6 various different key themes, plus other different aspects relating to reframing aging. But as Eduardo said right at the start, the whole point of our discussions is not just to describe what's going on, but to address these issues, right? To kind of respond to them and say, well, how can we best respond to these particular issues? Now, of course, like me, you will have listened to a lot of the presentations, a lot of the discussions, and a lot of the themes which have come up are these kind of recurring bad dreams that we have. I think we all have bad dreams, recurring bad dreams, right? And there are clearly these recurring bad dreams which are coming up over and over again about missed opportunity. And we learn and we talk a lot about various different inequalities, particularly gendered, rural, urban, socioeconomic inequalities, about informal work and how a lifetime of informal work has consequences for individuals, but also consequences for capacity, being able to fund certain services, being able to develop and roll out services, and that's related to capacity as well. That we have all of these wonderful plans and wonderful ideas that we want to implement, but actually having the capacity to deliver, the capacity to pay for them is not always so straightforward. And of course, there's no point in us ignoring the continuation of discrimination and ageism, which still haunts Asia Pacific and of course all other regions of the world. But what I wanted to do though is to look at some of the kind of a broader theme and broader themes which have been coming across both in this conference, but then also as the conferences, the Asia Pacific conferences have developed over the last decade or more. Because, of course, our instinct is always to think about, well, these are the things that we need to fix, right, in our community, in our world. But if we spend our entire life fixing things, then there's a danger that we never create anything. We never create something new and something better. And so I think the first kind of paradigm shift that we would aim to achieve then is to go from fixing to transforming, to making a better world. So that's about thinking, well, what is the system or what is the world that we want to achieve and how do we get there? And the conference here and throughout all the different sessions of the conference have, I think, in various different ways been addressing that, right? Of looking at, well, where do we want to be, where do we want to go, and how do we get there? Of course, even the name of the conference about reframing aging and a conference on population aging is a reflection of this paradigm shift which has gone on maybe unnoticed over the last 10 or 20 years. How when we talk about population aging, we talk about issues relating to age, we're not just talking about vulnerable older people. We're not just talking about older people. We're not just even talking about future older people. We're talking more holistically about the process of population aging as a global mega trend which is happening in every single country of the world. So going from to this idea of population aging being a whole of society concept. And so I just want to identify, I think, what has been coming out of the sessions of these other different paradigm shifts which have occurred. So I think the first is relating to how we frame aging. And of course, this is something which we've all been very active and fighting for, and I think it's probably the most obvious paradigm shift of moving away from the language of dependency, which I'm afraid we demographers still perpetuate, and vulnerability towards one of opportunity and empowerment. So this is about making the most of every single person's potential, regardless of age, which of course is a core ICPD principle. And then when all of that potential is met, then we have the potential to calculate the sum of the pieces, whether or not this is silver economy, productive aging, caregiving, second and third demographic dividend. So a much more based on opportunity and an empowering paradigm. I think the second paradigm shift in how we're framing aging is to switch from this rather rigid kind of one-size-fits-all, older people, over 60, everybody's the same. No, of course not. Moving towards a much more flexible, human-centered, more individualized approach to aging. So what are to design more flexible systems that respond to need, but also enable potential. And of course, this is on how we conceptualize and we measure aging. We've talked about national transfer accounts, boundaries to age, prospective aging, and so on. I think the second set of paradigm shifts that we've seen is how we formulate and engage with policy. So this has gone from, well, let's create some policies for older people towards age mainstreaming and age-sensitive interventions. So this involves taking a life cycle approach to aging, of delinking population aging from just talking about older people, which I've already talked about, but also recognizing that age is a genuine factor in this. We can't write off age entirely as a factor in shaping the lived experiences of people around the world. And of course, this needs to be rights-based. Okay? So we create a rights-based, age mainstream, age-sensitive interventions. And then linked to that is this important move away from older persons in particular as policy objects to being policy subjects. And this is a theme which has been talked a lot over the conference. So as older persons, as active agents in policy formulation, rather than just passive receivers of policy. So becoming change agents, about co-creating change and co-creating interventions, and then of course leveraging the collective bargaining power of older persons. And then finally, we talked a lot about the paradigm shifts in terms of design and implementation. So I think in the past, and still to a certain degree today, a lot of policy relating to population aging has been fragmented. We either, whether or not this is about, well, we're going to just deal with pension reform, or we're going to just deal with health and social reform, or on the other hand, we're going to raise fertility, or we will lower fertility in this very kind of fragmented way. But now I think we have a more holistic approach. So this is more holistic in the things that we do. So we're talking about integrated care plans. We talk about how social and defined pensions work together. But also, just the range of policies and interventions in the last 2 days has been remarkable, going from biochar to AI to everything in between, right? The number of things that we can do has multiplied exponentially. And of course, this is about changing ecosystems, right? Rather than just changing individual policies, it's about changing entire systems. But then also how we do things, to be intersectoral, to be multisectoral, to have intergenerational partnerships. And then finally, this shift away from policy being top-down implementation and top-down intervention to being something where we trust individuals, we trust communities, we look at a bottom-up approach, but then it goes to scale. How do we take bottom-up interventions and community interventions up to scale and then bring them back down to the local level by remixing and adapting? Of course, this is about the power of community, older persons associations, intergenerational groups, and making the most of what are collectively millions of years of experience. So just to return, and this is my last slide, so just to make the final point, as I said earlier, we talked about what is the world that we want to achieve, and it can become very difficult, I think, when we are looking at all of these various different policies, whether it's, as I say, from biochar to AI to social pensions to digitalization to everywhere in between. It can be difficult for us to try and tie it all together. And I do think that we can go back to ICPD, to the second principle of ICPD, to find one thing which can unite everything, and I think can unite us all, which is the bit that I've underlined here, which is about countries and employers and other organizations and communities and families and whatever it is, should ensure that all individuals are given the opportunity to make the most of their potential. And I think this is a theme which has come up time and time again over the last 2 days, and I think it's something which, when we consider reframing aging and we're looking for something to reframe it around, we could probably do a lot worse than this example here. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you, Stuart. We'll have 4 brief comments before our closing ceremony. We start with Dr. Srinivas Tata. He's Director of the Social Division of the UN SCAP.
Thank you, Eduardo. Knowing so much that's been said and the brilliant speakers that are going to follow, I'm going to focus one on some of the key reflections. One, on the conference itself, the way it was organized. I cannot recall a more comprehensive multi-stakeholder meeting of the recent past on population aging. You had governments, you had civil society organizations, you had UN agencies, development banks, international organizations, above all, older persons and also younger. I think for me, one of the biggest takeaways and impressions that I have of this meeting is the wonderful multi-stakeholder, nature of it. And I think every person that you spoke to, and as you illustrated, they were from 38 countries. You turn around, they're from different walks of life, but all of us with common purpose on looking at improving the lives of older persons. And as someone, we organize intergovernmental meetings regularly, but this is a meeting with a difference. And I think I would like to congratulate you on that. Secondly, we also saw the meeting in a way that it was organized. There were sessions which showcased very grassroots, micro-level examples about how things were actually done. And they were also complemented by presentations and interventions which illustrated the higher policy level interventions and allowed us to make a linkage of what kind of ecosystem, how do we then have policies that really help some of these successful micro-level initiatives work. And rarely in a meeting do you get that. So in terms of organization, I saw these were the two really big strengths of this meeting, apart from many other things, but I'm going to just focus on a few, leaving a few to the others. In terms of substantive outcomes, in terms of reframing aging, I think there are a few ways in which I believe we have made a start here. One, compared to other conferences, whether it be Tehran, Hanoi, and it's such a relief to be convening in person after such a long time. We, for the first time, have tried to look at aging in the context of the other mega trends. So your sessions on aging and climate change, aging and sessions on digital economy, aging and other crises that are going around. Having that sort of an interlinkage allowed us to identify issues. Perhaps we know there are core issues related to aging, related to pensions, related to health, but we made an effort to see this interlinkage with the broader mega trends. And I think that was a start, and we need to strengthen this work in the future. And that was really something that was, but I'd like to point out just a few other messages. I know one thing that really stood out, thanks to the presence of young people, thanks to the pre-events that took place from South Foundation, thanks to even the work that we did before, and all the discussions on digital technology, was the importance of intergenerational solidarity. This is an issue. We saw that there's practical ways of strengthening it, practical ways of implementing it. Intergenerational solidarity is something that we have to build upon and strengthen. It's no longer a cliche. It's something that we need to work upon as we look ahead. There are a number of other issues, but I think one issue is decentralized implementation. We are talking a lot about national level policies, but a number of the CSOs as well as other organizations are pointing out the need to work at the community level and at the level of the community, and at a decentralized level for really some of the initiatives to work. Thank you very much. Let me end.
Thank you, Srinivas. Professor Tribudi.
Thank you, Mr. Eduardo. First of all, I would like to express our gratitude and my appreciation to Dr. Lily Indrawati and Dr. Dinar Karisma, who helped me to prepare 3 minutes comments, but I try to do the best, only 1 minute. Distinguished guests, it is my honor to be allowed to join the conference and offer commentary on this concluding session. In our opinion, reframing aging signifies a central theme in the transformation shift towards viewing aging as an opportunity for society evolution. By reframing aging, 2024 Asia Pacific Regional Conference aims to inspire innovative strategies and prioritize equity and well-being across generations. We really appreciate all stakeholders, from policymakers internationally and nationally in all levels, researchers, academicians, government and non-government organizations have properly support to re-image about aging societies and advocate for dignified, purposeful lives for older persons. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to express what our feel. The impression of the discussion and our recommendation are as follows. First, reframing aging is absolutely needed to transform the future policy and programs on population aging in Asia Pacific and the world. Second, National Commission for Older Persons should be established in all countries under policy support of UN. With concerning on aging as a life course, we suggest that the name of the Older Person Commission should be National Commission on Population Aging. Third, aging is a process is a life course. It means that in terms of multidimensional services as a mainstream to become dignified older person. In this regard, intergenerational support is very important. Fourth, aging is a process, should be understood through education from early life. It means that to be formally through curriculum and informally as a programs established by community. The last but not least, higher education institution as a partner should be age-friendly. It means that the curriculum on aging or gerontology should be implemented in multidisciplinary study programs as well as establishing Center for Aging to implement training and community service. Allow me to show something that's unique. We have developed a model that is established in Indonesia, especially in our university. Now, let me share to you the example of age-friendly university that we developed. This is just for the example that when we start with the vision that we are age-friendly university, so it means that we have to establish education, research, and community service under the all study programs. It means that gerontology should be implemented in all study programs. We also established Center for Family and Aging in 2018 under the BKKBN, and nowadays we have so many programs that we have implemented and also to be part of the policy and program that we start to use the research result to be the program and policy. One of the example, we have conducted a research on intergenerational support from young generation to older person. The result shows that among 7 dimensions of wellness, this is about emotional, spiritual, physical, intellectual, vocational, and environmental, showed that young generation support the older person using all dimensions. And also, the older person gives support to young generation in all dimensions except physically and vocationally. This is the one that the example how the age-friendly university should be work. And we are part of the global network of age-friendly university that follow what is the Dublin has established. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you. So my reflections are based on us working as a community-based organization, and we are proud members of the HelpAge network. Since yesterday, there has been lots of discussions and interactions, and we are very inspired and enthused to pursue the mission. So I'll just like to share 3-4 reflections. The first one is on the need for a country strategy. And why do I say that? Most countries have had policies, but the strategy is a very different document. And I saw that the Indonesian government has already put a national plan for national strategy for later in 2021 itself. Now, the strategy has these elements of being long-term, starting early, life course approach, and multi-sectoral. My own country, India, we set up the policy in 1999, but now we have instituted a committee to build strategy for 2050. So the aging in the development space has started taking center stage, and that's very fulfilling, I'm sure, for all of us. The second aspect is the LMIC context, and that got covered very strongly. But in that context, there is an underlying aspect of shortage of resources, and we know resources are not being allocated enough for the elder sector. So the idea that family will be the mainstay is something that all will believe in, and we have looked at the government for most of the actions. But what we have missed out is my hypothesis would be that what we have missed out is the aspect of investment in communities. And over the last 2 days, I saw a lot of resonance, a lot of discussion on community-based investments. And why is that important? Because that's possibly the only way in which the countries, LMICs would do the journey, but yet be able to build an ecosystem for elders if we invest in communities. And I hope that the evidence that even the World Bank presented is enough. There's a lot of evidence around for us to go back to community-based models. So that's something that I would very much emphasize on. The third aspect, very quickly, is that we have seen elderly as a vulnerable population. Welfare has been the most dominant approach. But we also have a large pool of elders coming up who are able, who are active, and who have aspiration. So this is the vibrant elderly population coming up. And there are some areas that we have not invested enough. We have done a fair bit of investments and attention to health and care. So there are 3 areas I would like to highlight. One is, of course, the productive potential and the workforce beyond 60. The second is lifelong learning, which I believe has not been invested. Very little investment has gone on, so a lot of effort should go towards building lifelong learning options for seniors. And the third is digital. And digital, we know opportunity is huge, but the divide is also huge. So how do we bridge that? And we got a chance, we were fortunate to partner with ESCAP to do a session jointly on technology and aging. And the sense was that a lot more needs to be done. And the partnership with ESCAP is also a partnership of a CSO with a leading development institution. And that's the spirit that I would like to share with all of you, that with a very inclusive approach, with a very open approach, they were partnering with us and we were partnering with them. And that possibly is the compact between governments, CSOs, and development institutions that could indeed become a powerful force. So I leave you with that thought and with a very positive sense looking ahead towards shaping our journey together for a better world for elders. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Eduardo. Distinguished guests and everybody, thank you very much for asking me to say a few words. I want to say one thing on terminology, a couple of observations on the conference, and a couple of things I took away that kind of made me reopen my thinking a bit, or kind of think that I don't even begin to understand things I thought I understood. The first one on terminology on aging, between aging and longevity. I think aging can be a very useful term in many contexts, but in other contexts, it's not useful at all. Longevity, I think, has longevity as a term, perhaps, if we could say that. So I think it sounds like a semantic point, but actually when you're making the argument in society or to policymakers or to others, longevity can often be a more active term, a more dynamic term that captures some of the terminology or the themes that Stuart was talking about. Not always. If you're talking to a Ministry of Finance, ageing is a good scary term to use to them if you want them to allocate more money. So that's a terminology point. Second point, Srinivas has already talked about, which is the multi-stakeholder nature of this gathering. I used to work for an international organisation. I now work for a university. And I know when I worked for the international organisation, I used to love coming here to meet the diversity of players that you do meet here. CSOs, old age persons, organisations, researchers and others. And now as an academic, I feel exactly the same way, but for a different constellation of people. It's really, really unusual to get this mix of people in a room. And I know sometimes in sessions that means that you get a bit frustrated. One of the technical people is presenting and you're thinking, oh my God, this is so nerdy. Or one of the more community-based people is presenting and the technical person's thinking, oh my God, this is too touchy-feely. But I think we all learn from one another despite those frustrations at times. So I agree with Srinivas on the value of that. The second observation is connecting the dots, and I think Stuart talked about this in the current world of fragmentation of policy making. One thing I was struck by in all the sessions was just how interrelated every issue, thematic issue that we dealt with was. Pensions were connected to labour markets, care was connected to women's labour force participation, and on it goes. Technology was connected to all of them. That's great, and I think the evidence of some of those interconnections is becoming richer over time, and that's a real positive. Unfortunately, governments don't usually work that way, as we know. They work in ministries, they work in their own silos, and so getting that intellectual or research or evidence base that is more holistic is a really important first step. But how governments organise themselves to respond to that and to make policy in that light, I think, remains a challenge throughout the world. It's not confined to Asia, it's not confined to emerging economies. I think there are good examples in the world, the Scandinavians, I think the Singaporeans, your own country in Indonesia, with some of the leadership you have here, I think are really good models. One thing I do observe, and I apologise if I offend anybody in the audience, when policies are led primarily, and I worked in social welfare and social protection my whole career, from just there, they tend to reinforce the kind of dependency notion, the frailty notion about older people. So I think the role of core agencies in policy coordination is so important, and that's why the role of Bappenas in Indonesia is so vital, I think. So they're the observations. Two thoughts. This is where I kind of come away in a positive way, less clear than I was when I came. One is about intergenerational issues. I think when we talk often about intergenerational issues, we inherit a language that comes from the West, where parents and their children and their grandchildren live separately, and they have done for, often generations. They didn't always. 100 years ago in the United States, they all, most people lived together. But in Asia and in much of the developing world, we know in most of your countries, co-residence, multi-generational co-residence is the norm. And probably will remain the norm in many countries, even though it's changing in countries like China and Korea and other places. So I think thinking about what intergenerational policies mean when you have such high co-residence should start from quite a different place than it did in the West, where you already had very different living arrangements and household arrangements. I don't know how to carry that through, but it's something certainly that I reflect on. I want to reflect on more after this conference, what intergenerational means and what the intra-household stuff means. Again, there I think we've still got a much thinner evidence base of intra-household dynamics between men and women across generations, etc. The other area where I come away kind of reflecting is on informality. It was mentioned by Stuart as one of the cross-cutting themes. I worry that there's a tendency to say informal is always bad. Formal is great, informal's bad. Well, it's true in certain sense. We know formal workers are more productive. We know that they have better social protection arrangements and other things. But think of the alternative, no informal sector. What are all those people going to do? They're not going to suddenly become formal. So I think we need to treat the informal sector with a lot more respect and not assume it's going away. And in fact, if anything, maybe it's running in the opposite direction with gig work and other more portfolio careers of younger people. I know my own children, I ask them what they're doing for work at times and they tell me 3 or 4 things rather than one thing. And that's going to be increasingly the norm. So the whole barrier between formal and informal, which we defined from the back end via social security arrangements or written contracts or other things, I think we've got to get away from thinking about this as rigidly as we do and think the informal sector, I think you all know, and I certainly know from living in developing countries, it's often the most dynamic people you meet in the informal sector because they have to, be dynamic to survive. So that whole formal informality, I think, kind of always making the informal bad is not a constructive way to think about it, and that ultimately we should be thinking about status neutrality of work and policies. So that's another. The final thing my Pacific Island colleagues asked me to mention from Fiji. I'm also from a Pacific Island. It's a slightly larger one called Australia. But our colleagues from Fiji were stressing that there's great opportunity, that the specifics of the Pacific compared to Asia are really quite specific, both from a cultural perspective and other perspectives. And I think there's great opportunity, both in future events like this, but maybe in regionally specific events or sub-regionally specific events to look at the Pacific more. That's my plug for my fellow South Pacific people. Thank you.
Thank you all for your comments and reflections. The main thing is that reframing aging means transitioning from here to a different way of approaching old age, aging societies, longevity, and thinking as a whole of societies, as a totality of societies. And we will make a report on the proceedings with our partners in the next couple of weeks. And you will all receive the summary of those sessions, the proceedings, the reflections, and what could be called the outcomes of this conference. The next conference, we'll announce it in the closure. Thank you very much for now, and a big applause for our presenters, Stuart, and the commentators. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our moderator, Mr. Eduardo Klein, and also all of the commentators as well as the presenter, Mr. Stuart Gito Baston, and also all of the commentators. Once again, Tri Budi Raharjo, Philip Alkifi, and also Rohit Prasad. So, ladies and gentlemen, now, as we are here in Bali, the islands of gods and also the islands of 1,000 temples, Morning of the Worlds, and also known as the tropical paradise. While Bali's richness goes beyond stunning beaches and also luxurious resorts, its richness also lies in the perfect harmony between its people, its traditions, the island's natural beauty. So it is our sincere hope that all of you enjoy the beautiful views here in Bali, the delicacies, and also unforgettable moments. And to even enrich your unforgettable moments during the APRC 2024, we would like to present you with a traditional welcoming dance. And this is also kind of a social dance in Bali. And what makes it even more special, because today we're going to see the dance itself performed by the integrated older people care of Bali. The social dance performed by the both male and also female dancers, combining body movements with singing, and the male dancers known for incorporating the Quechua elements, also blend with traditional dance with the movements itself. They will dance and singing happily, joyfully, often also engaging in playful interactions synchronized with the music and also the lyrics with the aim of revitalizing traditional cultural arts. The dance itself was created by Ana Agung Ngurah Astara and the music arrangement is by Inyoman Sudiana. So ladies and gentlemen, we present to you a very special performance for this evening. This is the Janger dance performed by the intergenerational art performance by the integrated older people care from Pedungan, the South Denpasar of Bali. Please welcome the dancers.
Terus kan gambar konen.
Kecak.
Terus gambar.
Kecaknya panggil. Untuk yang ya.
Ada apa?
Sana ingatmu sana lah.
Iya. Saya yang di sana.
Saja pesing gitu.
Saya kan belum.
Tabah sudah masuk. Tolong prepare.
Betul-betul.
Yang masih ngeliatin HP.
Betlah yang semangat.
Tidak ada bawa HP di sini. Semua di sana.
Di sini terus sana le.
Tidak bisa main, ngantuk jadi.
Jangan di sana kakinya. Jangan di sana kakinya.
Ya, belum kan ya. Biar
ngomongnya soalnya mic-nya udah on.
Siang.
Ya, podium udah ya? Susah. Udah menek di ujung.
Mau balik nih ya, balik. Mana ini? Jangan balik tuh, aku ya kan di kiri. Jangan marah.
Masuk lah kan?
Ini kan? Ini kan?
Jadi malu.
As you may aware, ladies and gentlemen, as the part of the performance, so before delivering their best performance today, the representative, one of the lady, is also presenting the offerings. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, let's give a round of applause for the Janger dance.
dia kuang. Yang kacang yang kecak gitu. Jalan-jalan, jangan
Selamat datang, Swastiastu kami ucapkan para penonton. Selamat datang, Swastiastu kami ucapkan para penonton. Kami Janger Penginsila Sapedungan. Kami Janger Penginsila Sapedungan. Bergembira menarikan tari Janger Jangsin. Bergembira menarikan tari Janger Jangsin. Senyum manis membangkitkan seni Janger. Senyum manis membangkitkan seni Janger. Pancasila pakai dasar persatuan Indonesia. Pancasila pakai dasar persatuan Indonesia. Menjunjung persatuan ragam budaya. Menjunjung persatuan ragam budaya. Bhinneka Tunggal Ika dasar bernegara Indonesia. Bhinneka Tunggal Ika dasar bernegara Indonesia. Mari bangkit janger arasi jang jangi janger jangi janger arasi jang jangi janger arasi jang jangi janger arasi jang janger sayang yuk yuk jangi janger sayang yuk yuk jangi janger arasi jang jangi janger jangi janger arasi jang jangi janger arasi jang jangi janger arasi jang janger sayang yuk yuk jangi janger sayang yuk yuk jangi janger arasi jang jangi janger jangi janger arasi jang jangi janger maju deh maju deh arasi jang janger sayang Adi ayu mula adi jodoh berite Adi ayu mula adi jodoh berite Dua adi mesmirah di warna Mamadun buruan kena beli kedua mamosi Bali bagus mula Bali memata keranjang Bali bagus mula Bali memata keranjang Anjir anda ajak beli malam minggu Nagakin ada mabak rantang marah ini Adi ayu muda adi ngomong gitu Adi ayu muda adi ngomong gitu Beli tresna kepengin hadir 100% Beli aja ayahin hadir seumur hidup Beli bagus yenin ketu raos beline Beli bagus yenin ketu raos beline Jalan-jali bareng-bareng Jalan
Let's give a round of applause to all of the Jangir dancers. Thank you so much. We say matur suksema in the Balinese language. Matur suksema to all of the dancers. Thank you so much. Terima kasih. Once again, a round of applause to all of the performers, the musicians, and also the dancers. So what a captivating performance by the intergenerational art performance of the Integrated Older People Care from Pedungan. And it was performed by all of the dancers who are the seniors, aged up to or more than 60 years old. And even the oldest one is 83 years old, the dancers. Wow. So they've been trained themselves since like a half month ago to prepare to do their best in front of all of you. So ladies and gentlemen, that was the very beautiful and fascinating Jangir performance. And now let's continue the closing ceremony session with the next program. So now we're going to continue with the announcement of the 6th APA Asian Population Conference, or the APC. And therefore, I would like to invite to join me here on the stage the Secretary of Health, Nepal, and also the President of the 6th Asian Population Association Conference, to Mrs. Reiko Hayashi, and also to Mr. Hari Prasad Mainali. The stage is yours. Please give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Once again to Reiko Hayashi and Mr. Hari Prasad.
I truly thank UNFPA and HelpAge for us to give us small minutes to present Asian Population Association, which is going to make the conference in November. So it is Mr. Hari Prasad Mainali, Secretary of Ministry of Health and Population of Nepal, is going to introduce. And also, can you please put the slide which I registered? Thank you. So, please.
Okay, thank you. This is the
Bappenas, which is situated at Nepal's capital city, Kathmandu. So I want to make a small announcement about the Asian Population Association's conference, which is held in Kathmandu from November 27 to 2024. Distinguished delegates, esteemed colleagues, valued partners, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great privilege to address to you today on behalf of the government of Nepal and the Nepali delegation participating in this conference on aging. I am particularly excited to announce the upcoming 6th Asian Population Association APA conference scheduled to take place in Kathmandu from November 27 to 30, 2024. For the first time, Nepal will host a major conference on population and development focusing on critical issues such as low fertility and aging, migration and urbanization, topics of great significance to our region. The conference will emphasize the interconnectedness of social, economic and demographic factors, drawing on the latest demographic data and analysis to tackle critical population issues. It will serve a platform of exchanging research, finding and advancing the study of Asian demography. I encourage colleagues here at the Aging Conference to explore the APA conference website and consider participating. The event offers a fantastic opportunity to showcase your work, engage with leading experts, and contribute to the success of an event that fosters knowledge exchange and collaboration. The Government of Nepal, in partnership with the Central Department of Population Studies at Tribhuvan University of Nepal and organizations like UNFPA, is proud to bring together demographers, government officials, civil society organizations, and key stakeholders from across Asia and beyond. This conference offers a unique platform for experts in population studies to share their insights, engage with local and regional policymakers, and help shape the future of population and development in Asia. A key focus of the conference will be to engage governments, NGOs, and civil society in discussions around policy options for addressing population challenges. Nepal is currently in the process of formulating a national population policy, and we plan to dedicate a session at the conference to enrich this policy framework, drawing on the valuable contributions and best practices from across the region. In addition to the important discussion at the conference, I warmly invite you to explore Nepal's rich cultural heritage and breathtaking landscapes. With a population of 29.2 million, Nepal is renowned for its cultural diversity, Himalayas, and welcoming communities and stunning natural beauty. November is a wonderful time to visit in Nepal, and we look forward to sharing our old heritage sites and traditions with you. We look forward to welcoming you all to Kathmandu for a conference that promises to be both productive and collaborative. Thank you.
So thank you very much for your attention. So website is here. We are going to have some 400 papers which were selected. And in addition to that, it is open for participation. Please register from here. So we hope to see you again in 2 months in Kathmandu. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to, once again, Mrs. Reiko Hayashi and also Mr. Hari Prasad Mainali for the invitations and also the announcement regarding the 6th APA Asian Population Conference. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, now we are very close to the end of the APRC 2024, and we will now hear a closing remarks delivered from the Yayasan Among Lansia YEL Indonesia, or the HelpAge Global Network members, as now we will welcome on the stage Ibu Eva Sabdono.
Oh my gosh. Distinguished guests, dear colleagues, friends, and all participants, first of all, allow me to express my gratitude to the organizers, Bappenas, HelpAge International, and UNFPA to give me the honor to give closing remarks. Our deepest appreciation also goes to all stakeholders, policymakers, researchers, NGOs, CSOs, experts, and practitioners for your input and active participation in sharing information and best practices on implementing policies, programs, and strategies to improve the lives of older persons in a sustainable and equitable manner. I have been a member of HelpAge Network for 25 years, and I have attended numerous regional conferences all over the world. I also attended conferences organized by UNESCAP, UNFPA, WHO, etc., etc. But I wonder, because we always hear recommendations or policies or what the best practices are, etc., etc. But after 25 years, why do we still see neglected older persons, isolated older persons, access to health services, etc.? This is still a problem. After 25 years, I don't see much change. What is wrong? Please tell me. The good thing during this regional conference is that for the first time, there was an intergenerational forum. Because usually, when I attend conference, actually, to tell you the truth, I always see the same people. They give the presentations, will be lessons, the next conference is again like that, and I don't see the future older person generation present at this conference, while the messages are actually for them, not for us who are already old. I'm an older person, but like HelpAge said, older but far from over. So, in 2 weeks' time, I will be 81, to tell you the truth. But this time, South Foundation organize an intergenerational forum, and you have heard what they had to say. And they are important to attend this international conference because we are talking about the future older person, not the current older person. Actually, just now I mentioned to Srivinas that I don't like the word older persons. Because when you say old, you give the wrong message already. I prefer senior citizen. So my question was, why do we do not see much progress in the prosperity or the well-being of older persons? Policies are there, strategies are there, programs are there, conferences are there, meetings are there. But why? Why do we still the same problems? Especially I work with older persons directly on the field, especially with disadvantaged older persons. And I visit them regularly, each month, and I chat with them. And if you really listen to the voices of older persons, they don't demand much. They want peace, they have a roof, and they can have at least one meal a day. So when I listen to all this present, it's also beautiful and also good on paper. But what about the implementation? There is something wrong, but what is wrong? And I think we all know the answer. So that to ensure the effective implementation of the best practices discussed, there is an urgent need, like Prof. Tribudi mentioned, to establish again, because we had it before, a National Commission on Aging who will monitor all these policies and programs are really implemented in the field. It's just not words, it's just not just papers, because it means nothing if it's only during the conference, and after we go home, we forget, and we attend another conference. There must be a follow-up. But without an independent body who monitor all this implementation, it is hard to do. I just leave you all with one message. As I'm an older person, aging is a privilege denied to many. Many don't reach 60 years, 70 years. So I'm grateful that I could reach 80 years, and I'm still looking forward to many, many years ahead. Once again, our deepest gratitude to all of you for contributing to the success of this conference. Thank you.
Closing remarks and also very inspiring. Aging is a privilege. It is indeed, of course. So now, ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the next closing remarks, we are honored to invite the Director General of Social Rehabilitations, the Ministry of Social Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, to also be on the stage. Please welcome Bapak Supomo.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat sore, Bapak Ibu sekalian yang saya hormati. Izinkan kami membacakan sambutan Bapak Sekretaris Jenderal Kementerian Sosial yang semestinya pada mulai kemarin beliau kepingin datang, tapi di kementerian kami ada pergantian menteri, sehingga beliau harus menyiapkan, dan saat ini beliau terbang ke IKN ya, untuk mendampingi Pak Menteri dalam rapat kabinet. Izinkan saya membacakan karena ini adalah buah pemikiran beliau. Selamat sore, salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Yang saya hormati, Country Director United Nations Population Fund, yang terhormat Bapak Dewa Made Indra selaku Sekretaris Daerah Provinsi Bali atau yang mewakili, yang terhormat Ibu Woro Sri Hastuti selaku Deputi Bidang Peningkatan Kualitas Anak, Perempuan, dan Pemuda dari Kementerian Kemenko PMK, yang terhormat Bapak Maliki selaku Deputi Bidang Kependudukan dan Ketenagakerjaan Kementerian PPN Bappenas, dan hadirin yang berbahagia. Pertama, marilah kita panjatkan puji syukur kehadirat Tuhan Yang Maha Esa, karena pada kesempatan sore ini kita masih diberikan kesempatan, kesehatan, dan perlindungannya, sehingga kita bisa bersama-sama hadir dalam pertemuan Asia Pacific Regional Conference on Population Aging yang dilaksanakan di Nusa Dua Bali dan sudah berlangsung selama 4 hari. Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati dan hadirin yang berbahagia, penuaan penduduk merupakan suatu proses alamiah, tidak hanya di Indonesia. Isu lansia menjadi isu global sejak tahun 2021. Indonesia telah memasuki struktur penduduk tua, di mana sekitar 1 dari 10 penduduk adalah lansia. Fenomena ini bisa menjadi bonus demografi kedua, yaitu ketika proporsi lansia semakin banyak, tetapi masih produktif dan dapat memberikan sumbangan bagi perekonomian negara. Akan tetapi, lansia dapat menjadi tantangan pembangunan ketika tidak produktif dan menjadi bagian dari penduduk rentan. Berdasarkan data sensus Maret 2023 memperlihatkan rasio ketergantungan lansia sebesar 17,08%. Artinya setiap 100 orang penduduk usia produktif umur 15 sampai 59 tahun menanggung sekitar 17 orang lansia. Untuk mengantisipasi perubahan kondisi demografis tersebut, sangat penting untuk memastikan kesejahteraan lansia. Apalagi lansia cenderung mengalami penurunan kondisi kesehatan dan kemungkinan menyandang disabilitas. Lansia pun umumnya menjadi kurang produktif, sehingga mengalami penurunan dan bahkan kehilangan pendapatan. Berbagai kondisi tersebut menyebutkan lansia rentan terhadap berbagai resiko dan guncangan, khususnya terkait sosial ekonomi. Ada 2 faktor utama yang menjadikan lansia rentan, yaitu tidak produktif secara ekonomi dan masalah kesehatan. Oleh sebab itu, penyediaan program perlindungan sosial yang memadai bagi lansia menjadi penting. Program perlindungan sosial yang bersasaran lansia memungkinkan mereka untuk memenuhi kebutuhan dasarnya dan sampai batas tertentu dapat meringankan beban anggota keluarganya. Sebagaimana diamanatkan dalam Peraturan Presiden Nomor 88 Tahun 2021 tentang Strategi Nasional Kelanjut Usiaan, Kementerian Sosial sebagai salah satu pemangku kepentingan berperan aktif untuk menjalankan 9 indikator Stranas. Beberapa contoh dan praktek baik program perlindungan sosial bagi lansia diantaranya pemberian bantuan sosial bagi rumah tangga dengan lanjut usia, pembangunan perawatan jangka panjang bagi lanjut usia di sentra, panti maupun loka, sertifikasi SDM Kesos dan akreditasi LKS lanjut usia. Dalam rentang waktu 5 tahun terakhir, persentase rumah tangga lansia yang menjadi penerima PKH semakin meningkat. Pada tahun 2023 terdapat 15,78% rumah tangga lansia yang tercatat sebagai penerima PKH. Selain itu, Susenas Maret 2023 mencatat ada sebanyak 2,73% rumah tangga lansia yang memperoleh asistensi rehabilitasi sosial lanjut usia dalam setahun terakhir ini. Pada tahun 2023, persentase rumah tangga lansia yang pernah mendapatkan program sembako sebesar 22,74% dan sekitar 75,10% lansia telah memiliki jaminan kesehatan nasional. Selanjutnya terkait kelembagaan dan stakeholder pada tahun 2024 tercatat sebanyak 2.130 orang pendamping rehabilitasi sosial yang tersebar di 38 provinsi dan 443 kabupaten kota, serta sebanyak 1.515 lembaga kesejahteraan lanjut usia yang telah terakreditasi dan atau terkonfirmasi aktif oleh Badan Akreditasi Lembaga Kesejahteraan Sosial sampai dengan Juni tahun 2024. Sebagai bentuk penghormatan, perlindungan, dan jaminan sosial bagi lansia, Kementerian Sosial juga memberikan bantuan berupa pemenuhan kebutuhan dasar dalam bentuk permakanan yang terdiri dari nasi, lauk, sayur, buah potong, dan air mineral yang diberikan sebanyak 2 kali sehari dan dikirimkan sekali pengantaran. Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati dan hadirin sekalian yang berbahagia, memasuki RPJMN tahun 2025-2029, Kementerian Sosial berfokus pada integrasi perlindungan sosial adaptif yang salah satunya ditekankan pada intervensi pengembangan ekonomi perawatan bagi lansia. Program Care Ekonomi tengah dikembangkan Kementerian Sosial, dirancang untuk memenuhi kebutuhan perawatan kesehatan, kesejahteraan, dan sosial, baik melalui institusi ataupun keluarga dan komunitas. Salah satu upaya yang dikembangkan di lingkungan keluarga dan masyarakat yaitu dengan memberikan edukasi dan advokasi agar tercipta lingkungan yang ramah lansia, baik dari aspek lingkungan fisik maupun dari aspek lingkungan sosial adalah salah satu bentuk edukasi dan advokasi dalam mempermudah akses layanan lanjut usia. Khususnya untuk daerah 3T, daerah tertinggal, terdepan, dan terluar, adalah melalui pemanfaatan teknologi. Pemanfaatan teknologi tersebut diberikan agar lansia, keluarga, dan masyarakat dapat mengakses layanan, khususnya layanan kesehatan. Salah satu akses teknologi yang mendesak atau dalam ihwal kedaruratan adalah penggunaan telemedicine yang memungkinkan lansia melakukan konsultasi kesehatan jarak jauh. Selanjutnya dari aspek sosial perlu dilakukan penguatan kualitas komunikasi lansia di dalam keluarga maupun komunitas sebagai bentuk dukungan emosional terhadap kesejahteraan lansia. Program atensi dan comment center yang telah dikembangkan Kementerian Sosial juga dapat memfasilitasi lansia untuk memperoleh akses layanan geriatri yang terintegrasi di berbagai rumah sakit. Selain itu, melalui pusat pendidikan dan pelatihan, Kementerian Sosial melakukan peningkatan kapasitas bagi tenaga perawat dan SDM kesejahteraan sosial. Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati dan hadirin sekalian yang berbahagia, sebagai pesan penutup, saya berharap seluruh pihak yang terlibat dalam forum ini bersepakat bahwa perlindungan sosial bagi lanjut usia adalah prioritas nasional yang membutuhkan perhatian khusus dan kerjasama lintas sektor. Baik pemerintah pusat, daerah, swasta, perguruan tinggi, dan masyarakat. Komitmen yang kuat dari semua pihak sangat diperlukan dalam upaya mewujudkan layanan yang terintegrasi, holistik, dan sistematik bagi kesejahteraan lanjut usia di Indonesia. Demikian beberapa hal yang dapat kami sampaikan. Terima kasih atas segala perhatian. Mohon maaf atas segala kekurangan. Sekretaris Jenderal Kementerian Sosial, Robin Riko, ditandatangani. Demikian Bapak Ibu, kami sampaikan sambutan Bapak Sekjen Kementerian Sosial. Alhamdulillah alamin. Mohon maaf. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, for the next closing remarks, we're going to have the the Deputy Minister for Children, Women and Youth Quality Improvement from the Coordinating Ministry of Human Development and Culture of the Republic of Indonesia. Please join me in giving a round of applause to Ibu Woro Srihastuti S.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Since UNESCO has determined Indonesian language as an official language, so please allow me to deliver my speech in Bahasa. Yang saya hormati Dr. Aisat Siham, Minister of Social and Family Development Maldives, Shakiba Mohebi Tabar, Secretary of National Population Headquarters Islamic Republic of Iran, Aminat Hussein Sharif, State Minister of Social and Family Development Maldives, Khadija Abdul Samad Abdullah, State Minister of Health Maldives, Hari Prasad Mainali, Secretary of Health and Population Nepal, Bapak Maliki, Deputi Bidang Kependudukan dan Ketenagakerjaan Kementerian Perencanaan Pembangunan Nasional Bappenas, Bapak Supomo, Direktur Jenderal Rehabilitasi Sosial Kementerian Sosial, Bapak Bonifasius Prasetyo Ikhtiarto, mohon maaf, Deputi Bidang Pengendalian Penduduk BKKBN, Ibu Eva Sabdono, Yayasan Emong Lansia Indonesia, Reiko Hayashi, President of the 6th Asian Population Association Conference, perwakilan dari kementerian, lembaga, pemerintah, daerah, provinsi, kabupaten, kota, perwakilan dari mitra pembangunan, perwakilan dari organisasi masyarakat sipil, lembaga penelitian, dan perusahaan swasta, para narasumber dari berbagai negara Asia Pasifik. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam, salam sehat tentunya untuk kita semua. Bapak dan Ibu hadirin yang berbahagia, alhamdulillah atas perkenan Tuhan Yang Maha Esa, kita sudah sampai pada puncak acara 2024 Asia Pacific Regional Conference on Population Aging, Reframing Aging. Tentunya kami mengapresiasi kepada seluruh peserta, pengisi acara, para narasumber, kemudian juga tentunya organizer, Bappenas tentunya, para pejabat tinggi yang telah hadir, yang telah mengadakan acara ini dan telah berlangsung dengan lancar dan baik. Tercatat sebanyak 450 peserta menghadiri konferensi ini yang berasal dari luar negeri yang mencakup 39 negara di kawasan Asia dan Pasifik. Bapak dan Ibu hadirin yang berbahagia, Indonesia mengalami penuaan penduduk yang semakin cepat Berdasarkan Susenas 2023, sebanyak 11,75% penduduk Indonesia atau sekitar 32,5 juta penduduk Indonesia termasuk kategori lanjut usia. Diperkirakan pada tahun 2045 jumlah lansia di Indonesia akan mencapai 20% penduduk atau lebih dari 60 juta jiwa. Isu pemberdayaan, kesetaraan hak, dan perlindungan lansia menjadi hal yang krusial. Kelompok lansia rentan menjadi dependent group bagi generasi muda yang tinggal bersama mereka. Oleh karena itu, isu kesejahteraan lansia dan ketersediaan akses terhadap perawatan jangka panjang dan lingkungan yang ramah lansia menjadi sangat penting. Isu terkait kerentanan lansia juga memiliki interseksionalitas dengan gender, status disabilitas, dan lainnya. Untuk itu diperlukan penguatan data terpadu yang dapat menggambarkan kebutuhan perawatan lansia berdasarkan gender, status disabilitas, ketersediaan layanan, dan status kesejahteraan untuk dapat menentukan intervensi yang tepat dan sesuai. Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati, pemenuhan hak dan perlindungan lansia menjadi salah satu isu strategis yang tercantum dalam RPJMN 2025-2029. Dalam hal perlindungan sosial, perubahan struktur dan peningkatan jumlah penduduk yang diiringi dengan peningkatan penduduk lansia menuntut peningkatan lingkungan yang inklusif dengan cakupan sistem perlindungan sosial yang lebih menyeluruh di sepanjang siklus kehidupan. Pemerintah Indonesia saat ini telah memiliki Peraturan Presiden Nomor 88 Tahun 2021 tentang Strategi Nasional Kelanjut Usiaan dan juga sudah meluncurkan Peta Jalan Ekonomi Perawatan yang salah satu isu strategisnya adalah layanan dan program perawatan lansia. Untuk itu, perlu diperhatikan bagaimana penyelarasan antara Strategi Nasional Lanjut Usia dan peta jalan tersebut dengan memastikan bagaimana pendekatan yang harus dilakukan dan pelayanan yang tepat serta produktivitas yang harus kita tingkatkan dari lansia dan bagaimana perawatan lansia bisa menjadi peluang kerja dengan tetap memperhatikan standarisasi lembaga layanan maupun profesionalitas dari para petugasnya. Bapak dan Ibu sekalian yang berbahagia, terdapat berbagai isu terkait urgensi perbaikan kebijakan dan pentingnya peningkatan kesadaran masyarakat untuk isu kelanjut usiaan. Antara lain, bagaimana kita dapat menyuarakan betapa pentingnya manfaat perawatan jangka panjang bagi lansia, peningkatan peranan keluarga dalam menyediakan perawatan berkelanjutan bagi lanjut usia, serta upaya yang harus dilakukan untuk mendorong kebijakan dan inisiatif untuk lanjut usia agar tetap aktif, sehingga dapat mencegah jatuhnya lansia pada kondisi rentan. Pemerintah pusat, daerah, dan swasta perlu memberikan dukungan antara lain dalam bentuk pendampingan pembentukan rumah perawatan, pelatihan tenaga perawat profesional, sarana dan prasarana pendukung, hingga operasional rumah perawatan yang berbasis komunitas. Saat ini semakin sedikit anggota keluarga yang memberikan dukungan pada lanjut usia karena mereka yang produktif merantau keluar daerah. Di samping itu, semakin banyak keluarga dengan generasi sandwich, yaitu usia produktif merawat 2 generasi, anak usia sekolah dan lanjut usia yang mengakibatkan beban finansial dan emosional dari keluarga menjadi sangat besar. Diperlukan sinergi yang kuat antar sektor maupun antar pelaku, dan tentunya harus dapat ditentukan siapa leading sektor yang harus menyinkronkan sehingga isu kelanjut usiaan, baik kebijakan, program atau kegiatan, mekanisme pelaksanaan maupun pengelolaan data dapat berjalan secara terpadu dan serasi. Bapak Ibu hadirin yang berbahagia, Asia Pacific Regional Conference on Population Aging dengan tajuk Reframing Aging telah membahas beberapa isu kontemporer kelanjut usiaan. Penuaan yang produktif, teknologi dan penuaan penduduk, perubahan iklim, peran komunitas dan perawatan, serta perlindungan sosial bagi lanjut usia. Kita perlu mengoptimalkan lansia sebagai kekuatan dalam komunitas untuk upaya bersama lintas generasi dalam pembangunan, termasuk bagaimana adaptasi dan mitigasi perubahan iklim. Selama 2 hari kita belajar bagaimana perawatan lanjut usia dan penciptaan lingkungan yang ramah terhadap lansia tidak mungkin dilakukan sendiri oleh pemerintah di negara seperti Indonesia dan negara Asia Pasifik lainnya. Keluarga dan komunitas masih menjadi sumber daya utama dan pendamping yang paling kuat bagi lanjut usia. Karenanya, upaya kebijakan untuk menyejahterakan lanjut usia menjadi jauh lebih efektif apabila memanfaatkan komunitas dan keluarga. Kita juga belajar bahwa tidak semua lanjut usia bisa melalui masa tuanya dalam keadaan sehat, produktif, dan sejahtera. Dalam sesi National Transfer Account, kita juga belajar bagaimana menjembatani antara analisis dan mitigasi kebijakan yang diperlukan pemerintah untuk mempersiapkan kesejahteraan lansia di masa depan. Sebagian lansia, meskipun jumlahnya sedikit, adalah mereka yang memiliki hambatan cukup besar untuk melaksanakan aktivitas hariannya. Indonesia dan negara Asia Pasifik harus sudah mulai berpikir bagaimana pemenuhan pengasuhan bagi lanjut usia menjadi bagian sentral dari kebijakan. Dengan jumlah lansia yang semakin banyak, maka kebutuhan akan perawatan menjadi semakin tinggi. Kewajiban kita sebagai pemerintah, organisasi, masyarakat, dan mitra pembangunan untuk mendorong agar kebutuhan perawatan ini terpenuhi baik melalui jalur publik maupun swasta. Lanjut usia yang sehat sangat berpotensi untuk tetap aktif dalam kegiatan sosial, ekonomi, maupun politik. Namun kesempatan bagi lanjut usia untuk menyalurkan potensinya sangat terbatas. Ini merupakan tantangan mengingat Indonesia masih memiliki penduduk usia produktif yang cukup tinggi. Jalan tengah harus dicari agar kesempatan ekonomi, sosial, dan politik terbuka dan dapat diakses dengan setara oleh lanjut usia bersama-sama dengan kelompok usia produktif. Bapak Ibu hadirin yang berbahagia, pemerintah Indonesia berkomitmen untuk menindaklanjuti terbentuknya kerangka kebijakan dan regulasi untuk menjamin hak dan kebutuhan lanjut usia untuk berdaya, terlindungi, dan berpartisipasi secara ekonomi. Untuk itu diperlukan kebijakan yang mendukung penguatan keluarga dan masyarakat dalam mengembangkan lingkungan yang ramah lansia. Komitmen pemerintah mencakup penguatan koordinasi dalam kebijakan lansia yang dilaksanakan lintas sektor, lintas lembaga, bersama pihak swasta dan masyarakat. Selain itu juga komitmen untuk berkontribusi secara internasional termasuk bagaimana kita menjawab isu terkait dengan kesejahteraan lansia. Hadirin yang saya hormati, sebagai akhir kata saya berharap bahwa pelaksanaan konferensi ini akan memberikan wawasan baru kepada segenap peserta dengan berbagai inisiatif dan good practices dari berbagai negara, mencakup perwakilan dari pemerintah pusat, pemerintah daerah, lembaga penelitian, mitra pembangunan, perusahaan swasta dari Indonesia dan segenap negara Asia Pasifik untuk bekerja sama mewujudkan lansia yang mandiri, sejahtera dan bermartabat dengan semangat kolaboratif, dan yang terpenting adalah menindaklanjuti berbagai rekomendasi yang telah dihasilkan melalui conference ini. Demikian yang bisa kami sampaikan. Sekali lagi terima kasih dan mohon maaf kalau ada kekurangan. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much. Terima kasih to Ibu Bappenas, Deputy Minister for Children, Youth and Youth Quality Improvement, Coordinating Ministry for Human Development and Culture of the Republic of Indonesia. Next, we're going to also hear a closing remarks delivered by the Director of the Social Development Division of ESCAP. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on the stage Mr. Srinivas Tata.
Excellencies, colleagues, distinguished participants, it is my honor to deliver very brief a vote of thanks on behalf of the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia Pacific to the organizers and participants of this wonderful conference. I'd like to start by thanking our host, the Government of Indonesia, in particular the Ministry of Development Planning, Bappenas. Pak Maliki, you and your team have done extremely proud. You've made us extremely welcome. The organization was wonderful. I don't think we have, in recent past, seen such a beautiful conference center. Your hospitality has been extremely warm, and above all, the facilities have been perfect. And so thank you very much on behalf. I'd also like to extend our thanks to our sister UN agency, but they deserve equal amount of praise, the United Nations Population Fund, or UNFPA. P.O. Smith left this morning, but he and his team were really contributing to the planning as well as the funding of this conference. I know the UNFPA country team also here put in a lot of coordination, and we would like to really thank them for their hard work. Last but not least, I'd like to focus on our organizers, the third organizer, which is HelpAge International. Mr. Cherian, thank you so much for inspiring us with your presence and active participation throughout with all your team from London. But we know the man here, Eduardo Clean, with his energy, his passion, and above all, his belief in improving, always his drive for improving the lot of older persons throughout our region. Eduardo, you are a superman, and I think I hope you will continue to strive and organize many such conferences and your activities throughout. Thank you so much. And apart from that, of course, I can't stop without thanking every single one of the participants, the senior ministers who have been here from a number of countries, the participants from 38 countries, the older persons themselves, and the younger people who have been here, the senior citizens, as I have been corrected by Ibu Eva. But yes, thank you so much for every one of the participants. I think we go back, all of us, with one outcome. Each one of us are drawing our own outcomes. Perhaps it's a new idea, perhaps it's a new contact or friend, perhaps it's new knowledge, perhaps it's a new partner, and perhaps it's a new determination. And I think many seeds have been sown. I hope they will be flowering very soon. And so thank you very much. I leave you with those comments.
Mr. Srinivas Tata, the Director of the Social Development Division, ESCAP. Next, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite the Superman, as mentioned earlier, with the secret superpower of patience and dedication, to also deliver his closing remarks. Please welcome on the stage Mr. Eduardo Clean, the Asia Pacific Regional
I'm humbled, but I'm not Superman. I'm just part of a team. I was counting how many people, sorry, distinguished Minister, Excellencies, but I was counting how many people were engaged in this, preparing this conference, in thinking of this conference first as in the experts group meeting, in all the logistics that, the work that, fantastic work that Bappenas has done, in all the sessions, in all the note takers, in everyone. There were 112 persons involved in the development of this regional conference. And I think the success of it is thank you to all of that, all of them, all of you. Thank you very much. And I can only say that we look forward to 2026, where we hope to have a next regional conference, where it's up for grabs. Thank you very much.
ladies and gentlemen, the next closing remarks. And this is really the final closing remarks that we have today. We are very delighted to invite the Deputy Minister for Population and Manpower, the Ministry of National Development Planning of the Republic of Indonesia. Please welcome Bapak Maliki.
So I am the last trained. You will be free soon. The Honorable of the Minister of Social and Family Development, of Minister of Health from Maldives, and the Honorable of Secretary of National Population Headquarters from Islamic Republic of Iran, Secretary of Health from Nepal, Honorable Deputy Ministers, the dearest one, for the improvement of the quality of children, women, youth, and maybe also elderly, coordinating Ministry of Human Development and Culture, Republic of Indonesia, and Honorable Deputy for Population Policy Control, Family Planning Agency, Pak Boni, and also the most important persons for the elderly as well, Honorable Director General for Social Rehabilitation for Elderly, Minister of Social Affairs. Honorable Excellencies, delegates, and all participants. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Salam, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Good evening, I guess. So we have finally arrived at the end of the 2024 Asia Pacific Regional Conference on Population Aging, Reframing Aging. So it has been a very fruitful 2 days with numerous insights and lessons from each country's good case practices. For your information, we have for 2 days, we have like 202 from national participants. And also we have 234 from international participants. That's quite an achievement, I guess. I think this one is very good one. And we also, as according to Eduardo, we also is attending like around 38 countries, by Eduardo, yeah? So, then first of all, I would like also to appreciate UNFPA, HelpAge, and the team also from the Ministry of National Development Planning. So for this special occasion, I would like to ask some of the very hard workers for making this conference happen to raise, so then you can run applause for them. Ibu Tirta, can you standing? So Bu Tirta is the Director for Poverty Alleviation. He is the one that actually behind of the successful one. And also Dinar. Where is Dinar? So Dinar is the key for all my speech. So without him, I cannot speak anything. And also, I think Palifi is already left. And Dino, where is Dino? All the technical things is also like his hard work. And also, I would like to appreciate for the UNFPA staff. Here is Wanasa. I see the Wanasa is like just right behind. Oh, she just left? Oh, maybe she cannot like wait to go to the beach. So I would also want to thank and express my acknowledgement to all speakers, chairs, and participants for actively participating in this event, both those who came all the way to Bali and those who have joined us virtually also from around the world. And it is almost like more than 1,000. Yeah. This two-day conference has given us knowledge and understanding and enriched our knowledge and of many best practices, governance and initiatives across the regions, particularly on aging issues and older people's welfare. This forum reminds us that aging should be at the forefront of every nation's development pathway. We will, after all, become older one day, so we should prepare a place for living that is inclusive for everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, throughout the last 2 days, we have established various things on the issues of older people. The opening remarks show us the directions we needed to take, and the high-level panel gave us comparisons of Maldives, China, Islamic Republic of Iran, and also Indonesia experiences in ensuring the well-being of the older people. Right-based and also life cycle approach is important principles in reframing aging. Therefore, we have to protect our child and youth for better access to health and education and living environment to create productive aging. Fostering social inclusion is vital for older people because it will provide benefits such as encourages active participation in society, strengthen community bonds, prevents marginalizations, enhances independence and dignity, reducing social barriers, and promotes older people for participating in society. The 6 subtems of the plenary session have demonstrated how complex the issues of the older people is. Through these subtems, we aim to look for a better understanding of all people's programs and policies to more inclusive multi-sectoral outcomes, including the empowerment of older people, creating climate resilient program for older people, how communities also impact older people, digitalizations of current and future older people, the need to expand social protections, and the issue of care work. The plenary sessions have clearly highlighted the need for appropriate cooperation and partnerships across development sectors to ensure older people's welfare. From this event, we have learned each other about harnessing the productive capacity of an aging workforce involves creating inclusive environments that promote lifelong learning, work arrangements, and leveraging older workers' expertise. By integrating technology and addressing age-related barriers, we'll help maximize productivity and reduce age discriminations. Related with the global issue, climate change and heat stress disproportionately impact older adults, necessitating target interventions. Strengthening resilience through enhanced healthcare, infrastructures, and social safety nets is crucial. In the Asia-Pacific regions, social pensions are vital, securing older adults' financial stability, reducing poverty, and also improving overall well-being. Expanding these programs enables better protection against climate-related risks. Socioeconomic policies supporting productive aging and sustainable development focus on fair resources distribution, developing age-friendly cities and communities, advancing intergenerational connection through technology, and building robust long-term care systems are also critical. By promoting inclusivity and reducing the digital divide, older population can stay connected, engaged, and empowered to thrive in a rapidly changing society. Ladies and gentlemen, over the past few days, we have engaged in meaningful discussions, shared novel solutions, and deepened our understanding of the complex challenges and opportunities from population aging in our regions. An aging population is a shared reality that demands a collective response. Hence, I would like to invite all of you, as representatives of your respective countries, to take the momentum from this conference and translate it into action, as what Bu Eva already reminded all the time to us as a government. So we must foster collaboration among sectoral leaders and engage with the regional level for grassroots perspective. We should collaborate to improve access to essential medication, healthcare for elderly, promote lifelong educations, promote healthy lifestyles among the young and middle-aged populations. We should also develop inclusive frameworks that will allow us to plan and build a country that is prepared to face any changes, including the demographic evolutions. Finally, let us start prioritizing all the people in national development by allowing funding for their welfare programs and strengthening current policies to be suitable to their needs. Working to make the world more age-friendly is an essential and urgent part of our changing demographics. By doing so, we can create a future where every older person in the Asia-Pacific enjoys a high quality of life and where aging is embraced as the golden age of humankind. I would like to express my deepest gratitude to all speakers, again, participants, and organizers who have contributed to the success of this conference. Your dedication and support are truly commendable. As we returned our respected roles and regions, let us carry forward the spirit of cooperation and share responsibility that has marked our discussion here. In closing, let us see the end of this conference as a conclusion, not as a conclusion, but as the beginning of the new chapter in our collective efforts. I firmly believe that the global partnerships are the key to achieve our goals of building an inclusive society. Together, we can turn our shared visions into reality and make a profound differences in the lives of older populations across the Asia-Pacific regions. Thank you again all for your participation, your commitment, and your enthusiasms to make a positive impact. Safe travels and enjoy Bali, and I look forward to the many achievements that will surely come from our dialogue in the next meeting, 2026. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much to Bapak Maliki. Please as we will now continue with the photo session. Therefore, I would like to invite to join us here on the stage Ibu Eva, Bapak Supomo, and then also Ibu Woro, Mr. Srinivastata, and of course Eduardo Cliff to also join Bapak Maliki on the stage for a final photo session to mark that our APRC 2024 is officially closed. So once again, thank you so much, and this concludes the APRC 2024 for the conference. Tomorrow we still have the field visit, so please also be reminded to check whether you are already registered and then to which options or to which locations you are registered at, and also the shuttle or the seating arrangements for the shuttle tomorrow. 3, 2, 1. And we would like to also invite all of the VIPs in the first row to also join them on the stage for a final group photos. Please. Ladies and gentlemen, before leaving this ballroom, the Pachatu Hall, please be reminded that the interpreter receiver is only able to be used here in the ballroom. Dr. Mariam Saul, please also join us here on the stage. So once again, please return back the interpreter receiver at the counter behind you. Dimohon untuk bisa mengembalikan receiver interpreter di counter yang tersedia. And also, ladies and gentlemen, later on we will also display once again the QR in order for those who are already registered themselves to recheck or double check for the field visit tomorrow. And before leaving this Pachatu Hall, please double check on your own personal belongings. So once again, just to make sure that you left nothing, please double check all of your personal belongings before leaving the Pachatu Hall. 3, 2, 1. Please look at the main photographer. The main photographer is the one that raised his hand. Boleh angkat tangan untuk fotografer utama. Fotografer utama boleh mengangkat tangan. Please kindly look at through his lens, through his camera lens. One more time. A photo session one more time. Mr. Eduardo and also Bapak Maliki. Yes. In 3, 2, 1. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates, we have come to the end of the Asia Pacific Regional Conference on Population Aging. On behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to express our sincere gratitude. Thank you so much. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for the dedication, and also thank you for the energy and the positive vibes. I'm Diana Riswari signing off. Stay safe, stay healthy, and yes, enjoy your evening, enjoy your time here in the Paradise Islands of Bali. Have a wonderful days ahead. I'm Diana Riswari once again signing off. And before leaving the stage, we would like to present to you and display on the screen for the QR code. So once again, for those who would like to double check your schedule for the field visit tomorrow, whether you are already registered, and then also for the shuttle seating arrangements, as well as the locations, please do scan the QR code. Thank you so much once again. I'm Diana Riswari signing off. Have a wonderful days ahead here in Bali. Good evening and Om Santi 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 Om. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good evening.